Good morning. Hey, everybody. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Terry. Hey, how is everybody doing this morning? I am I'm doing great. I did an interview last night on the Pete McDevitt show. If anybody would like to go see it, here is the link. I am told by several people that it was a very good interview. I got some texts from people afterwards saying that it was a very good interview and I did a good job. So check it out, I guess. I'm not going to watch it. Um y'all, I dropped the ball. I didn't do my homework that I gave you guys to do. um so I watched part of the staircase. I didn't get through the whole thing cuz I didn't realize how long it was. It apparently has been added on to through the years because this case that we're going to start today, I'm really excited about it. Um, the staircase documentary, I guess, was done. The first part of it was done in 2004, and then they added on to it as things changed. Oh, hey, Paul. Thanks. So I got to episode 6. I don't know if that was the end of the original. Um the original part of the documentary. I haven't had time to check this morning, but I watched, I think it was the end of, I'm sorry y'all, my dog is barking and it's throwing me off of my concentration. Okay, let's see how long that lasts. He stopped for now. So the first part of it was done in 2004. The trial was in 2003. And then they added on. So there's a total of 13 episodes. No, that's Spike. He's barking because Belle didn't eat all her food and he wants the rest of it. And he can't reach it because it's up on the bed. Oh, that's why he stopped barking. Travis brought the rest of the food in here. She doesn't eat like she used to because she's sick. She's hungry all the time, but she can only eat a little bit at a time now. So I don't ever know how much to put on the plate for her. And then we put it on the bed because Spike can't climb up on the bed anymore because he hurt his back. And he has arthritis, and so he just stands there and barks at the plate on the bed and drives us crazy. Yeah. So I got to the end. The 6th episode was at the end of the trial. But as Judy was so kind to give us trivia, I haven't even gotten to the owl theory part of the documentary, and I'm sure, I mean, everybody knows the owl theory that knows this case. So it's got to be in the documentary somewhere, and it's not there yet. Because even when I've watched, other true crime shows that this case has been talked about on, they've mentioned the stupid owl. I'll get to the owl. Let me read Judy's first and then I'll tell you about the case. Michael Peterson, who was convicted in 2003 of murdering his second wife, Kathleen, in December 2001. In 2011, after 8 years in prison, Peterson was granted a new trial and released from prison. The judge ruled a prosecution witness gave misleading testimony. SBI analyst Dwayne Deaver, a principal witness, was found that his work was among the worst done on scores of flawed criminal cases. Hey, Carla. So, Kathleen died on December 9th, 2001. So, they were just having a nice evening at home. Hey, Nichelle. Oh, this food that we're feeding her has egg in it. You can see the pieces of egg in it. What I'm wondering is because she has a mass on X-ray, they found a mass inside. I'm wondering if it's pushing against her stomach so that her stomach, like, she can't hold as much food in her stomach because that mass is taking up room, like pushing against it. So she's hungry, but then when she eats, her stomach gets full faster. That's just supposition on my part. Cause like she begs for food and then she only takes a couple bites. So she doesn't really look like she's losing a lot of weight though. It's another one of those wait and see things. So his wife died December 9th, 2001. And they were having a quiet evening at home. They were sitting around the pool drinking. And she said, well, I have to go upstairs. She had something at work the next day that she needed to do something on the computer. So she went inside. He said, I'll be up in a little while. And he said, then he went in the house a little while later and she was, hey, Debbie. And she was dead at the bottom of the stairs. So he assumed that she fell down the stairs. This case has a documentary on Netflix, and it also just, I think it's a brand new movie on Max. I've not seen the movie. I'm watching the documentary series on Netflix, and I thought I'd be easy for me to get it over the weekend, and I kept forgetting to watch it. And I was like, I'd be watching something else, and I'd be, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be watching The Staircase. And so I got really like wrapped up in it, and I kept saying it kept being like another episode and another episode and another episode, and it never quit. And I'm like, how long is this thing? There's like 13 episodes, but that's because it's the first part of it came out in 2004. They keep adding because this case kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and big. um so he came in, said she was dead, just found her dead at the bottom of the stairs. But the forensics don't match up to that. But this documentary, you guys, it answers all of our questions about what a team of lawyers do behind the scenes. Like how they investigate, how a defense team investigates a crime scene. They even showed them putting like ketchup in their mouths and coughing onto like a whiteboard to see what it would look like if you coughed blood onto a wall. I don't know. Did they? I'm gonna have to go look. Um, but at first I thought Michael Peterson had hired. Well, Debbie, they have added on the documentary from 2004. They have added on to it. I think because the last one I watched was right after the verdict. So I don't know if I just watched the first original from 2004, but there's more. There's more episodes after that. So the trial was in 2003. It was overturned in 2011 because of this Deaver guy. He held back. Well, I don't know if he held it back on the stand, and this was in the documentary because I've not watched the trial. This is why I'm so excited to watch the trial. The defense attorney asked him if there was I think he said they didn't test his shirt for blood stains. There were blood stains all over his shorts. You could see that. I know. I know, right? Isn't it funny that his name is Deaver? I thought the same thing. So the defense attorney asked him if there was another way to test for blood with alternate light sources, and the guy said no. Okay, Carla. Not at all. So the Deaver said no. He actually said no. There's not a way to test with alternate light sources. And then um the defense attorney was like, you can't check for blood with alternate light sources. And then he goes, well, yes, you can, but we didn't. And he said, well, isn't it true that the shirt was checked with an alternate light source and it didn't show any blood? And he was like, yes. He said, and I did a report on that. He goes, oh, you did? And you did a report on that and there was no blood found. And he said, no, there was no blood found. So he almost lied on the stand and then said he sent the report to the prosecution attorneys. Well, that report was never sent to the defense. So that's Brady material. But what they didn't get into in the documentary, and I'm assuming we'll get to it in the trial, did he mess up? Like, did he send the report to the prosecution and the prosecution didn't give it to the defense? Or did he mess up and not do a report? Like, did he just ignore that and not do a report on that? Or did he do a report and send it to the prosecution, and then the prosecution held that back? Because had the prosecution held that back, that's Brady material. That could have been a mistrial, and he could have walked free right then. So I know. I was when I was doing all my research and getting this all put together, I was like, we should do all the trial of all the Petersons. All the Peterson husbands. Except, did they all go to trial? Didn't not Scott, the other one. Isn't there another Peterson that No, they all pled not guilty, didn't they? Did they all three of them go to trial? There's 3 Petersons. Michael, Scott, what's the other one's name? Yeah, there's 3 Petersons. Yeah, don't marry anybody named Peterson. Just don't do it. Okay, so in 2011, that was overturned. And this man had money, so he never, like, he was in jail for like a month originally. And then he went to jail or prison from 2003 to 2011, and then he was released. And in 2017, he took an Alford plea to voluntary manslaughter. Alford plea is where Drew, thank you, Judy. Drew Peterson. I don't know why I can never remember his name, his first name. So an Alford plea is where basically you're not admitting that you did it, but hey, Marty, you're not admitting that you did it, but um, you're pleading guilty because they have so much evidence that there's a great possibility that you will be found guilty. So he took an Alford plea in 2017 and he was given time served. So 8 years is all. Now, here's another thing that came up during the trial, and it was mentioned in the trial. He wasn't charged with this. This was just mentioned as right. Exactly. So he was married before he was married to Kathleen. He was married to a woman named Patty. He was in I don't remember what branch of the military, but he was in the Vietnam War, and his wife Patty lived on base in Germany. And the people that lived next door to them had 2 little girls. They had 2 little boys, and the husband of the family next door died in the war, and they were very good friends with the family, and in their will, they had said that if anything happened to them, they wanted the Petersons to have their kids. So, not long after, the kids were still very, very little. There was like a baby and a 2-year-old. So, not long after the husband died, the mother died from falling down the stairs. So, he got the 2 little girls and $70,000, and then at some point he divorced Patty, but continued to raise the 2 little girls. So, they had this blended family of his 2 boys. I don't know why their mom didn't have any of them, but the 2 boys from his first marriage, the 2 daughters from his friends, and Kathleen's daughter from a previous relationship. Kathleen's daughter loved him like a dad and said that he was the best thing that ever happened to her mom because she'd been really sad when her dad died. But then after, like, at first she said there's no way that he could have done it, but then she changed her mind and she turned against everybody because the other kids said there's no way that he could have done that. And so they feel like they lost their sister and their mom and their dad because their dad went to prison for 8 years. Um so and there's other stuff, but I'll wait till we get to that part of the trial. Paul, don't mind Marty. It's okay. Okay, so this one is old, so it's on the Court TV website. And you guys know how much I love Court TV's website. Let's see if I can remember how to work this thing.
In the state of North Carolina, and also the defendant. First of all, these opening statements are not evidence. The evidence will be the sworn testimony you will hear from the witness stand and any documents or exhibits introduced by the lawyers. An opening statement is a forecast of the upcoming trial. It is a preview or a roadmap, if you will, as to what the lawyers contend the evidence will show. First of all, members of the jury will be with the state, and I believe Mr. Harden is going to take a few seconds to set up his equipment before he addresses you. All right. And panel of jury, Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been sworn and are now impaneled to try in the case where the state of North Carolina is the plaintiff and Michael Peterson is the defendant. Sit together, hear the evidence, and render your verdict. Oh, I forgot something. Oh, the accents are great. If you like Southern accents, the accents in this are phenomenal. Shoot. Oh, the jury. You can see the jury on the documentary. They are not shy about showing the jury. I'm assuming in the court proceedings you won't see them, but if you want to see them, go watch the documentary because they're all over the place.
All right, Mr. Harden, if you will set up whatever equipment you need.
Good morning to each of you. Seems like it's been a long time since we first talked with you all on May the 5th, and in a lot of ways it has been a long time. This day has been anticipated with a great deal of anxiety by a lot of people for a lot of reasons. And now, today is the day that we will actually begin presenting this case in earnest. It's a case that you're going to have to make some tough decisions about. But we talked with you at length, and we believe that you can do that. Now, as Judge Hudson just indicated to you a few moments ago, the lawyers for each side will now have an opportunity to make an opening statement to you. We will describe to you what we each contends the evidence is going to show. It's my intention to be very, very brief. I do not intend to describe the minutia of every single fact that we intend to prove in this case. But I do want to spend enough time with you so that we can talk about enough facts so that I can frame the issues for you. But no more time than that. I recall that only a couple of you had served on juries before. So in a very real sense, this is a new experience for each of you. And it's a learning experience. I realize from your responses to the questions that we ask of you in jury selection that nearly all of you had heard something about this case. You just heard Judge Hudson speak to you a moment ago about the media and the fact that they're here. They're going to be here. They're going to be reporting this. But when you really boil it all down right now as jurors, I anticipate you must be asking yourself, regardless of how much I think I know about this case, what is it really about? From a legal perspective, it's very well defined. We talked with you about that in our selection process with you. The sides are diametrically opposed. The defendant says that Kathleen Peterson's death was caused by a tragic, accidental fall downstairs in their home. And we say, on the other hand, that she died a horrible, painful death at the hands of her husband, Michael Peterson. Now, I pondered how I might.
I just realized I never explained the owl theory. So, like I said, in the documentary, it hasn't gotten to the owl theory yet. I've not heard the owl theory in anything in the documentary. So apparently it was not mentioned in the trial. But there is a theory that apparently they have really big owls in North Carolina, big enough to injure someone like with giant slashes, the way her scalp was lacerated. So there's a theory that an owl could have flown in the house and scratched her, attacked her, and made her fall down the stairs, and that's why she had the lacerations on her head. I think that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. It was not mentioned in the documentary as of the 6th episode. So, I don't know where it comes in because it wasn't mentioned in trial. So I don't know if this was an afterthought or something they were going to bring up in another trial. I don't know. It just seems ridiculous to me that
Be able to encapsulate that concept,
oh my god.
that diametric opposition, so that you could see it. And what I decided to do was go to the pictures. I've selected a couple of pictures for you that really, in my mind,
Hey, Carla.
show this diametric opposition. I'd like to show you those right now. And the first photograph I'm going to show you is of Kathleen. This would have been taken, obviously, prior to her death. This is how she would have looked prior to December the 9th of 2001, had you seen her in her home, or possibly at work, or out in a social gathering. You can see from this photograph, you can feel from this photograph that she's a very genteel, warm person.
He said hi back.
Doesn't take much time to see that. I'm just viewing one photograph, but there it is. Now, on December the 9th of 2001, at 2:48, when EMS personnel first arrive, they see a very, very different picture. They see something that horrifies them. They see something that one person will say just didn't make sense. When they enter the house, they see Kathleen Peterson in a completely different way. They see her lying at the bottom of her steps, just as you see in this photograph. Now, later that day, after her body has been removed from the home, she's taken to the medical examiner's office, and you're going to hear about that. What you will hear and see relates to the injuries that she sustained. This is one of the first photographs taken of her as she's lying on a steel gurney in the medical examiner's office after they've shaved her head so that they can determine where the wounds are. This is where the rubber meets the road, ladies and gentlemen. They say it's an accident that was caused by a couple of falls in that stairway, and we say it's not. We say it's murder. And you will have to decide that. They say this is 3 or 4 lacerations. We say it's at least 7. And you're going to have to be the judge of that. You're going to have to make decisions about how this happened. But again, they say it's an accident, and we say it's murder. And what this case is about will really describe that to you. Now, you'll see something else here. And I'm going to show that to you.
Wiggles.
I've heard Mr. Rudolph talk with you about the fact that we didn't have a weapon. That's true. We don't have the actual implement that Mike Peterson used to cause this injury, wounding, lacerations to the back of Kathleen's head. But we have an identical replica. Where did we get it? Kathleen's sister Candace gave several family members a blowpoke, just like this one, to several of the members of the family.
Oh yeah, this is a retro trial.
She
definitely.
gave it to Kathleen when she was originally married to Fred Atwood. Kathleen had this in her home for years and years and years and years. We will show you photographs where the boat plug that's identical to this was in the home. But mysteriously, on December the 9th, it's gone. Now you will hear expert testimony, and it will describe how this implement, or an implement just like it, can cause these injuries. But understand, this is not the actual weapon. But we will contend to you that it is identical to what we say he used as part of the mechanism to cause these lacerations. We'll also say to you that she was forcefully impacted on several of the steps to cause some of this wound. But the primary mechanism is something like this. It's hollow, it's light, it's easily used, and we will contend to you this, or something like this, is the article that was used to inflict these wounds. Now, that's a very simple description of what this case is about, but in large measure, it's about much, much more. The core issues are simple, but everything else about this case isn't. In a very real sense, this case is about pretense and appearances. It's about things not being as they seem. As this case...
Oh, yeah. I forgot to warn you guys. Retro trial, court TV, not YouTube, so you might see some autopsy photos and stuff that we are not usually allowed to see. So, I guess let me know in the chat if you see it, if something's up you don't want to see, and then I'll take it down while the picture's up. I'm a nurse, so nothing bothers me. I've seen it all. If something really, you can't handle, just let me know and I'll take it down temporarily while the picture's up, I guess.
begins to unfold, you will see the grandeur of the Petersons' 10,000 square foot mansion that's located in a very affluent area of Durham. You will see the appearance of a storybook marriage between a couple who had a blended family that appears to have it all. In particular, you will hear about what some have described as the success of Michael Peterson as a writer and columnist. You will also hear about Kathleen's success as a Nortel manager, as a patron of the arts, and as the quintessential hostess for all occasions. And doesn't she look like it? She looks like a very loving, warm person. The quintessential lady, genteel. Exactly what you want your daughter to be like. From all the appearances, this was a perfect family. But as the old saying goes, appearances can be very deceiving. The evidence is going to show that the Petersons had developed a huge appetite for expensive living. With Kathleen's salary and benefits during an 18-year career at Nortel, it was possible to cultivate a taste for fine things, and they certainly did that. They were able to do this because for much of the time, there was plenty of money, and the potential of greater wealth at Nortel was always on the horizon. Then, like an ominous storm cloud, the picture began to change. This changing situation was something that Mike Peterson couldn't tolerate, primarily because he couldn't control it. Like a storm cloud, many pressurized conditions in the Peterson house began to converge, and on December the 9th of 2001, they erupted. The evidence is going to show that for several years prior to her death, Kathleen, not Michael, but Kathleen was the primary financial support for the Peterson Atwater Ratliff family. They all depended on her for virtually everything. And in particular, they depended upon her substantial, steady, and all steady salary, and all-encompassing benefit package, which were available to her because of her Nortel employment. We will call witnesses, family members, co-workers, and Nortel persons and a financial analyst from the State Bureau of Investigation to describe the financial predicament that the Petersons had put themselves into over a period of time. They had to begin living on credit. They were forced to liquidate Kathleen's assets. And out of all this, the evidence is also going to show that by the end of 1999, Michael Peterson was making no income as a writer.
Are you talking about the
during the year of
Prosecutors?
2000 and 2001, he made no income as a writer and only had a modest income from a military pension. The evidence is going to show that Kathleen was carrying almost the entire financial burden for the family and that it was overwhelming. You might imagine that it would be. How tough can it be to have several children in college, multiple mortgages, and expensive tastes and habits? It takes a lot to do those things. To help put this into context, we're going to call witnesses that will talk about the financial and personnel environment that Kathleen and others found themselves in Nortel. These witnesses will describe that the fortunes of Nortel had deteriorated, and as that happened, everyone at Nortel began to worry about whether they were going to have a job. This included Kathleen and everyone around it. There's going to be evidence that Nortel, because of its financial condition, had to lay off people, and Kathleen was involved in that process and was intimately aware of all that was involved in laying off people at Nortel because of Nortel's deteriorating financial condition. Kathleen and Michael both knew that the loss of Kathleen's job and the loss of her salary and benefits would have a devastating effect on an already difficult financial situation. But Mike Peterson, the creative thinker, the writer of fiction, was able to figure out the perfect solution. That solution was to make it appear as though Kathleen accidentally fell down her steps and died. And like magic, no more money problems. Like magic, Michael Peterson goes from a point where they're having to sell assets and live on credit to survive, all of a sudden, with her death, has $1.8 million in his hand. That's a lot of money. That solves a lot of problems. What a wonderful solution. There's only one catch. He's got to kill Kathleen Peterson to get that $1.8 million. Mike Peterson, with that money, was going to be able to pull himself out of the financial fire that he had built for himself. Kathleen's death, accidental death, would have then allowed him to continue to live the affluent, privileged life to which he'd become accustomed, even though he had no job. The first sign to the outside world that things were not as they appeared at the Peterson house was with the 911 call that he makes on December the 9th, 2001 at 2:40 in the morning. With that phone call, he gambles a lot. With that phone call, he gambles that the police were as
That's the
dumb as he
defendant.
thinks they are. With that phone call, he gambles that the police would see Kathleen's death as he wanted it to appear and as he wanted them to believe it to be. I want you to listen to the 911 tape. You'll hear it in the next few days, I anticipate. Listen closely to it. Listen to how selective and evasive he is in providing information to the communicator with information about Kathleen's circumstances. Listen to the 911 communicator take his information, which he essentially says this is an accidental fall, and delivers that information to EMS and police personnel, causing them to believe that they are
I
going
think
to
that's a
respond
beard
to
and
an accident.
mustache.
As I describe what some of the witnesses will say, please keep all of this in mind. Now, there are going to be two
The
911
defense
calls.
attorney has a beard and
The
mustache.
first one says as indicated. He indicates to the 911 caller, it's a very brief call. Kathleen's falling down the steps. It's an accident, and she's still breathing. That's the concept. He hangs up the phone. A few moments later, he calls again. Now she's not breathing. Where are they? You will hear how the 911 communicator continues to ask questions of him, but he's not responsive, and there's a reason for that. He's being very selective about the information that he wants to give her. I anticipate, because he knows that the conversation is being taped. Now, who gets there? The first folks on the scene are the EMS service personnel. And what do they see? As they come up to the house, they enter the house, they go left. So they would be coming from about here, this diagram, into the house, coming down a hallway. As they enter the hallway, they don't see any blood. But as they come further into the hallway, when they get to this point in here, they see Kathleen laying in this position with this blood. They see Michael Peterson standing over her. He's got blood all over his clothes. He's barefooted. His shoes are right here, but he's barefooted. And what do? Once they get there, they have to assess her because they've been told that it's an accident. But one of the EMS personnel starts to think, this really doesn't look like an accident, but I'm going to go through the assessment process and make sure that she's not alive, because she doesn't look alive to me. He goes through that process. There are no vital signs. There's no electric activity out of the heart. None. And in fact, what he will say is that based on all that he sees, based on the assessment of Kathleen, and based on all the blood in this area, and you're going to see it. It's all over the walls. Some of this blood inside this stairwell is over 6 feet high. Outside the stairway, there's cast off that's 10 feet high. So there's blood all over this area on these walls, on the east wall, on the north wall. There's some on the west wall here. There's blood all in this area. There's blood on Kathleen, under Kathleen, beside Kathleen. It's all dry. So when he says he gets there, he sees all this dry blood. And based on that assessment of Kathleen and based on the observations that he makes of the area, he concludes that she's been dead for some time. He can't say exactly how long, but she's been dead for some time. Now, what does Mr. Peterson say when the EMS folks get there? He says, after they try to question him about what happened, he doesn't give them any information because he's so distraught. But he does say, I went out to turn off the pool lights. I came back and there she was. That's all he said. About that time, we've got police officers coming into the area, and you got to realize that there's several EMS folks here. They've stopped anybody from going into this area. When they come in the door initially, Todd Peterson comes in right behind them. He doesn't come down into here. He goes around and behind. There's actually another staircase. There's another way to come through the house to get into the kitchen. And that's what he does. So the EMS folks and the fire folks that respond with them keep this area secure, and no one else comes into the area. You will hear how the EMS folks say that the blood is so dry that we weren't picking it up off of our hands. We didn't get it on our shoes. We didn't get it on our clothes. And as they are attending to Kathleen, as I said a moment ago, the police department arrives. They again are thinking that this is an accident. So that's the mindset they have. That's the approach that they are taking as they go into the area. And at that point, we've only got a couple of officers that can secure this area, and so they have to call for more assistance. And as they do that, within 30 minutes, this place does have many police officers in it. This scene is secure. And Mr. Rudolph would have you believe, as he's talked with you in jury selection, that this was a chaotic scene. It wasn't. It was very organized. Once they realized what they had, they made some decisions, and they got everything secure. So as you listen to their testimony, Please keep that in mind. You will also hear from crime scene technicians. Now, what do? Television gives you a lot of impressions about what they do, but at least in Durham, they take photographs, they collect evidence, and sometimes they do some minor routine testing, like luminol. We talked a little bit about that in jury selection. You will hear from a couple of crime scene technicians. In particular, you'll hear from Dan George, who came into the area, realized that this didn't look right to him. It was not as it appeared, and he backs out of the area and waits until everything is absolutely secure so that then he can go back in and do his job. Here you'll hear from Eric Campen, who was there to support him. Dan George was the lead in this case. It was his responsibility to document what was done, to collect the evidence, and then present that in court. Dan called for Eric so that he could get some support because he realized this was such a huge area and it was going to be an overwhelming scene. He needed some help. They actually called several technicians to come and actually perform tasks at the scene over a significant period of time, a day and a half. So you'll hear also from Eric Campen. You'll hear how Eric describes that he conducted a luminol testing. He didn't luminol everything, but what he did luminol was in this area right here. You remember, there was no blood here. There was blood here. There was blood here. There was no blood here, but he wanted to see whether anyone had walked in this area. And the luminol testing showed him exactly what happened. The luminol testing showed that there were footprints into the washroom, footprints into the kitchen, and in various areas of the kitchen. Now, why is this important? As you're looking at these photographs, you're going to see things. And as we talk with you about it more and more, we will contend to you that this defendant was attempting to stage aspects of this scene so that it would appear as he wanted it to appear. He had to make it look right, but it didn't, and he made some mistakes, and we're going to point those out to you. But he attempted to stage things, and that's why some of this information that you'll hear from Dan George and from Eric Campen and from Agent Dwayne Deaver, who is the blood spatter expert from the SBI, will be so critical. You're going to hear from Nortel folks, as I indicated to you. They're going to talk about the environment at Nortel and how difficult it was out there because the financial condition of Nortel had deteriorated to a point that they were having to lay off people right and left, people that have been there for years and years and years. And as I indicated a moment ago, Kathleen was involved in that process. She knew all the details about having to go through and lay somebody off, and it took a toll on her. It was tough on her. And she also knew that her job was in jeopardy. In fact, at one point, she had been placed on what Nortel describes as the optimization list. That's a euphemistic way for saying you're going to be terminated. Now, she was taken off of it very quickly, but at least she was on it for about a month prior to her death. So that gives you some idea of the fact that there is validity to her concern about the possibility of losing her job and losing the salary and losing the benefits and losing the ability to support this family. You're going to hear from various State Bureau of Investigation agents. One of those that's going to help talk about the financial aspects of the Peterson household is Agent Lawrence Chung. He's going to talk about some of the things that I've already alluded to, that this was a family in a difficult financial situation. They had basically, because of some very poor decision-making on their part and deferring some compensation and not having income directly coming to them from Nortel, but having it deferred so that it could be taken later down the road, 5 years and 10 years down the road, that they've made some real bad decisions in light of the fact that Nortel was doing so poorly. And what it boiled down to is they had to sell all the liquid assets that Kathleen had, almost all of them. They had to then begin selling her real estate. They then had to use credit to live from day to day. The credit report's going to show that they had $143,000 worth of credit card debt. That's an awful lot of credit card debt. But it describes to you the predicament that they were in. You're going to hear from Agent Joyce Petska, who's going to talk about a footprint, a bloody footprint from Mr. Peterson's shoe that is on the back of Kathleen's leg, on the back of her calf, right in this area. And we're going to contend to you what that means, but you will hear from her as well. You're going to hear from Agent David Michaud, who's going to talk to you about what he found in Mr. Peterson's computer and what he didn't find. One of the things that he's going to talk about is the fact that right after the house is released back to the Petersons on the 10th of December at about 8 o'clock, sometime after that, there's evidence that someone went into the computer, copied the entire hard drive, and then began selectively loading things back on the hard drive. Now, this is less than a day after her death. And we'll talk to you about that, and he will describe to you some of the things that he found and we will contend to you what their meaning is. You will hear from Agent John Bendur, who will talk to you about Mr. Peterson's clothes and why we contend, along with many other things, that Mike Peterson did this to his wife. It tells in the clothes, it tells in the scene, it tells in the photographs. And he's going to talk to you about blood spatter as it relates to how it penetrates clothing. And he, in essence, will say to you that there are aspects of that blood spattering in that clothing and how it penetrated the clothing, that it couldn't just be contact brush off from what Mr. Peterson says he did with Miss Peterson as he holds and caresses her. And there's certainly going to be evidence of that. We will contend to you why he's doing that, because he's trying to damage the scene, to contaminate the scene, to confuse things, to make it so it isn't what it appears. You'll hear from Agent Dwayne Deaver, and there are several others, but he's the last one that I'm going to talk to you about from the SBI. Agent Dwayne Deaver is the blood spatter expert that's going to talk about how he contends Kathleen was impacted in this area. And he finds what he will call are several points of origin. And what he will also say is that from his perspective, this was very, very important because it was above the floor. It was above the step area. He will say it's positioned in such a manner that these can't be due to an accidental impact on the stairs. That in essence is what he will say. And that will also be very, very important evidence. You'll also hear from Dr. Deborah Radish. We'll talk about the 7 lacerations on the back of Kathleen's head and the fact that she also has defensive wounds on her arms, her hands, some on her back face, and back of her arms. She will talk about the cause of death, and in essence, she's going to say that there was severe concussive injury caused by multiple blunt force impacts to the head.
What's a back face?
That right there. There will be other witnesses, but those are the ones that I wanted to highlight for you because they give you a flavor of what you will be hearing. Again, I'm not going to try to tell you everything about every aspect of this case at this point or every fact that we intend to present. Now, in his discussions with you all in jury selection, Mr. Rudolph told you that this case was all about the forensics. He said it to almost every one of you. I was keeping count. He said that it was really a battle of the experts. Ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't disagree more. This is not a case of the battle of the experts. This is a case about your exercise of your good reason and your common sense. And it's going to be a battle against what this defendant contends happened. What he wanted it to appear as having happened. Now I recognize it's not going to be very easy for you to hear and see some of these things. This is just a taste of it. There's some stuff that's as bad or worse than this. I recognize that it's going to be tough for some of you. I also recognize that it's not going to be easy for some of you to make some of these decisions that you're going to be required to make, but you have to do it. And no matter how difficult this task is, we must go through this for Kathleen. As we go through this process, please remember that it's ultimately about her. Up to this point, we've talked a lot about Mike Peterson, but when you really get down to it, it's about Kathleen. About Kathleen. Now, obviously, this case is very important to the defendant. It's obviously very important to this community. It's very important to Kathleen Peterson's family, and several of them are here with me. Got her mother, Miss Hunt, her daughter Caitlin, her sister Candace, her sister Lori, and her brother Stephen. There are other family members out there with them as well. But this case is about them as well. And to be sure, it's about Kathleen. Now, Kathleen can't come in here and tell you what happened to her. Miss Black and I have to speak for her. And we will do that in the presentation of this case. Ultimately, it's going to be your responsibility to determine what the truth is and to render an appropriate verdict. We contend that once you have heard this case, you will determine the truth. And at that point, Ms. Black and I will ask you that you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder against Michael Peterson. Thank you very much.
Members of the jury, at this time, the jury is with the defense.
Street, please. What's wrong? My wife had an accident. She's still breathing. What kind of accident? Still on cigarettes. She's still breathing. Please. Is she conscious? What? Is she conscious? No, she's not conscious. Okay. How many stairs did you fall down? How many stairs? How many stairs? Calm down, sir. Calm down. Oh, 15, 20, I don't know. Please, get somebody here right away. Okay, somebody's dispatching the ambulance while I ask you questions. It's first kill, okay? Please, please. Sir, somebody else is dispatching the ambulance. Okay, is she awake now? Hello? Hello?
Did he even say anything? He just walked up there and did the 911.
Ladies and gentlemen, was the voice of Mike Peterson right after he found the body of Kathleen Peterson lying at the bottom of the stairs. I will leave it to you to decide whether the voices you heard, what you heard in his voice at the end, was him avoiding answering questions or acting the way anyone in that situation would have acted. And before I sit down here this morning, I'm going to tell you what we contend happened in that stairway. But before I do that, before I talk about how Kathleen Peterson died that evening, you all need to know something about how she and Michael Peterson lived. And so what I want to do to start is take you back with me way before that awful night and that awful telephone call. I want to take you back with me to 1988, because it was in 1988 that Michael Peterson met Kathleen. Now, we've heard a lot about how Michael Peterson was depending on Kathleen Peterson to keep up some pretense, and then we'll get to that in a few minutes. But what you need to know is that in 1988, when Michael Peterson and Kathleen Atwater at that point first met and fell in love, or at least began to fall in love, she wasn't some high-powered executive at Nortel making oodles of money. No. In 1988, Kathleen Peterson was a recently separated single mom raising a young daughter by herself because her husband, Fred Atwater, had had numerous affairs and she had left him. She was working for Nortel as a technical writer, making $37,000 a year. She was no financial catch. Michael Peterson at that point was not yet an established writer. He was becoming successful. He had written A Time of War, but it hadn't been sold yet. And he was having some problems in his first marriage to Patty Peterson. And Michael Peterson and Catherine Atwater connected. Kathleen and Michael connected in a way that a few people who are really, really lucky in life have a chance to connect. It had nothing to do with tangible things. They felt like soulmates. It's an overused term, but that's how they felt. They could finish each other's sentences. And so they fell in love. And in 1988, they began to live together. Sorry, 1989, they began to live together. In 1992, not in any fancy house now, mind you, in a modest house. And in 1992, Michael Peterson, not dependent on Kathleen for the money she was earning, based on the money he earned, $600,000 from A Time of War by itself, purchased the house. Mr. Harden refers to it as a mansion. It's a very nice house, but if you see it, you'll see that it needs paint and it's not what you think of as a Hollywood mansion. It's a very nice house.
It's a mansion.
And he purchased it with his money he had earned from writing. And there's nothing wrong with that in the world. That's what we all aspire to do. And Kathleen and her daughter moved into that house in 1992 with Michael Peterson. And I know Mr. Harden probably didn't mean to do this, but the truth of the matter is that Kathleen didn't have just one daughter. She had one natural daughter, but she had two other daughters as well. Girls who treated her like the mother she acted like to them. Margaret and Martha Ratliff, who were seated there in the first row. They were her daughters too. They started living with her and Michael when they were really, really small. And she raised them. And they lost a mother just like Caitlin lost a mother. And that's the truth. And they all lived together. And eventually Todd and Clayton, Mike's sons from Patricia, moved in. And you all hear that Margaret and Martha were the daughters of Elizabeth Ratliff, who Mike and Patty had agreed to be the guardians of. And he raised them from really small up to the present. And in 1997, after living in that house together for 5 years, Kathleen and Michael got married. His divorce to Patricia became final, and they got married right in that house. Right in that house.
Oh, for crying out loud. God bless America. I hate this website so much. What in the fudge? I forgot what we did when it does this. Damn it. Now, it's going to start all over again.
It had nothing to do with tangible things or acting the way anyone in that situation up the stairs. 1888, that Michael Peterson met Kathleen. Now, we've heard a lot about how Michael Peterson was depending on Kathleen Peterson to keep up some pretense, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. But what you need to know is that in 1988, when Michael Peterson and Kathleen Atwater at that point first met and fell in love, or at least began to fall in love, she wasn't some high-powered executive.
I hate this so much.
Was completely wet. How would these are the notes the movie. And so at 1659, nothing was destroying her dignity and pride. But Mike was able to. Kathleen and Michael got married. His divorce to Patricia became final, and they got married right in that house. Right in that house. And they built a family, the two of them built a family out of the strands of their prior families. Todd on the left, Kathleen and Michael, Margaret showed peeking out from the back there, Caitlin in the front, Clayton peeking out in the back, and Martha. They built that family, the two of them, together. And what drew them into that family and what kept that family together for the next 13 years had absolutely nothing to do with anything tangible, with goods, with furniture, with any of the things that Mr. Hardin refers to as important, because that stuff wasn't important to them. They liked it, but it wasn't important. No, what kept them together, what caused them to build that, was a love that absolutely everyone who saw them or knew them understood and recognized and envied, truth be known. Listen to how Caitlin Atwater, who unfortunately now sits on opposite sides, and that's
Dang it! What the fudge? Stop doing that. It did.
Important security message. Your computer has been locked up.
Hell.
Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit
got it.
websites that contains identity theft virus. To unlock the computer, please call support immediately.
Shut up. Gosh darn it. Why is there a witness on the stand? No. I'm gonna lose my ever loved mind. I hate this website.
There's ways. Time and again. And they got married right in that house. Tangible, with goods, with furniture, with any of the things that Mr. Hardin refers to as important, because that stuff wasn't important to them. They liked it, but it wasn't important. No, what kept them together, what caused them to build that, was a love that absolutely everyone who saw them or knew them understood and recognized and envied, truth be known. Listen to how Caitlin Atwater, who unfortunately now sits on opposite sides, and that's one of the real tragedies of this case. One of the real tragedies. Listen to how she described what Michael Peterson meant to her mother. This is from 1999, an essay that she wrote. Michael Peterson stopped my mother's tears. I used to sit at the top of the stairs, leaning through the banister, and listen to my mother sob every night for a year after my father left. My father had torn her apart, crushing her shell and the illusion in which she lived, destroying her dignity and pride. But Mike was able to restore her strength and confidence and to show her
God bless America. Why does it keep doing that?
Representing the state of North
had been completely contaminated. Nothing momentous, just talk. And there's the number. And he was going to meet him there at the house to go with him to the party. And he was writing, and according to the prosecution, Michael Peterson took a bullet. Here's what she described observing. This is one of Kathleen's friends now. This is not one of Mike's friends. It was at a Christmas dinner that Kathleen was hosting for her work group. It was a small dinner. There were maybe a dozen of us. At one point that night, at that dinner, I was sitting near Kathleen and Michael, and Kathleen was kind of like queen of the table, kind of keeping the conversation going. And I looked at Michael, and he was just gazing at her with just such, he just adored her. It was just clear. It was clear. I just remember that moment and the look on his face. And it wasn't just Donna Clement who saw that look. Everywhere they went, people noticed Michael looking at Kathleen with the kind of pride that you just don't fake, with the kind of love that you just don't fake. It's there. You all can see it. There it is. And that wasn't years before this event. No. Let me read you what Donna Clement says about the Saturday before Thanksgiving. Less than a few.
Gosh darn it. I don't know how to stop it.
It was clear. I just remember that moment and as being very affectionate and as being very much in tune with each other. They really trusted each other. And so, I suppose the question becomes, was there anything different? Anything that changed from Thanksgiving to December 7th, the weekend of December 7th? You know, if the prosecution is correct, how do we go from soulmate and lover to cold-blooded murderer? How does that happen? Well, the answer is very simple. You don't. Nothing was different that weekend. Let me say it again. Nothing was different that weekend. Nothing had changed. No new conflict had arisen. There was no conflict about Nortel. There was no conflict about her job. There was no conflict about money. There was no conflict about anything. Let's look at what they did that weekend. And just to orient you, I'm not going to write on here. Can you all see that? Is that all right? December 2001 was a weekend. Friday was the 7th. Saturday was the 8th. Sunday was the 9th. Friday the 7th, Kathleen took off from work. She didn't work at Nortel that day. She and Mike went Christmas shopping. They went and they bought gifts for the children. They went and bought a TV set for the house. They went and they bought a Christmas tree to put up for the family. They got home that afternoon and they spent the afternoon putting up the tree and decorating it. And you'll see a picture from the police video taken on the 9th of that tree with the decorations and the ladder still up because they were still in the process of putting it up. That's what they did Friday during the day. And then around, I guess, early evening, they got a call from David Perlman, who's out there. David writes for the Charlotte Observer. He's a friend of theirs. And he and Mike had co-authored a book about Charlie Two Shoes, a book about a fellow who had been sort of adopted by a Marine unit during the Korean War. And David was calling to say that a major Hollywood producer, I think it's Stratton Leopold, he's done some Tom Clancy movies and things, had called David to say that he was interested or getting ready to take an option on the book. And you know, the way that business works is, I mean, Mike had options on a time of war and made, you know, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars from options that never got exercised. But that's the way it goes in that business. And so David spoke with both Kathleen and Michael, and you'll hear from David, and he'll say that everything was perfectly fine. And then with the head striking, all that is evidence. Sergeant Fran Borden was one of the first experienced officers there at the scene. And he got fooled, got misled by the contamination. How do we know?
Damn it. I don't know what to do. This trial is not on YouTube.
Not being able to speak in intelligible sentences. And yes, EMS noticed that some of the blood had dried, no doubt about that. But you know what that means? It means that Kathleen Peterson had suffered those injuries 30 to 45 minutes before Michael Peterson walked in and found her. That's all that means. That's consistent with what Michael Peterson has told people happened. The real problem would have been if the blood was completely wet. How would we then explain how she would have fallen 45 minutes or an hour earlier? And in fact, at this point, and this is not based, we contend, on what Michael Peterson said on the, I mean, you know, the police get 911 calls all the time. They don't, oh, person says it's an accident. I guess it's an accident. Let's just treat it as an accident. No. They went there, and initially it was treated as an accident because that's what they initially thought it was, the people who went there. And so Todd Peterson was allowed to go up to Kathleen's body and hold her in his arms and get blood on his clothing. And Michael Peterson was allowed to go up to Kathleen. In fact, he had to be physically pulled off her. How do we know that? Dan George, the person who Mr. Harden talked about, wrote a report. What did he say? The male ran over to the victim, sobbing, and kneeled to the side of the victim and began to caress the body of the victim. Officers tried to remove the male, and finally another male called the older father and physically lifted and removed the male from the victim. And if there's blood spatter up high across the hallway, well, when you pull somebody off somebody and their hand goes like that, you may get a drop here or a drop there. That doesn't mean anything other than the fact that the person's been forcibly pulled off. And both of them, both Mike and Todd, were then allowed to walk around the house. We've talked about that in voir dire. Into the kitchen, into the laundry room, all around with blood, as Mr. Harden said, all over them. And as neighbors and friends started arriving, you'll hear that they were allowed to come into the house and they were allowed to walk around. The police didn't tape off the area around that stairway until 3:34 a.m., almost an hour after the call came in. And by then, it was just too late. The blood in that area had been completely altered. The scene at the house had been completely contaminated. And the problem, of course, when a scene is altered and contaminated is that what the police then come in and see, what Agent Deaver saw, what anyone else saw, is misleading. And that's just what happened here. And let me give you the prime example of it. Sergeant Fran Borden was one of the first experienced officers there at the scene. And he got fooled, got misled by the contamination. How do we know that? Well, he wrote a report, and he identified several of what he called red flags, things that were suspicious to him. Let's see what he identified. First thing he identified is he said, as I walked into the kitchen, I observed smeared blood on a kitchen drawer and also on a kitchen cabinet, which contained glasses and was located directly above the drawer with blood on same. This was my first red flag. Well, sure. The problem is that Mike and Todd had been allowed to walk around. You'll hear that there's Coke cans with blood on it. So if the scene had been preserved, one might say, how did the blood get there? But we know how it got there. The scene was contaminated. What's the second red flag? The woman's body was in a straight line. I thought this was unusual, especially if she had fallen down 18 to 20 stairs. This was my second red flag. Well, again, what he didn't know is that Michael Peterson had gone and held that body and moved it from the original position. And what he saw was not where the body had come to rest. What he saw was where it was after people had been allowed to go up and hug her. And what was his third red flag? It also appeared that the blood coating the victim's body, especially around the waist area, had a discoloration to it, as though it had already started to dry. This was my third red flag. Well, again, if she had fallen 30 to 45 minutes before Michael found her, all that is evidence that he had not been present and that there was a delay before the 911 call was made, not for any reason other than the fact that he didn't know she needed assistance. Now, unfortunately, and we've talked a little bit about this in voir dire, the police had reason to think the worst of Michael Peterson. They had reason to be looking for red flags. The reason, just to put it bluntly, was because Michael Peterson had been criticizing the police for years. And the reason for that is because Michael Peterson, for better or worse, and some people liked him and some people didn't, for better or worse, he was someone who said what was on his mind. He did it when he was back at Duke, and the issue was whether his fraternity was going to be integrated or not. And he and a couple other people went to a meeting, and they didn't care that they got booed out of there. They said what they thought was right, and it continued every step of his life. If he thought something, he expressed it. And he had some real problems with how the Durham police conducted their business. And he wasn't alone in that. But he expressed it. In campaign speeches when he was running for office, he expressed it. He expressed it in columns, at least 20, probably 30 different columns where he criticized the police. Let me give you a little sampler. May 1998, columns entitled, "We all know where the drugs are, so why are the drugs still here?" He criticized the Durham police for not fighting drug dealers in certain neighborhoods. He called them incompetent and said that they had a 96% unsolved rate. That doesn't win you friends in the police department. October of '99, he criticized the Durham police in print now for presenting deceptive statistics on crime in Durham. September 2000, he accused the Durham police of manipulating the crime statistics and of having the worst clearance rate in the state. Now that'll make you popular at the police department. March of 2001, he criticized the police for not releasing information on a serial rapist to the community and for minimizing crime and gang problems in Durham. Now, did all of this have a real effect on how people at the police department viewed Michael Peterson? Well, I'll give you a little window into that. July of 1999, he writes a column. You go back one. Thank you. Cops solve 5% of crimes. Why? Here's a clue. Bet you solve it. And what did he write in that column? When you consider a huge number of crimes are never even reported, why bother? You realize the chance of a criminal getting caught is only slightly better than getting hit by lightning. While the city has launched a massive campaign to collect money from those dastardly criminal parking violators, the clearance rate of serious crime is awful, the worst in the state, far below neighboring areas and the state average. And within 2 days, he got an email from Teresa Chambers, the chief of police. And what did the email say? Only you, though, can repair the damage to the good work of my officers and to this agency that resulted from last week's article. That's the one I just showed you. I've spent a great deal of time stroking bruised egos and hurt feelings of employees who have moved this agency light years ahead in the short span of 18 months. Now, I'm not here to argue whether Mike Peterson was right or wrong about what he was saying in his columns, but there's not a lot of doubt that it affected the way the Durham police viewed him. And as Mr. Harden told you in voir dire, all of us are affected by our personal experiences. We all look at things through our own personal prisms, don't we? We all talked about that. And so for the Durham police investigators who arrived at that scene, it wasn't very hard for them to look at the blood and assume the worst about Michael Peterson. And it was based on that altered and contaminated scene and blood evidence that they decided the death was suspicious. How do we know that? Let's take a look at the warrant that they got that morning. What was the sum total of the evidence that made them suspicious? It's right there. Sergeant Fran Borden advised that the victim, age 47, fell down a flight of stairs. There was a large amount of blood present at the scene. At 3:59, this investigator, that's Detective Holland, arrived. I observed blood on the sidewalk that leads to the front door. Upon entering, so what? He went outside. I observed blood on the inside of the door. Okay. Sergeant Terry Wilkins advised the victim's husband had blood all over his person. Well, he had been holding her. I saw the victim at a distance but did not approach. At this point, this investigator made the decision to obtain this search warrant. And Mike Peterson became the suspect. No longer was he the husband of Kathleen Peterson for the police. He was the suspect. And they took him based on that.
I'm telling y'all right now. Oops. You're in a warm car, Marty. Are you getting paid? If you're in a warm car and you're getting paid, just hang out. How you know you lost power at home if you're in a ditch? I'm telling y'all right now, if anything happens to me and there's a lot of blood everywhere and Travis has no blood on him, don't ever think that he did something to me because he has no blood on him. Because I guarantee you, if something were to happen to me, he's not, and I'm all bloody, he's not gonna get anywhere near me. Because he has like a blood phobia thing. Like the cat can scratch him. And if it breaks his skin, he has a little tiny little spot of blood, he'll freak out. Look what she did, and he'll run and get Neosporin and a Band-Aid, like right away. I asked him one time, I'm like, honey, if you came home and found me injured in a pool of blood, would you like run up to me and grab me and hold me? And he would like, no, not if you were all bloody. So just know if he ever comes in and finds me in a pool of blood dying, he's not going to come anywhere near me. So don't just assume that he did something because there's no blood on it. Oh, so the app on your phone for your smart bulbs tells you that your electricity's out at your house? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Can you imagine? You've just found your wife and your son is there and you're told by the police, you two can't talk. Not all night. You can't talk. And he was being treated from that moment on as the suspect. When the police got back with that warrant, they called the medical examiner's office. They wanted somebody to come down and take a look. And so the medical examiner on duty, Kenneth Snell, came down to the house. And he examined the stairway, and he examined Kathleen's body right there. And based on what he personally observed there at the scene, he formed an opinion about what had happened. The Durham police may not have been happy about it, but he formed an opinion. These are the notes that he wrote. What did he say? I was called to investigate the scene. This is the North Carolina medical examiner's doctor. My findings suggest her head striking the stairs at least twice with scalp lacerations and avulsions. That's where the skin is sort of flat. My findings suggest accident. Discuss my opinion with Durham PD. And based on those observations, on December 9th, he filled out what's called a report of investigation by medical examiner. And on the left-hand side, it says probable cause of death, closed head injury due to BFI, that's blunt force injury to head, due to fell downstairs. This is not our report. This is the report that was filed by the medical examiner on December 9th. Here's Mr. Sullivan's signature and the date, and it says that he is certifying that the information contained herein regarding such death is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. But the police had their own mindset.
Wow.
And so the next day, December 10th, 30 officers showed up to look for the murder weapon. The blow poker that had been given to Kathleen 15 years before, apparently, and is now mysteriously missing. We'll hear about whether it's mysterious or not. They didn't find any murder weapon. Nothing was found. Where did it go? Where did this blow poker go? They searched his cars. There wasn't any blood in the cars. They went all around the house. There wasn't any blood upstairs. He didn't change his clothes. He didn't. Where did he get rid of it? And when? That's left mysterious. Well, we don't convict people based on mysterious here. And then 2 days after that, on Wednesday the 12th, and this, I think, gives you sort of the mindset of the Durham police. Kathleen's visitation and wake is scheduled for that evening. Everyone in Durham knows it. It's in the newspaper. And it's 6 p.m., just as Michael is getting ready to go to the visitation and wake for his wife. Here come the police. They've got another warrant. They want to search the house again. And so Michael Peterson misses Kathleen's visitation and wake. Now, did they really have to do that, you think? Think they might have been able to wait till the next morning? But he wasn't treated as a grieving husband. No, he was treated as the suspect from moment one. 11 days after Snell wrote that report saying, fall downstairs, the Durham DA called a special session. Let's think about that. Special session of the Durham grand jury. First time in history. Jurors are gone for Christmas. They're called back in by special order of Judge Stevens. Made to come back in. What's presented to them? One case. One case. Michael Peterson gets indicted 12/20/01, just before Christmas. Deborah Radish comes in and testifies. And Michael Peterson is put in jail without bond over Christmas. And his children, Margaret, Martha, Todd, and Clayton, and Caitlin at that point, all gathered at the house. All gathered at the house to mourn their mother. And Michael wasn't permitted to be there. Did they really have to do that? We'll let you be the judge of that. After New Year's, he was released. And then on January 15th, the report of the cause of death is officially changed on this report of investigation. Now, they still haven't finished. The autopsy still hasn't been signed now, keep in mind. He's been indicted. The autopsy isn't finalized until February 18th, but he's been indicted. And now, after the indictment, I think there's a little pressure on the medical examiner's office after the indictment. They come back in, and it's multiple blunt force impacts due to beating. January 15th, 2002. Now, all of a sudden, it's homicide. But it's interesting. Let's take a look at Dr. Snell's notes after all that, after January 15th. What does he say? Addendum. After completion of the autopsy exam and review of some photographs provided by Durham PD, the injuries are not consistent with an accidental fall down the stairs. Okay, but then what does he say? Here's an interesting little phrase that I want you to focus in on. The findings are suggestive of blunt force injuries seen with the head striking or being struck by a blunt object. Now, just think about that for a second. With the head striking a blunt object. He can't say whether it was struck with a blunt object like this, or whether the head struck a blunt object like a stair. That's what he says. But of course, once the indictment is obtained, the die has been cast, and the police have what's called tunnel vision. Tunnel vision is this. It's really not a complex concept. You look for evidence that supports your view, and you ignore the evidence that doesn't. That's all. Instead of going out and conducting an investigation for a couple of months, and then deciding whether to indict, you indict, and then you go out looking for evidence that'll support your indictment. And that's what they did. That was the whole focus after the 20th. And ultimately, and you really heard it here, I mean, what did Mr. Hardin show you? He showed you the pictures of the lacerations, and he showed you the pictures of the blood. Because guess what? That's their case. That's it. The lacerations and the blood is their case. I'm going to talk about the motive in a second, but that's their case. So let me focus on the lacerations, and let me start with the autopsy photos. You know, he showed you this photo, and it's awful. It is awful. But I want to talk a little bit about the specifics of it. As we talked about in voir dire, photos are editorials in a way. They have a point of view. You know, this is a close-up. It's designed to show something, to express a point of view. And they can be misleading. I told some of you that I had read a book by Susan Sontag, who has written a lot about the power of photographs in war in particular. And let me read to you what she said about photographs. Harrowing photographs do not inevitably lose their power to shock, but they are not much help if the task is to understand. Narratives can make us understand. Photographs do something else. They haunt us. And that is what Mr. Hardin is all about here, showing you the photographs. He wants to haunt you, okay? We would like to provide you with a narrative. And we hope to do that through our experts. Now, Deborah Radish will no doubt come in here at some point, and she will look at those photographs and she'll say, these lacerations could not have come from a fall. Our experts disagree. And that's why I say it will be a battle of the experts. Our experts say not only could it have come from a fall, it's much more consistent, these lacerations, from coming with a fall. Here's what our experts will testify to. You have Kathleen Peterson beginning to go up the stairs. And this is, let me just make clear, I can't tell you this is exactly the way it happened, because falls can happen in a million different ways, with a million different variations. But what I can tell you is that our experts will say that the injuries on Kathleen Peterson's body, not just the lacerations, but the bruises, all can be explained as consistent with this fall and probably lots of others. As she's walking up, she begins to lose her balance. And as she begins to lose her balance, she loses her grip. After all, she's got Valium and alcohol on board, and she's wearing flip-flops, and it's a steep stairway, and it's late at night, and it's not lit very well. And as she falls, she hits her head on the molding to the entranceway of the stair. And you will hear from Dr. Henry Lee that he in fact found hair and tissue that the police missed in that location on that molding. And obviously, if she's falling that way, she's not just going to stop there, she's going to continue to fall. And as she continues to fall, her head hits again. And it's hitting right on where that step is and on the molding on the side. And again, Dr. Lee will testify that he found hair and tissue in that area right there. And Kathleen Peterson, it's our contention, lied there for some period of time. I can't tell you how long. No one can. But it was some period of time. And there will be evidence that the scalp, and some of you already know this, I know from voir dire, the scalp bleeds profusely. It has more vascularity than any other part of the body. And the blood flowed out. And then at some point, Kathleen Peterson tried to get up. How do we know that she tried to get up? We know it because you'll see the pictures of blood lining the bottom of her feet. And as she tried to get up, there's blood, fresh blood, and she slips again. And as she falls, you can see that little white line at the bottom. That represents the corner, the other wall. And she falls into that corner. And she hits her head where the V is right there. And that is the location where Mike Peterson finds her. Not the photos that Mr. Hardin has. That's the location where Mike Peterson finds her. Now, is that consistent with the lacerations? Well, let's take a look at the lacerations. The experts will testify that you see the laceration on the left there, that sort of V shape. They'll testify that's consistent with her head striking in that corner. Remember, we talked in voir dire that one fall can lead to 2 impacts. You saw that in the first fall. And one impact can lead to 2 separate lacerations. If your head strikes in a corner, for example, you're going to have 2 lacerations. And that's consistent with what's on the left. The injury on the far right, well, that's consistent with her head striking that side molding. And the injuries on the bottom, that's consistent with her head striking that stair on that same fall. Again, you can have 2 lacerations from a single impact. And that laceration in the middle, that's consistent with where she hit her head on the molding, the door molding. And after you hit your head like that and form those lacerations, and by the way, our experts will talk about bruising. And they'll say there's a bruise in that area on the right and another bruise in the area on the left and another bruise down at the bottom there. And it's the number of bruises that tell you how many impacts there are. Because what happens when your scalp hits a flat surface, it can be like a watermelon.
Words are hard.
It splits. And they'll explain the physics of that, but it splits. And what you see there are splits, and then the splits get wider. And they end up like that. And you'll see there's a drawing that Deborah Radish did where she sort of makes it look even wider than that. And that's not intentional. She's just not drawing it to scale. But it's an example of how diagrams and visual things can be misleading, because that is misleading. It's out of scale. What our experts will testify to, in short, is that the lacerations on her scalp are much more consistent with a fall than with a beating. And that's confirmed by the lack of certain injuries. I mean, can you imagine somebody beating somebody over the head, whacking them as hard as they can? I mean, because you don't whack somebody like this when you're trying to kill them. Imagine that there's no skull fracture. There's no brain contusions. There's no swelling of the brain. There's none of the internal hemorrhages, subdurals, things like that you would see from that kind of injury. No, none of them. And it's confirmed that it was a fall by other physical evidence that, as we said, shows that Kathleen Peterson sustained those injuries to her head at least 30 minutes before Michael Peterson walked in and found her and called 911. What about the blood spatter? Let's talk about that for a little while. In September of 2002, the police they spent $7,000 building a replica of the bottom of the Peterson staircase. First 5 or 6 steps. And then Agent Deaver, the blood spatter examiner for the State Bureau of Investigation, conducted a series of tests. And the goal, presumably, was to see if he could recreate the kind of spatter that there was. And what he did was he videotaped those tests. And the video runs a couple of hours, and I didn't figure you all would really like me very much if I played that, so I edited it down. And what we have are the critical portions. Here is the agent putting blood on a sponge. They got the blood from the Red Cross. I'm sure the person who donated it didn't quite figure that it was going to be used for that, but it was. And I could let this run for 2 or 3 minutes because that's how long she's putting blood on that sponge. She saturates it pretty well, but I think you all get the idea. Then here comes Agent Deaver with, I guess, something, hold it, that's supposed to approximate this. I guess that's the idea. Watch how he doesn't like swing it, because the problem is that, you know, when you swing something like this and there's blood on it, you know what happens? You get cast off. It goes way up in a line. Somebody gets hit 2 or 3 times, you get that cast off. So he didn't want, you know, there's no cast off, so he couldn't do that. So watch how he hits it. So it hits like that. Go ahead. All right, now he's going to go get some more blood, and I think he's going to come back with a wig on a like a mannequin. Going to get some more blood now. Some more blood. A little bit more blood. Now he's going to switch to sponge again.
So this is
more
the
blood.
guy that caused the conviction to be overturned. The guy in the video right there.
38 impacts. You all can just imagine what Kathleen Peterson's head would have looked like if anything like that had happened. Now let's take a look at how much blood spatter that created, because what our experts are going to testify to is that the amount of blood spatter in that stairway, as horrific as it is not consistent with what you'd get from a beating. It's consistent with what you'd get from hitting your head in various places. You all have seen dogs shake water off and goes all over. Well, that happens with blood as well if it's wet. Or hands, or your clothes coming in contact with the wall, or coughing up blood, or sneezing blood. That's what causes all the blood spatter that you'll see, as bad as it is. Our experts will testify. And let's see, how do we know that? How do we know that a beating doesn't cause the kind of spatter that was in that stairway? Here's how we know it. On the right is a picture of what the SBI was able to create in terms of blood spatter with 38 impacts. 38. On the left is what the wall looked like in the house. On the right is the stairway. And you can see just straight on above that little molding, there's a couple little specks. On the left, the actual stairway. This is the corner right above where that animation showed her head hitting. I'm sorry, right below that. On the right, what they were able to get from 38 hits. On the left, what was actually there in the stairway. No, the SBI experiments proved something, all right. What they proved is that that spatter in the stairway didn't come from a blow poker or from Michael Peterson beating her head 38 times. Now, The DA spent a lot of time in voir dire with each of you talking about motive, and more importantly, talking about how they didn't have to prove motive. And I suggest to you that that's done for a reason, because if they really thought this financial stuff was a good motive, I don't think they'd be talking to you about how they didn't have to really prove it. But they've been out gathering, and you'll hear that all this financial stuff, you know when that was gathered? You'd think maybe it had been gathered before the indictment. No. Or how about like before the trial started? No.
Okay, Rudolph, shut up and sit
They were
down.
out gathering that stuff while we were doing
This is a
jury
long
selection.
opening.
That's how important that motive is.
Objection to that. Sustained.
In any event, the truth of the matter is that the absence of a convincing motive, especially in a circumstantial case, has to be considered on the side of innocence. I read you the instruction in voir dire. There it is. The bottom line, the absence of motive is equally a circumstance to be considered on the side of innocence. And so, what do they come up with? Well, Michael Peterson murdered Kathleen for the insurance money. Like a bad novel. He murdered her for the insurance money because he was afraid that maybe she would get laid off from her job, even though she had gotten a raise a couple of months earlier. And they had some fantastic money problems, even though she had been deferring 80% of her salary for the past 2 years. Now, of course, this insurance policy had been in effect for over 10 years. It was a standard policy from Nortel. It wasn't anything that Michael Peterson talked her into getting. And it was the only policy she had, period. So let's take a look. You know, Mr. Harden says, oh, they were in real trouble.
That's not the
Let's
motive.
see what kind of financial trouble they were in as of
They
December
mentioned-
9th. And yeah, they chose, and God only knows why, to charge a lot of stuff on their credit cards. But what you'll also see is that they paid it off each month. You know,
Are you
stuff
saying
didn't
bye
get
to Jennifer? Or
accumulated
bye to us?
outrageously, but and it had been going on for years. But let's see what their financial shape was. They owned, actually, Michael owned 1810 Cedar Street. He had bought it before they got married.
Real motive?
It was worth more than $1 million, tax value, and it had a $378,000 mortgage. Michael owned rental property. Now, this is not property that had been sold. This is property that they owned as of this.
I can't remember. I don't think I told you guys the real motive. So she was going upstairs because she had to get something ready for work on her computer or on the computer. And apparently she used Michael's computer instead of her own for whatever reason. And she saw things about gay escorts because apparently he was bisexual and he would go out with gay escorts. They weren't relationships, they were just, he's bisexual, so he liked to have sex with guys occasionally. He said that she knew it, said that they had a very happy marriage, they loved each other very much, but that was just his thing. His brother, in the documentary, his brother said that they knew since he was a kid that he was. And his first wife also knew that he was and didn't mind. So, but apparently that was one of the motives, was that she found out and they had a fight and he killed her when they fought about it.
December 9th, 2001.
Hey, Jill.
His property had more than $100,000 in equity. This is rental property now. Kathleen, along with Michael and Todd and Clayton, owned 5 rental properties. They had more than $300,000 in equity. Michael had an IRA and other money market accounts worth $300,000. Kathleen had about $250,000 in her Nortel pension, her 401k, her IRA account, and the stock options, which had been worth a lot more, obviously, but were down, I think, $37,000 at that point. In September 2001, when Nortel was laying off other employees, Kathleen had gotten a merit raise, bringing her salary to $145,000 a year. She had deferred 80%. They were having trouble living. She had deferred, chosen not to take 80% of her $140,000 salary for year 2000 and year 2001. And she'd accumulated, therefore, over $200,000 in deferred income, which was available, guess what, in the event of hardship. So here's the trouble they were in. We're talking about net assets here. Net. Almost $2 million. All of us here would like to be in that much trouble. That's the motive. But you know what's most interesting and what may be most important ultimately? Kathleen Peterson didn't have a will. And Michael Peterson knew she didn't have a will because the two of them had gone to his friend Tom Egan several years before and had just never gotten around to getting it done. She didn't have a will. And what you'll hear is that means that not just Kathleen Peterson's personal property, the gifts that she had gotten from Michael, what she had accumulated before they got married, but half of the property they had accumulated together went where? To Caitlin Atwater. So his motive is to murder his wife, and half the assets go to her daughter. There's no will. I'll let you all decide whether that is a motive that makes sense.
I don't think that's right.
Now, I'm going to talk about Elizabeth
Isn't
Ratliff.
husband next to
Interestingly enough, Mr. Hardin chose not to. I don't know why he chose not to. He said before that it's a critical part of his case, but he chose not to. So let me address it. We're talking about the mother of Margaret and Martha Ratliff. She died 18 years ago.
Oh, he's getting in front of
in
it.
Germany. And you all have heard a lot, not everybody, but most of you heard a lot about that in the news. Let's take a look at what the Durham DA and the Durham Police Department have actually done to investigate what Mr. Hardin has called a critical part of his case against Michael Peterson for Kathleen. I mean, as a matter of fact, you'd think that he was on trial. I know he said he's not, but from the news media, you'd think he was on trial for that. So let's look at what they've actually done. Elizabeth Ratliff evidence. The police learned of her death in December 2001. How do we know that? Well, they asked Patty Peterson about her death. Patty was the woman who was Elizabeth Ratliff's best friend in Germany. They asked her about it in December 2001. And then they made contact with a woman by the name of Barbara Malagnino in May of 2002. Now, Barbara Malagnino was the nanny who raised Margaret and Martha when they were really tiny in Germany, along with Liz, because Liz's husband, George, had died in a plane crash, I believe, or it was a dispute about whether it was a plane crash or a heart attack. It was during the invasion of Grenada, and there were different stories about it. But in any event, he had died in 82 or 83. And she had moved to 3 or 4 doors down from the Petersons because they were friends. And Barbara Malagnino was her nanny, and she lived in the house for most of the time. And they got an email from Barbara. Barbara's the person who had actually found Elizabeth Ratliff's body on November 25th, 1985, there in the apartment where she lived. And Barbara Malagnino sent Detective Holland, this email, May 29th, 2002, I believe is the date. And it had 3 critical facts in there, which we contend showed that Elizabeth Ratliff died in the morning on November 25th, not the night before, as the prosecution would like you to believe, and that Michael Peterson had nothing to do with her death, regardless of what her death was caused by. First, she says in this email, I ran back in the house and took Liz in my arms. I could feel she was warm. Now, a body isn't warm 8 or 6 or even 4 hours after death. Bodies cool to the touch pretty quickly. And they never drop below room temperature, but when you feel a body that's even 90 degrees compared to the 98.6, it's cold. It's starting to get cold. Her body was warm. Second, I'm sorry. I entered the bedroom from Liz, that means Liz's bedroom, and took the phone out. She always took the phone to bed with her. So, the phone was in the bedroom. Liz took the phone to bed with her every night. A clear indication that whatever happened had happened sometime in the morning after she got up, not before she went to sleep that night. And finally, she said that she ran over to the Peterson household. Patty answered the door. She told her something had happened to Liz and that Mike should come straight away. He must have heard me from upstairs as he came running down. So Mike Peterson is there at home with Patty when Liz's body is found. He's not out wandering around. He was home with his wife whenever Liz Ratliff died. Now, what happened after they got that email? What did they do to investigate that stuff? They did nothing. They didn't even ask for permission from the Ratliff girls to exhume the body until March of 2003. They got that permission right away because Mike asked the girls to please give permission. And then they delayed the exhumation and the autopsy for another.
This, in the documentary, he had a fit. Oh my gosh, memory unlocked. I totally forgot about those things. Oh my gosh. I had a little jukebox when I was little, and it played different songs, and Puff the Magic Dragon was on it. I loved it. That was one of my favorite songs. That, and She's Been Working on the Railroad. When they exhumed this woman's body, this was the biological mother of his 2 girls that he became guardian of after she died. They exhumed this woman's body, and on the documentary, he was like, why are they doing this? They don't need to do this. They need to think about her daughters. Why didn't they ask her daughters? Because her sisters gave permission for her to be, I think it was her sisters. Anyway, her family gave permission for her body to be exhumed. But he said, why didn't they ask her daughters? I would think that would be up to her daughters whether or not she should be exhumed. He didn't want her body exhumed. Why wouldn't you? If you didn't kill her, it would help your case, right? So your wife dies by falling down the stairs. Your friend died 13 years earlier by falling down the stairs. It would benefit you if her body was exhumed to prove that you didn't kill her, that it wasn't a homicide, it was an accident. The girls had always been told that their mom died from a brain aneurysm. So he was like, "What? They need to ask the girls. They need to ask the girls. Why are they doing this? They shouldn't exhume her body." So, number one, the girls didn't even remember their birth mother. And number two, the girls would want her to be exhumed because they don't think their dad murdered their stepmom or adopted mom or whatever, they don't think that he did anything bad to her. They would want their biological mom to be exhumed to prove that. So the girls would be on board with it. He was the only one that didn't want her exhumed. So that looks completely fishy to me. But there are holes. Like, the documentary followed the prosecution team as well, but more so the defense. And there are holes, but there's always holes. There's always holes in a case. There's always like, oh wait, that doesn't make sense. But it doesn't make sense because the person that does the murder never tells exactly what happened, because they're always pleading not guilty and trying to get away with it. So there's always going to be holes. Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know it when I was a kid. I know it now.
6 weeks. So it gets done just before jury selection starts. They've known about it at that point for 18 months. And now we get the autopsy, the re-autopsy, and all the negative publicity. And we will submit to you that the reason it was delayed for that long was to create a barrage of negative publicity to prejudice Mr. Peterson's right to a fair trial in this case just before the trial was begin. And they succeeded. He was tried and convicted in the media. You all, some of you saw photos. The media selected photos. Let's see if we can make Liz look just like Kathleen.
Sustained.
What you'll hear is that Liz Ratliff had a severe acne condition. Doesn't show up in the photographs, but it was so bad that she was embarrassed to go out in public sometimes. She didn't look anything like Kathleen. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm. I do.
But you all didn't hear, nobody heard in the media about Malagnino very much. Everyone's left to speculate about the amazing coincidence. Well, let's talk about that. Even if Elizabeth Ratliff had died from a fall down the stairs in Germany in 1985, is that such an amazing coincidence? Well,
Objection.
Sustained. I think the objection is based on argument.
okay, very well. We intend to present evidence from an expert that falls are the second leading cause of accidental death in the United States after motor vehicle accidents. Much more common, for example, than drownings. The CDC compiles statistics. This is for the year 2000, the latest year that they were available. Motor vehicles, 42%. Falls, 13,000 in the United States. Deaths from falls, 13,000. Go down to drownings, 3,400.
No. Don't do percent and then change to numbers.
Do you think the DA, if somebody had been present for two people drowning 18 years apart, would say that was critical?
Objection. Sustained.
What you have, we contend, and we will show you, is a false coincidence. For example, Elizabeth Ratliff wasn't married to Michael Peterson. She wasn't his girlfriend. She was like a sister to Michael.
Objection to this line of commentary.
Oh,
She was like a sister to them. Elizabeth Ratliff died in the morning, the evidence will show, while Michael Peterson was home asleep with Patty. Michael Peterson was not at Elizabeth Ratliff's house when she died. Barbara Malagnino found Elizabeth Ratliff's body, not Michael Peterson. Two autopsies done 18 years ago, one by the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology in Washington, concluded that Elizabeth Ratliff died from a stroke caused by von Willebrand's disease, a bleeding disorder, not an accidental fall. Both German police and Army CID found no evidence of foul play. They found nothing suspicious at the scene at all. But perhaps most telling is that you will hear evidence, if they call Barbara Malagnino, that the first time Barbara Malagnino spoke with Mr. Harden or Ms. Black was after jury selection had started here.
Objection.
Overruled.
You will hear evidence, if they call Barbara Malagnino, that when they went over to Germany 2 weeks ago, they didn't even bother to talk with her. Instead, you heard in jury selection, we don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Michael Peterson had anything to do with Elizabeth Ratliff's death. We're just going to throw the evidence up there, and you all can consider it for whatever you want, but we don't have to prove it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, the truth is
Mr. Rule. Not a time for argument.
yes, sir. The truth is that the evidence will show that Michael Peterson had no reason to hurt Elizabeth Ratliff and didn't. That's what the evidence will show. When we get to the end of this case, I think you will find that what I said in voir dire was true. What this case is about is not Elizabeth Ratliff or Michael Peterson's lifestyle or the columns he wrote. It's about what happened in that stairway in the early morning hours of December 9th, 2001. And none of this stuff about Elizabeth Ratliff changes that fact, nor should it change where your focus ought to be. We intend to show you during this trial, to the best of our ability, what happened in that stairway on December 9th was a tragic accident. An accident that left Michael Peterson, not a wealthy man, but a very poor man, in the thing that was most important to him. It left him without his soulmate. And no amount of money can ever replace that. But make no mistake, just because we'll try to show you what happened, that doesn't change who has the burden of proof or what it is. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Michael Peterson intentionally and with premeditation took something like this and beat Kathleen Peterson over the head with premeditation and malice and deliberation and beat her to death. And in a circumstantial evidence case, proof beyond a reasonable doubt has a specific meaning, according to the North Carolina Supreme Court. What they say is that when you're dealing with circumstantial evidence, a conviction cannot be based on that kind of evidence unless the circumstances point to guilt and exclude to a moral certainty every reasonable hypothesis except that of guilt. That's merely another way of saying the jurors must be convinced of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So, at the end of this case, that is their burden, to prove to you the case such that it excludes to a moral certainty every reasonable hypothesis except that of guilt, and they will not be able to do that because the truth of what happened on December 9th, 2001 is not, the truth is not that Michael Peterson decided to beat Kathleen Peterson to death with a blow poker in the stairway of his home after spending a quiet evening watching America's Sweethearts because he was afraid that she might get laid off and $2 million wouldn't carry them through. That's not the truth of what happened. The truth is that Kathleen Peterson, after drinking some wine and some champagne
Truth is, she
and
found his
taking
big
some
core.
Valium, tried to walk up a narrow, poorly lit stairway in flip-flops, and she fell and she bled to death. What Michael Peterson brought to Kathleen Peterson was true happiness over 13 years. That's the picture. That's not posed. That's Kathleen sitting on Michael's lap. And what you see there is the happiness that she felt with him and that he felt with her. Everyone who really knew that relationship, everyone who knew them, knew that they loved each other. Everyone who knew them knows that Michael Peterson had nothing to do with the death of Kathleen Peterson. And we're going to do our best during the course of this trial to bring you all that perspective. And do my best to do that. And at the end of all the evidence, I'm going to come back here. And because the state is not going to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm going to ask the 12 of you who are left to come back and return a verdict that will, in fact, speak the truth in this case. Verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
The deal with his friend Jill, are you doing talk to text thing? Because I know you meant to say remind, not Remington. He reminds me of somebody, but I can't place who he reminds me of. The deal with the friend is that he raised his friend's 2 daughters after she was found dead at the foot of a staircase. And then his wife died 13 years later. I think it was 13 years. At the foot of a staircase. So that's why they brought that up. And she had some kind of clotting disorder, and and she'd been having headaches, and her daughters were told she died of a brain aneurysm. But he got the girls, and everyone's like, well, why would he kill her? Because he had to take the girls. It was in her will for him to take the girls. Well, yeah. So, yeah, that was nice of him to take her girls. But he also got $70,000. And $70,000 in 1985 was a lot more money than it is now. They already had 2 kids. I don't think taking in 2 more, well, I don't know, because I don't have kids. I don't know how much it costs to raise a kid. But in 1985, $70,000 was a lot of money. I don't think it would have cost all that much more to have 2 more kids. I don't know. Maybe it did. Yeah, he is. And after the trial, after he was found guilty, the lawyer said in the documentary, he said like he was having doubts about himself. But you're right, Marty. He's working too hard. Right before the end of the trial, they found the original blow poke or whatever it's called. And it had cobwebs on it and bugs on it because it'd been out in the garage. all of a sudden they saw it and supposedly had been there the whole time. But it didn't look like it had dried blood on it. It didn't look like it had been dented from being used to beat somebody. But the trial was in 2003. She was killed in 2001. It could have been, they could have just taken it right out to the garage and sat it in a corner and nobody noticed it. Or they could have bought another one that looked like that. I mean, who knows? He did a lot. And she was found almost, she wasn't sitting up, she was like leaning against the wall kind of. But then they did this test where he actually laid down where, make myself a little bigger, where the wall came together in like a V. She was laying like where the walls came together, and they were trying to see if she coughed, if that would make the blood stain pattern that was on the wall. Like she was still alive, but she coughed blood. But there was blood on the wall behind her head too. So what, did she cough that way and it spattered on the wall above her head? Like, they did so much investigation. I was shocked. I mean, it was something I always wondered what defense attorneys do when they investigate the case. So it was good, very informative to watch. But so it's like confirmation bias. They are doing things to make the crime scene fit their theory of the crime. It's definitely confirmation bias. But it was really interesting to watch. But yeah, you're right, Marty. He is absolutely trying too hard.
Mr. Rose, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Durham County Emergency Medical Services as a paramedic level 1.
You're going to have to speak up a little bit so that we can all hear you.
Durham County Emergency Medical Services, paramedic 1.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with Durham County in the current capacity that you hold?
Approximately 2 years, a little over 2 years.
Now, did you have medical service as some other, as a paramedic in some other, with some other organization at any other time?
Yes, sir. I was also employed by Forsyth County Emergency Medical Services as a paramedic.
If you'll take just a moment, please describe for the jury what your education has been and what your specific training has been as it relates to the field of emergency medical service.
I went to Medical College of Virginia, received my National Register paramedic. After I received my paramedic from there, I went to Forsyth County Emergency Medical Services, performed paramedic duties there for approximately 3.5 years. Prior to that, I was a volunteer and paid at Halifax County, Virginia, for a rural rescue squad, which done a combination of rescue and also emergency medical services such as Durham County performs. After I left Forsyth, I went to Person County, trying to get a little bit closer back to home, and left there to get back into a metro type EMS setting with Durham County EMS.
Now, are there various levels of emergency medical service training and qualification?
Yes, sir. Your EMT basic in the state of North Carolina, you have EMT basic, which is pretty much just learning how to splint. It involves only a couple of medications that you can give only in severe cases. Then you have EMT defibrillator, which they learn how to perform with an automatic electrical defibrillator. It's a no thinking type machine. You just put it on, hit analyze, and it pretty much tells you what to do, and it records all the information for EMS. Then your next level is EMT intermediate, which has various drugs, but they still have limited on their invasive type skills that they can use. Once you get to paramedic level, you pretty much have you have a set of standard protocols you have to go by, but you have pretty much unlimited access to your medicines, how to give them, when to give them. You can also intubate the patient. It's various things that a paramedic can do that the other levels cannot do. Paramedic is the top of the rung as far as your levels in emergency medical services.
And exactly how long have you held that qualification?
Going on about 6 years now. Getting ready to recertify on my national registry.
And with respect to your profession in the field of emergency medical service, exactly how long would you have worked in that field in those various capacities?
I started off when I was 15 as a American Red Cross advanced first aid, and
Hey,
then worked my way up
John.
to EMT and shock trauma and cardiac tech, which in Virginia, where I'm from, is equivalent to what the level is in Carolina. It's just different terminology.
So what period of time then would you have worked in the field of emergency medical service?
Total time, approximately 15 years.
15 years. All right. Now, if you would, please describe generally how you, in your current position, get dispatched to a call, how that occurs, and what you do when that happens.
If there's illness, injury, accident, you name it, they dial 911. The communications dispatcher records the call, deems whether if it's police, fire, or EMS, and then they dispatch the units out according to what the caller is giving the information on.
With respect to the 911 call, then the dispatcher has to make some decisions about who to dispatch in terms of EMS, police, or fire. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
All right. With respect to that, typically do all three of those arrive at a particular scene at one time, or are there a variety of factors that cause that to happen?
Well, generally the fire department responds with us to give us a first responder. Usually they get there before we do. We're usually about a minute, maybe a minute and a half behind them usually. The police are normally dispatched with us for code 5s, which are cardiac arrest, and any other type of unstable scene type situation.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to December the 9th of 2001 and ask whether you were working with Durham County EMS during that time frame.
Yes, sir, I was.
And exactly what job were you performing at that time?
Paramedic level.
Okay. Now, I want to further direct your attention to early in the morning of December the 9th of 2001, and specifically during the time frame of 2:40 to 2:41 that morning, and ask whether you were part of the team that was dispatched as a result of a 911 call from 1810 Cedar Street.
Yes, sir. We did respond to a fall call at 1810 Cedar Street.
You responded for what? You got to speak up.
Sorry, I responded to a call for a fall at 1810 Cedar Street.
Now, once that call was received by you all, who exactly was dispatched?
Engine 5, Medic 5, and I believe the police were later dispatched when communications came back and told us that the call had been upgraded to a code 5 or code blue, and then Durham PD was dispatched with us.
And what's a code 5? What's code blue? Describe that terminology for me.
A code 5, or commonly known as a code blue, is a pulseless apneic patient, where when we get there, we may or may not have to perform CPR. That's dependent on us. But the dispatchers try to give us an update of what the patient status is so that we'll know kind of what we're going into.
Okay. And based upon that information, do you make some decisions about how you're going to proceed and what you can expect when you get there?
It helps us prepare for the call. We actually get a game plan going more or less of how we're going to take care of the patient, exactly what type of equipment we're going to need, and how we need to approach the scene by that information.
Now, when you receive a call, do you man the truck by yourself, or do you have others with you?
All the trucks in Durham County are manned by 2 people, either two paramedics or a paramedic intermediate.
Okay. Now, with respect to December the 9th of 2001 and the call at 1810 Cedar Street, did you have someone else working with you as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Go ahead and describe, if you would, to the jury what you did when you received that call, what your thought process was about what you were going there to do.
Usually on a fall type call, usually you would have in your mind, you prepare for broken bones, maybe a paralysis from a broken neck or what have you. So we were in the mindset of a traumatic type situation. Like I said, like, just primarily broken bones and bruises and maybe a cut here or there. As far as with being with two paramedics, we usually assign each other. You take care of the airway and certain other aspects, and the other paramedic says, okay, I'll take care of getting all the other equipment to immobilize the patient and what have you. So that's what we're doing as we're going to the call.
Okay, and who was doing what?
Myself, I was in charge of the once it was upgraded to a code 5, I was in charge of the cardiac monitor and any type of defibrillation that might be needed at that time. And my partner was in charge of assessing the pulse of the patient and securing airway, and also assessed. I was also in charge of assessing the breathing of the patient. Okay.
Now, when the call goes in, you're dispatched. Do you know approximately when you actually left your resting location and were en route to 1810 Cedar Street?
I believe my report shows approximately 2 minutes from the time that the dispatcher finished from the time that the dispatcher dispatched the call. We were 2 minutes en route.
And how long did it take you to get to 1810 Cedar Street?
Shouldn't take any longer than about 5 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead and describe how you got there and what you observed when you did arrive at that location.
When we arrived at the location, we had a little bit of difficulty finding the house due to a Christmas wreath that was hanging over the numbers to the residents. It probably didn't delay us 30 seconds to a minute at the most. It was just a matter of counting the numbers back and going into the correct driveway. Once we got there, I pulled up. Well, I was the passenger. My partner pulled us up to the sidewalk. Engine 5 was directly behind us, and then a Durham PD unit also pulled in directly behind us.
And before you proceed, John, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And may I actually have him come down and look at the diagram, please?
Yes.
Mr. Rose, let me have you look at what is marked as State's Exhibit D1. If you would, please. Can you identify what this area is?
That would be the residence that we were responding to.
All right. And with respect to this diagram, would it assist you in describing what you and your partner did as you arrived at that location?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit D1 for illustrative purposes only.
Hello.
Now, if you will, please stand over on that side and go ahead and describe how you came into this area and what you saw.
Keep his voice up.
Yes, sir.
As we arrived at 1810 Cedar, there's a circle driveway, and we parked our ambulance exactly. My passenger door was hitting the steps. So when I opened up, I immediately went to the side of my unit, grabbed the gear that I was in charge of, and proceeded down the walkway into the front door, which was already open when we first got there.
Okay, let me show you a different view of this. It's a bit larger. I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit D2 and ask if you can identify what's depicted in this diagram.
That is the same residence that we responded to.
Would it also assist you in describing what you did on that evening as it relates to the call at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit D2 for illustrative purposes only. Now, go ahead and describe what's marked as State's Exhibit D2, what you did and what you saw as you encountered any activity here.
I noticed when we were Proceeding up the walkway to the residence, another individual ran by me on my left shoulder to get into the residence with us. At the time, I thought it was either a firefighter or a police officer, and it was later to find out that it was the defendant's son. As we walked through the front door, we noticed blood on the door immediately, and we looked down to our left, and we could see, as we proceeded in a little bit, it was a little dark in this area. As we proceeded down the front hall, we could see the patient's lower half of her torso from about her chest down on the lower part of the steps of the landing right here.
All right, now, I have a few photographs. If I can get you to look at these very quickly here. John, that's what,
Yes.
let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P1, P5, P14,
We're having trouble hearing this exhibit numbers, I'm sorry.
P26, P29, P43, P74, and P75. Let me have you look at these if you would.
Did you go?
I didn't get the first couple.
This one,
Yes, sir.
if you will, counsel the course of minutes.
Yes, sir. Before we get too far into this, I want you to take these photographs and use them and describe exactly what these photographs depict as it relates to what is marked as State's Exhibit P2. Do you understand? All right, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P1. You'll show that to the jury and then point that out and what is marked as State's Exhibit D2.
This will be the front of the house. When we pulled up, like I said, we noticed that the door was wide open, and we're sitting, as the picture's showing, directly in front of the front door here. And that's the pathway leading down to the door that we entered at.
Well, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P5. Ask if you'll do the same thing, please.
This is the front door of the house, and on the front landing, I noticed there was a blood splatter at that spot.
Can we point that on the back?
That would be
Diagram, please.
right here where the white square is on the front landing.
And then as you enter the house, I think you indicated that you turn your left down the hall. Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P14 and ask if you'll describe what's depicted in that photograph on what's marked as State's Exhibit P2.
As we made entry into the house, and we immediately looked to our left, because we could hear the defendant sobbing at the time of moaning. As we proceeded down the front hall, as you can see, we were obscured by a plant in the actual doorway. Like I said, it was a little dark right there. We couldn't see the patient as soon as we made a left-hand turn, but as we advanced a little bit further into the front hallway, is when we noticed this being
Now, from this point at the door, coming into this hallway, did you see any blood on the floor? That you recall?
not that I can recall. So.
Now, I want to show you one other diagram to kind of zoom in on that area where you taking us to. Let me show you what is marked in State's Exhibit D3. And ask whether you can identify what's depicted in that diagram.
This is the stairwell and living room and kitchen of the residence that we're responding to.
Okay, and with respect to the edge of what's marked in State's Exhibit D3, point that out as the edge on what's marked in State's Exhibit D2 for the jury.
Okay. Where this picture begins is at the closet entry right here for the hallway to the stairs.
Okay, now. Will what is marked as State's Exhibit D3 assist you in further describing the activity you were involved in and the things that you saw in this area?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit D3 for illustrative purposes only.
It's allowed.
All right, and go ahead and describe, if you would please, exactly what you saw in D3.
Like I said before, as we entered this second area, we noticed the defendant standing above the patient, was in a crouched position, something similar to that.
Right, and before you get there, go ahead and describe exactly where the patient was, and that's Ms. Peterson, right?
Ms. Peterson. Ms. Peterson's lower legs and about from the lower part of her rib cage down, the lower part of her torso down was we could see from the hallway as we were coming up the steps.
Now I want you to take this small model, if you would please, and place it where Ms. Peterson was located, if you can do that. Okay, now you were at the point where you were describing what you saw in relation to Ms. Peterson and the activities of the defendant. Will you go ahead and please continue to describe that?
Mr. Peterson was standing somewhere approximately over the patient, which was his wife, in a semi-knees bent position, just kind of like pointing out and looking back at us as we were coming down the hallway.
And let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P26 and ask if that is a photograph of what you just described in that area.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P29 and ask whether that depicts what you saw in that area as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to what was marked as State's Exhibit P43, can you identify that as well as it relates to this exhibit?
That is the opening into the stairwell.
You can speak up a little bit and describe where that is located on this diagram.
The opening to the stairwell is right here.
Okay. With respect to that molding, which molding are we talking about in that doorway?
It would be the molding for this doorway right here.
Okay. And now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P74 and ask if you recognize what's depicted there.
Yes, sir.
What is it? And if you'll describe it on the diagram.
It is the lower landing. The steps made a turn.
And hold that up so you can see it.
The steps made a turn at the bottom. About the last 2 or 3 steps actually made the turn to go out of the doorway, as you see it there.
Okay. And then finally was marked as State's Exhibit P75. What's depicted there? Show that to the jury.
This was the patient, Kathleen Peterson. This is how we found her. And this is how we turned the patient over to Durham Police Department.
All right. Now, at any time did you actually move her?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, if you would please go ahead and describe what you saw in this area and what you did in response to your observations, please.
Okay. As we arrived at the patient, my partner assessed for pulse. I checked for respirations. They were none. She was pulseless and apneic. And at that time, I placed the patient on the cardiac monitor.
When you say apneic, what does that mean?
It's not breathing. Absence of respiratory effort.
Okay. And where were you located when you were making your assessments?
I was on the opposite side of the patient, and my partner was on the left-hand side of the patient. I was on the right-hand side.
Now, a moment ago, you said Mr. Peterson was located in that area. At that point where you began to make your assessments, where was he?
Mr. Peterson then moved down the steps, and pretty much out of my focus.
Okay. At any point there, did you have a conversation with him about what had happened to her or anything related to that?
I was trying to get that kind of information from Mr. Peterson, and at the time he was unwilling or unable to give us any information of the patient.
Go ahead and describe what he did in relation to your questions.
At the time, the patient, as I said, we continued to ask the patient how long ago did she fall or whatnot. The defendant eventually told us that he just went outside to turn off the lights, and he came back in and found her at the bottom of the steps.
Did he give you any other information about what had happened to Ms. Peterson?
No, sir.
Did you continue to ask him questions about what had happened to Ms. Peterson?
Yes, sir. Several different occasions.
And what types of questions were you asking him?
Just the birthday, the past medical history of the patient, just basic common knowledge to help us in our report, basically.
And exactly how did he respond to you when you asked those various questions to him?
He pretty much just a blank stare, a type of dazed out glare at me.
Okay. Now, with respect to your assessments of Ms. Peterson, I think you said that you were here, and Mr. Page is on the other side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you actually get all the way through the assessments, go ahead and describe for me, if you would, exactly what you saw in that scene.
Okay. As soon as we got to the patient, the defendant's son went around through the kitchen. It was a circle way through there. Proceeded over here to his father and told his father that, Dad, she's dead. The paramedics are here.
So at that point, you hadn't even made.
We hadn't even finished our assessment.
At that point, had you made your assessment?
We had not finalized our assessment at that time.
But Todd Peterson came over and said that the paramedics are here and she's dead.
I believe what I have wrote down is that, Dad, she's dead. The paramedics are here.
Okay. Were you aware of their activity after that point?
No, sir. I was pretty much focused on taking care of our patient to see if there was anything viable there for us to work on.
Well, go ahead and finish, if you would, describing the scene that you saw here.
Okay. An enormous amount of blood involved. A lot of the blood that were on the walls were dried. The blood under her head was technical terms coagulated. It had already clotted and started to harden. And there was also a towel on the patient's head that was soaked through.
And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P26 and P75, go ahead and describe, I mean, you're talking about what your observations are. Can you use that to assist you in any way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll look both, please. Point out what you're talking about to the jury. Thank you.
As I said, I was standing on this side of the patient, and my partner was standing here. And we can see that it was dry blood on the steps and also on the wall. And it also looked like it had been wiped away or wiped on. It had been smeared instead of just blood droplets or just soaking down the wall.
Okay.
And as you can see, it's a little bit better there. You can see the smear marks on the wall.
Okay. Now, go ahead and describe, if you would, please, what you did to make your assessment of Ms. Peterson.
Again, like I said, we assessed, my partner assessed for a carotid pulse. There was none.
And when you say carotid pulse, what do you mean?
Just the main artery running up the neck. It's a primary artery for the body, and it's the most reliable to find a pulse in because it's the closest to the heart. Then I assessed for breath sounds using my stethoscope to listen. There's no chest rise or fall, and then there was no air movement in the lung. At this time, we proceeded to put the patient on the cardiac monitor. My partner assisted me in placing the pads on the patient, and the patient was in what we call a cardiac standstill or asystole. There's no electrical activity in the heart. It's just a complete flat line.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P26. You've indicated that you put a device into Miss Peterson, in particular to do what?
To take a electrical look at the heart to see if there's any type of conductivity or any type of electrical activity in the heart whatsoever.
And was there any?
Yeah.
Now, if you would please point out in this photograph any of the devices or appurtenances to the devices that were used by you to determine the electrical activity of the heart.
There's 4 EKG patches on the patient. There's one left chest, right chest, left abdominal, and right abdominal, which you can see the picture of, and you can also see the wrapping that the EKG pad comes in.
Okay. So you actually put these patches in her body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But other than that, you did not move her?
We did not move. We did not move an arm or leg or anything.
Now, if you would please, go ahead and describe what you did after you made your assessment of Ms. Peterson.
After our assessment of Ms. Peterson, I went to the defendant's son, Todd, and placed my hand on his back and advised him that there was nothing that we could do, that she was gone. And also at the time, my partner, Ron Page, and myself decided that the police department needed to investigate this situation.
Okay, now, at any time, did you see either Mr. Peterson or his son go any further than this area right here?
No, sir.
Did you see at any time anyone other than you and your partner come down this hallway?
Durham Fire Department Engine 5 was standing approximately here. They had no patient contact. They never touched the patient. But they did assist us in keeping this particular area secured from people just trampling through it until the police department could secure it.
While you were there, did you see anybody at all go up and down the stairs?
No.
Were you still there when police officers arrived? I think you indicated a moment ago that they were dispatched about the same time you all were, but just a little bit later.
Yes, sir. The police officer come down the hallway and pretty much just stay right there. He got our information, who we were, and at that time we told him that, you know, this situation needs to be investigated. And at that time, I guess he made the call to have investigators come out.
Okay. And how long were you and your partner there during this entire exercise?
Here in the hallway, sir?
At that residence?
At the residence, I'm not exactly sure what our clear time was, but it was several hours, 3 to 4 hours, I believe.
Okay. If you would, please take your seat. Witness. Now, at this point, we move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit P26, P75, P43, P74, P29, P1, P5, and P14. Hello. Now, with respect to the assessment that you and your partner made of Ms. Peterson, how long did you go through that protocol to make some decisions about her condition?
Approximately a minute to 2 minutes.
Is that typical, or is that unusual?
That's pretty typical.
Typical?
Pretty
Okay. Now, with respect to, had she needed care, what would have been the next step?
The next step would have been to secure an airway, to establish IVs, to start administering medication at that time.
And why exactly did you decide that was not necessary?
Through my experience with that much blood loss and with that amount of trauma, there's nothing, and with the cardiac standstill with asystole, there was nothing viable for us to initiate CPR or any type of advanced life support protocols at that time.
Now, when you initially went in, based upon your observations of Ms. Peterson, were you making some assessments as you got to her body?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
It was unusual amount of blood at all to be seen in the fall. It's been my experience over the years. The most in the fall you're going to get is a broken bone, and the most severe I've seen is a broken neck. But it was very unusual for us to see that kind of blood involved with the fall.
About how many falls have you attended and been there in an attempt to render medical aid in your career in 15 years?
30 to 40 at least.
Okay. Have you ever seen wounding to the back of the head like was present in this case?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. With respect to the 30 to 40 fall cases that you've seen, have you seen wounding to the back of the head at all?
I mean, isn't that how Bob Saget died?
No, not in that severity. Maybe just a minor laceration or scrape or scratch, but nothing that severe.
With respect to those 30 or 40 calls that you have seen over the last 15 years in fall cases, do you have a general impression of the age range of those people?
The age range, I've seen them fall as young as 2 or 3 years old down the steps to 80 years old. Reasons for different things, child's playing down the steps, or in the elderly, a lot of times it's common for the hip to break and then they fall.
Okay. Now, with respect to your activities at 1810 Cedar Street, did you have the occasion to prepare a written report of that action?
I'm sorry.
Did you prepare an EMS report for your actions at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, sir. I wrote the report on the scene.
Okay. May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 106 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
This is a Durham County Emergency Medical Services trip ticket.
And what's a trip ticket?
Trip ticket is the written documentation of us running the call, what we did for the patient, patient demographics, and what have you.
Okay. And you actually prepared that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And exactly when did you do that?
12/9/01.
Okay. And did you do it while you were actually at the scene?
Yes, sir. At the scene.
At this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 106.
So,
Your Honor, it would be the state's request that you allow us to publish this to the jury as I ask some questions of the witness about the report. Now, Mr. Rose, I don't want to offend you, but quite frankly, some of your writing's a little bit more than I can read.
Yes, sir.
If you would, please walk us through this report and tell us
Are they gonna let him write
what
the report?
all these entries mean, because quite frankly, some of it is tough to decipher.
The first portion of the call at the very top, we have different call types, which standbys, medical, trauma, convalescent, counsel prior to arrival, BLS and ALS, which is basic life support and advanced life support. And I have trauma and BLS X'd out.
Okay.
The information to the right, same section, is pretty much primarily just for billing and also keeping track of the tickets and being able to pull them back up for information services. The next section down is billing information. Peterson Kathleen, 47-year-old white female. He was unable to give me the date of birth of the patient, so we put unavailable.
What?
Family doctor, unavailable. We did receive the phone number. I believe we received that from the son. Again, the patient's name, once again, the address of the patient, 1810 Cedar Street, Durham, North Carolina. And the pickup site is where we were actually called to that location. It was also 1810 Cedar Street. We have our map grid, which helps administration see where our heaviest call volume area is. The unit number is Medic 5, M5. The attendant is 9829, which is my employee number and my last name. The driver's number is 500, and his name is Page. Last name is Page. The destination is no ambulance required, since it was deemed a crime scene and turned over to the Durham Police Department. We did not transport. The call nature codes are N120, which is a cancel call. Again, just means that we did not transport. N210 and N200 means fall related, and if I'm not mistaken, blunt trauma. Then we have the times below that. EMS received, the dispatcher received the call at 2:40 and 54 seconds in the morning. They dispatched us at 2:41 and 17 seconds, and we were en route at 2:43 and 14 seconds. We arrived on the scene at 2:48 and 45 seconds, and we cleared the scene at 5:52 and 25 seconds. Under the treatment area, under the pupils, we had X'd out that the pupils were dilated, which means that they were opened up. There's a diagram to the lower right corner depicting the approximate dilation of the pupil when we observed it.
What significance does that particular indicator have with respect to assessing a patient?
Hypoxia of the lack of oxygen. The lack of oxygen will make your pupils dilate.
Okay. With respect to the indication here, I think it says 6 millimeters. Is that right?
It'd be 6 milliliters, yes, sir.
What does that mean to you based on your experience and opinion?
For the patient, I mean, the patient had been hypoxic for a while for the pupil to completely dilate open.
And exactly what does that mean?
It was no blood getting to the brain to provide oxygen for the optic nerves.
And when they're dead,
Okay.
they're fixed.
Go ahead, and I cut you off and I apologize. Go ahead and finish describing what's on this report.
We also have a block there for the monitor, which means our cardiac monitor. The initial, when we first put it on, it was asystole, and also at the engine, it was still asystole when we turned the machine off. At approximately 2:51, the patient was without pulse and without respiration, which means that they were also without blood pressure. Under the allergy section is not known. We weren't able to obtain any type of medical history or any type of medications that the patient was on. The next portion down is the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is an identification. It helps us identify the patient's level of consciousness, whether they can, whether they're mobile on their own, or do we have to assist them? What type of level of consciousness they are? And Ms. Peterson was a 3 of 3. OTS means on the scene, and DC means discharge.
What does 3 of 3 mean, though?
It is the lowest score you can get on a Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay.
There's no verbal activity, there's no motor response, and there's no spontaneous eye movement.
Okay, go ahead and, if you would, please finish the report.
Okay. We have adjusted Glasgow Coma score, which tells you if you have a 3, then it equals to a 0. The respiratory rate was a 0, and the systolic blood pressure was a 0. So the revised trauma score is still a 0, which means there's no respirations, there's no blood pressure, and there's no level of consciousness.
Okay.
The next section is drug administration, and we did not give any meds.
You would go to the next page and describe what is contained there, please.
At the top is a chief complaint. The call come out as a fall. The error means it was upgraded to a code 5, and it was confirmed. My narrative reads as call to a fall, upgraded to code 5 upon arrival, found 47-year-old female at the bottom of the steps with blood in large volume over steps, walls, and floor. Patient's vital signs are assessed. Patient's pulseless, apneic, and without blood pressure. Patient placed on cardiac monitor showing asystole in all leads. No attempts made prior to our arrival. No CPR. Which means
How do you know that?
There was no instruction given over the phone, and when we first arrived, there was no CPR being performed by anybody there.
Did you ask Mr. Peterson whether they tried CPR? Whether he tried CPR?
No, sir.
Okay. And you had indicated a moment ago that you couldn't get any information about her medical history or allergies, and why was that?
Or medicines.
Or medicines. Why was that?
Again, when we asked Mr. Peterson for any pertinent information to the patient, he was unable to, like I said, to give us that information.
All right. If you would, please go ahead and finish up the narrative of the report.
Okay. DFD stands for Durham Fire Department. E5 stands for Engine 5. Arrived at the same time as Medic 5. Efforts to resuscitate terminated, which means after we assessed and we had the cardiac monitor, we decided not to do anything further. The patient was turned over to Durham PD Corporal McDowell. I believe that part's, is that correct, sir? McDowell.
Mm-hmm.
Note: the husband was too upset to talk with us. No other family on the scene. Durham PD could not give us any information. Official crime scene. Medic 5 was asked to stay on scene until the investigators arrived and interviewed us and written reports given. Medic 5 is 10/8/10/24, which means we are in service and completed our assigned task. My name is J. Rose, National Registry EMT paramedic. And the postscript was patient was not moved by EMS, and fire fire did not have any patient contact.
Now, let me go back to Mr. Peterson for a moment. You had described a little bit what you saw as it related to his appearance. Go ahead and fully describe him based on your memory from head to toe.
Mr. Peterson had his shirt was partially blood soaked with splatter spots, with speckles of blood over his shirt, blood on his hands and arms, and I believe his legs and feet.
Okay, remember what he was wearing in terms of pants?
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
Is what I remember.
Now, do you recall whether he had his shoes and socks on?
No, sir. I don't believe he did.
Okay. Did you see shoes and socks
There was
in the vicinity of the body?
in the hallway.
Did you see flip-flops in the vicinity of the body?
I can't recall with that.
Did y'all move any of that stuff?
We moved nothing.
Okay. Now, with respect to Miss Peterson, as you were making your assessment of her, were you able to smell the odor of alcohol about her?
To me, with the smell of blood and that amount of blood, it was hard for me to get past the actual smell of blood. I couldn't sit here and confirm yea or nay.
Okay.
No.
What about with respect to Mr. Peterson? Did you smell the odor of alcohol about him?
Like I said, I mean, once that smell gets in my, for me anyway, once it gets in my nose, I really can't smell anything else other than that.
Now, as you were making your assessments of Miss Peterson, were you able to specifically determine the source of the blood?
No, sir. That would also require moving the patient. We never moved the patient's head or anything. We just noticed that there was a towel located under the patient's head that was soaked through.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated that you were at that scene for a significant period of time. You prepared this report. Did you also prepare other written documents?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let me show you those if I may. You want to approach the witness? Yes. Well, let me show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 119, if you may, please. Is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is a report that we filled out on the scene. It's dated 12/9/01 at the request of one of the investigators.
Okay, and exactly when did you prepare that?
It was, I'm going to put the time between 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, do you recall who you gave it to?
No, sir, I do not.
Just one of the investigators at the police department?
Just one of the investigators.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 119. Let me also show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 118 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. This is also another report that I wrote at 12/01.
Okay. And how did it come to pass that you wrote the second statement here?
One of the investigators called me and asked would I come down to the office and fill out another statement or another written recollection of what happened that night.
Okay. And is that in your handwriting as well?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 118.
Her blood alcohol
Now, after you had completed
.06.
this first statement and your EMS report, what did you and Mr. Page do?
We checked our gear, put our unit back in service, and at the end of the shift, we went home.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions of the witness.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. During this break, remember the instructions that I've given you earlier. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the parties, any witnesses that have been described to you. Do not watch television about this case or read the newspapers about this case. No need to do any type of independent investigation or research on your part. And ladies and gentlemen, what time are we starting tomorrow? 9:30? And we'll start at 9:30. If you all will report to this courtroom, the deputy will be here and we'll take care of you when you get here. Any other questions, anything, problems, concerns? Okay, leave your notepads in the back and the deputy will lock that door. And other than that, we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.
Yesterday, it's fair to say, is it not, that your job is specialized? You deal with emergencies.
Yes, sir.
And all of your training has been geared towards teaching you how to deal with medical emergencies that may arise from falls or accidents or any number of events.
Yes, sir.
And all of your experience has been in that type of situation, responding to emergencies.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what you're taught to do is to assess quickly the medical situation of your patient.
Yes, sir.
And then you're taught to, if you can, provide immediate medical services, treatment, to stabilize whatever, to deal with that emergency.
Yes, sir.
And then if the person is in need of further medical care, you arrange or are involved in making sure they get to a hospital.
Correct.
And throughout your training, you have received, taken courses that deal with those issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you talk about the training, it's training that's focused on giving you the knowledge and the skills to deal with immediate medical emergencies.
Yes, sir.
You have not received training, for example, on how to be a forensic pathologist.
No, sir.
You have not received training on how to be a blood stain expert.
No, sir.
Never took courses on, for example, blood drawing time
No, sir.
or the physics of blood.
No, sir.
So you don't have any specialized training on what blood stains would look like in a given situation.
No, sir.
Okay, and you haven't received training, for example, in the biomechanics of falls.
No, sir.
What kind of force would be generated by an adult falling a given distance and striking their head on a surface?
No, sir.
Now, you talked with us a bit about that you've actually responded to a number of falls throughout your experience.
Yes, sir.
And I think you gave us the figure somewhere between 30 and 40 falls.
Approximately, yes, sir.
And that's over all your years of working in this field.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said there was a range of falls you dealt with. Some involved infants, some involved older people, some involved ages in between.
Yes, sir.
And some of those outside,
Yes, sir.
and some were inside.
Yes, sir.
And people fall for any number of reasons in any number of situations.
Yes, sir.
And how many of those falls involved fatalities?
I can only think of one. Well, two, including this one.
Okay, so there's this one, and then one other. Before you came to the house on December 9th, you had dealt with one other fall that involved a fatality.
Correct.
Okay, so it's fair to say you had never dealt with a, well, let me ask you, in that fatality, was the person, had they been drinking?
I do not believe so
Okay.
at the time.
And had they fallen on steep wooden stairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you in fact had seen somebody die from a fall on stairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that person wearing flip-flops?
No, sir.
And had that person had any Valium in their system, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and had that person, for example, struck their head on a molding in a doorway?
No, sir.
Now, you are familiar that falls are a very common means of accidental death in the home.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
It can be 13,000 in a year. Isn't that right?
I wouldn't know the number, sir.
Okay. But it's not an uncommon thing for somebody to die from an accidental fall.
Again, in my experience, this is only the second one in 15 years.
Now, you talked a little bit, I think, about what you observed in terms of wounds, but I want to make sure I understand. You never actually looked at the injuries that Kathleen Peterson had sustained.
No, sir. Once we deemed that this was a suspicious fall, we just left the body as it was. We
Sure.
never touched her or moved her other than to assess her.
And the first thing to do was to assess her from a medical standpoint.
The primary is ABCs.
And once it was determined that there was nothing you could do to help her, that was the end of your job as an EMT.
Actually, if we deem it suspicious, then we have an obligation to contact the authorities to let them know. And then by that, we're committed to the scene until they release us.
Okay, now, the police were already coming to the scene or had already arrived at the scene, had they not?
Yes, sir.
Because it had been upgraded to a code 5 while you were en route.
Yes, sir.
And that was because the dispatcher had received additional information that the patient was no longer breathing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that's why the police were there.
That was the reason why the initial police officer was there.
Now, you keep records of your activities on the job.
Yes, sir.
In fact, keeping a record of what you do and when you do it is an important part of your job.
Yes, sir.
Part of your training is how to keep accurate and complete records.
Correct.
And if I can approach, let me give you back these exhibits.
Yes.
That first exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 106, that's a report that you prepared.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you prepared it that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is something that you prepare in the course of all your trips?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if we could pull that up on the screen so we can all see it. This is State's Exhibit 106, same document.
Correct.
Now, in the left-hand corner up there where it says transport information, do you see that? Or you can see it on yours?
Yes, sir.
That's where you record, for example, the times that various things happen.
Yes, sir.
In fact, they're recorded to the second, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
So, for example, if I can do this correctly, we can see that the 911 call was received at 2:40 and 54 seconds.
That is correct.
Okay, and then it was dispatched 2:41, 17 seconds.
That is also correct.
Okay, and when it says en route, does that mean that's when you actually got underway?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you said, I think, that there was some delay actually in getting up to the house because there was a reef blocking the address outside the house.
Yes, sir. That's
So
correct.
that added some period of time to actually getting to the house.
30 seconds to a minute, maybe.
Okay. So by the time you actually got there, it was 2:48. And does that say 45 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so not quite 8 minutes from the time the 911 call to the time you pulled up in front of that house.
That's correct.
Okay, and at some point during that trip, you were informed that this had been upgraded to Code 5.
Correct.
And you knew from your experience that meant somebody had given additional information to the dispatcher that would cause this upgrade.
That is correct.
Now, when you got there, one of the things you noticed was that the front door was wide open.
Yes, sir.
There was nobody standing by the front door.
No.
But you were able to go into that house without knocking or doing anything. Just walk right in.
Yes, sir.
And let's, if I can, I can approach. Let me hand you these two photographs, which I've marked as exhibits 1, which for our records is P17, and 2, which is P21 for pulling them up. And ask you to take a look at those. One of them I think is similar to one of the photographs you saw yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
And those pictures show what that house looked like when you first arrived.
That's correct.
In fact,
Excuse me, objection to this point, man. We approach
so, and I'd like to publish to the jury the first one, which is P17. I'm trying to get this up on the screen, and we could rotate that. Okay, so this is, to orient the jury, the front door, at least the door that you used as the front door when you got to the house.
That is the front door that I use.
And just like it is, I realize you didn't take this picture, this was taken sometime later, but just like when you arrived, that front door was just open.
Yes, sir.
In fact, we can see that better in the next picture, which is the next exhibit, which is P21 guide for our purposes. And once again, as you get to the door, there's kind of a slate walkway
Yes, sir.
that extends out, 4, 5, 6 feet maybe from the front door.
I would say.
Okay, and that was the walkway you all went in to get to the areas you described yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you noticed that there was some blood on that walkway.
Yes, sir.
It's really weird because the defense attorneys do not stand up. They stay seated at the defense table when they ask questions. It's weird.
And you didn't notice that as you were rushing in initially to go
Yay,
assess
Marty.
the medical emergency you were called for,
Yay.
did you?
No, sir.
It was later, at some point when you were back out there, that you noticed 2 drops of blood on that slate walkway.
That would be correct.
Okay, and the blood was, in essence, in front of the door where there had been some blood on the door itself.
Yes.
Okay, and let me approach and ask you to look at exhibit 3, which is P20, and 4 and 5, which we have marked as P22 and P23. You recognize what those photographs show?
Appears to be the blood spots that I saw on the slate sidewalk.
Okay, I would
Front
move the
lane.
admission of defense exhibits 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and if we could publish that to the jury, Mr. Seabrook, if you put up P20. And rotate that. Now, we can see here a little bit that this is at one of the drops of blood that I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's go to P22. Okay, and let's rotate that. Now, this is a closer shot, and I'm going to circle it if I'm doing it. Let's try to do this. What we're talking about is this drop there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what that is just a round drop of blood.
Correct.
Okay, and the next picture is guy P23. Okay, and this is the other drop, which is also just a single round drop of blood.
Correct.
And what that looked like between the door and those drops is that somebody with some blood on them had come to the door and walked out onto that slate walkway.
I'd have to assume so.
It's not uncommon in an emergency situation for the people who've called to be anxious about when EMTs or the fire or the police will arrive.
Objection.
In your years of experience, it's not uncommon for people who've called 911 to be anxious about when the emergency personnel will arrive.
Correct. Sometimes they'll come out and meet us.
Now, you can take that down there. Now, when you got to the house, one of the first things, I take it when you were getting to the house, you and your partner made a plan of how to deal with the situation.
Yes, sir.
You in essence, divided up at least the initial responsibilities for what you would do when you got there.
Yes, sir.
Because the two of you work as a team.
Correct.
And communication is important between you and your partner when you're dealing with an emergency.
Yes, sir.
And so, for example, during an emergency, if your partner finds out something about the patient, he'll tell you.
That is correct.
If he finds that there's no pulse, he's going to tell you that.
Yes, sir.
And if you find that she's not breathing, you're going to tell him that.
Yes, sir.
So there's communication back and forth between the two of you, so you're both fully informed of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And your plan here, part of it was you got certain equipment and took it into the house.
That is correct.
Okay, and your partner followed you into the house as well.
Yes, sir.
Now, before you even saw Michael Peterson, you heard him.
Yes, sir.
In fact, as you got to the front door, you could hear a man sobbing
Yes, sir.
loud enough to be heard down that hallway and at the front door.
That is correct.
And when you actually got into the house, the person you saw crouched over the body of Kathleen Peterson was this man here, Michael Peterson.
Yes, sir. It was a defendant.
And he was crouched over the body of his wife, sobbing and crying.
Yes, sir. That's how we saw him.
Now, we saw some photographs yesterday of Kathleen Peterson's body positioned near the bottom of the stairs. Those photographs were taken after you had assessed her,
That is correct.
probably hours afterwards.
I have no opinion on a time frame for that.
But you don't know what position Kathleen Peterson was in when Michael Peterson first found her.
I'd have to assume that was correct.
You don't know whether he moved his wife's body.
No, sir.
You do know that he put towels under her head.
Did someone put towels on her head? Yes. I mean,
The only person other than Todd Peterson who followed you in, who was by Kathleen's body, was Michael Peterson.
yes, sir.
And there were towels under her head.
Yes, sir. There were.
And that's where the bleeding appeared to be taking place.
Yes, sir.
So these towels look like they've been put there maybe to help staunch the bleeding.
I wouldn't know why he would put them there than that they were there.
Now, when you first can I take a look at these things? Let me approach with State's Exhibit 26. If I can. This shows that her head was on, it looks like landing was really the last stair in the stairway.
Yes, sir.
And the towels are actually underneath her head on that stairway.
Yes, sir. They are.
Okay, and that's where you saw the towels that were soaked with blood when you were there.
Yes, sir.
And you never moved those towels.
No, sir.
And those towels appeared to be literally soaked in blood.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what I'm going to mark as Exhibit 6, P89. Ask you to take a look at P89, and is that a different view of that same area looking in from the kitchen at the bottom of the stairwell?
I believe that would be the shot from the living room, looking back
Okay.
through the front hallway.
Let's see if we get the right one up. Let me use you turn the other one? Yeah. Your Honor, we would move the admission of defense exhibit 6. Your Honor, I move the admission of defense exhibit 6. If you could pull that up. Now, this is looking from the kitchen into that hallway. These towels here, they weren't clumped up on the stairs when you were there.
No, sir.
So somebody took all those bloody towels and just dumped them on the stairs near where her body had been?
I was not in the house, sir.
Okay. Well, did you ever
At this
see
time.
them clumped up like that?
No, sir.
Assuming his photograph was taken by the police, does it appear that somebody actually changed the scene and moved bloody items into a different location?
Again, they weren't there when we were on the scene.
Okay. Now, you talked a bit, I think yesterday, about the blood being dry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was something you said to the jury that struck you about this?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed.
Well, he said she was still breathing when he called 911. But the blood was dry when they got there. So I guess he did put them there when she was still alive. But I don't think she was breathing when he first called 911 because the blood was already dry when everybody got there. But yeah, probably. If they were soaked through, yeah, she was still alive.
Several hours after you had actually observed all this
That's correct.
by a police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you actually wrote out in your own handwriting a statement.
Yes, sir.
And that statement, I think you may have up there as State's Exhibit 119.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and the purpose of this was for you to write down what you had seen at the scene
That's correct.
and what had happened.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you know the importance of being accurate and complete when you write out a statement.
Yes, sir.
That the police officers were going to have to rely on you because they hadn't been there when you first arrived.
That's correct.
And at the time you wrote this statement, you didn't know that they would ever come back and re-interview you or ask you to give a second statement.
I would assume not.
Okay, so you assumed this was going to be your complete statement.
I would assume so.
And in fact, in here you talk about noticing blood. Don't you?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the first page of 119 up. And you got it in front of you there. If you could find on your first page there where you describe the blood as being dry, and let me know.
I just see where I stated that it was blood on the walls.
I asked you where it was dry.
I had not documented that in this initial report.
And on the second page, did you put that up? Talks about blood on the second page too.
That's correct.
So nowhere in this report, although you described seeing blood, the location and the amount, did you indicate that it even appeared to be dry?
No, sir. Not on this initial.
Now, of course, I think you told us you didn't go into that stairwell area.
Never went past the landing where the patient was at.
Okay, so you never went into where most of the blood was.
Nothing more than just leaning over and
You
looking.
didn't touch the walls to see how it felt.
No, sir.
Didn't go in to see if there was any large amounts of blood that might be still wet or tacky?
No, sir. Like I said, once we deemed it was a suspicious fall, after the assessment, we backed off the scene and just secured that one location.
So you didn't take it upon yourself to investigate the condition that blood was actually in the bottom of that stairwell?
Nothing more than an observation that it was already coagulated.
Okay, now, blood, of course, begins to dry as soon as somebody's bleeding and it gets on the surface.
Yes, sir. I mean, anything's wet begins to dry.
And the fact that there may have been some dry blood meant that there had been some period of time from the beginning of when Kathleen Peterson began to bleed.
Yes, sir.
You also, I think, talked a bit about that Kathleen Peterson's pupils were dilated.
Yes, sir, I did.
I just want to make sure I understand. In your experience, what that means is there's been some deprivation of oxygen to her brain for some period of time.
That's correct.
Okay, and of course, if you can't breathe for some reason, that would cause oxygen deprivation.
Yes, sir.
But the mechanism that gets oxygen to our brains is blood.
Yes, sir.
Because the air comes into the lungs and is absorbed by the blood system, which goes to our brains.
Yes, sir.
So if, for example, your blood pressure is dropping or you're losing blood, you will also have the ability to get oxygen to your brain compromised.
Yes, sir. That's usually the last thing to be compromised.
And so as somebody bleeds to death, eventually they're going to start having a lack of oxygen coming to their brain.
Yes, sir.
And that would be true even if they were breathing.
Correct.
Okay, now, when you got into the house, I think you said you turned to the left and looked down that hallway,
Yes, sir.
and it was kind of dark. You're having at least some difficulty initially seeing all the way down the hallway.
That is correct.
But you managed to you obviously went down the hallway because you could see that Mr. Peterson was there and that a body was there.
That's correct.
So you pretty quickly knew that this is where the medical emergency was.
Yes, sir.
And your job was to go up and quickly assess Kathleen Peterson's condition.
Yes, sir.
I think, make sure I got it straight, was it your job to check respiration and your partner's job to check pulse, or the other way around?
My partner assessed for pulse. I assessed for respiration.
Okay, and you can pretty quickly tell when somebody's not breathing.
Within the first 15 to 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Yes,
and you can pretty quickly tell when there's no pulse at all.
yes, sir.
Now, at some point, I think you said that a person you later learned to be Mr. Peterson's son had come into the house about the same time you did.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, but you actually got to Kathleen Peterson's body before he got down the hallway.
That's true.
Because he tried, in fact, to get by the two of you to get to his father, and you told him no, that he had to go some other way.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's just so we can kind of orient folks. Let me approach with what I'm going to mark as Exhibit 7. I don't know if you've seen it, but take a moment to look at it and see if it accurately reflects the general layout of the house.
As much as I've seen in the house, this pretty much
Okay.
goes along with it.
Your Honor, for illustrative purposes, we would move the admission of Defense Exhibit 7. And if we could put that up on the board, okay, just so we can orient folks on this, and then I'll draw it later. First, down here is the front door where we saw those 2 drops of blood.
Yes, sir.
And then you came in and turned to the left to walk towards the stairwell area.
Yes, sir.
In an area that can be described as either living or kind of kitchen area is this area here.
Yes, sir.
And although it's not actually drawn in on this, is there like a back terrace here?
Yes, sir. There's a patio.
Now, there's also another kind of formal stairway in this portion of the house.
Yes, sir.
So when you all came in, what you did, you and your partner both, was to come in and go down to this area.
That's correct.
And that's where the body was. And that was where Todd Peterson was trying to get past you.
Well, actually, so the body was on the steps to the
That
other
area, I
stairwell.
realized the torso was on that step. I'm not going to draw a figure, but it was you, your partner, and Kathleen Peterson were all there at the bottom of the stairwell where her body was positioned on the landing and on the hallway.
Yes, sir.
And that's where Todd Peterson tried to get past you because his father was on the other side of the body.
That's correct.
And you told him no, he had to go around.
Yes, sir.
And so what he did was to go around through past this other stairway and come in through the kitchen and come back to the other side.
I'd have to assume so.
Well, in fact, you saw him come in
I
from the
saw him
other
come in
side.
from around the other side.
So as best you could tell, he would have come around like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was where he came to where his father was.
Yes, sir.
And it was at that point you were still dealing with Kathleen Peterson.
Yes, sir.
By the way, you never gave her CPR,
No, sir.
never gave her any treatment at all.
No, sir.
There was, in fact, no effort to revive her.
No.
And anybody looking at you could see that you weren't giving her CPR,
That'd be correct.
that you weren't trying to revive her.
That'd be correct.
And it's only when he came around to where you were again that he said anything to his father about Kathleen being dead.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, Michael Peterson was upset.
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was more than just upset. He was very, very upset.
So I stated in my report.
Your words were, he was obviously very, very upset.
Yes, sir.
Now, Todd then went with his father, took his father back into this kitchen area or dining area that we were talking about, up there on the left.
Yes, sir.
And you weren't monitoring what they were touching or what they were doing.
No, sir.
Your partner wasn't monitoring where they were going and what they were touching.
No, sir.
That wasn't your job.
That's not
No,
their
sir.
role.
So you don't know, for example, if Michael Peterson sat on a couch or touched the kitchen counter or walked in different parts of that kitchen.
I know at one point he was sitting on the couch.
Okay. But you don't know whether he sat other places or touched other things.
No, sir.
Now, by the way, you went later on, you found that Todd and Michael Peterson were out in this terrace area, right?
They were out on the patio.
In fact, you went back out there to talk to Michael Peterson,
Yes, sir.
and you were trying to get more information about what had happened.
That's correct.
But once again, he was still too upset to provide information.
I wouldn't understand his state of mind. I mean, that's any type of horrific accident or fall of that nature. I wouldn't know what was going through Mr. Peterson's mind.
Sir, you actually described his state of mind in your report, didn't you?
Yes, sir. That he was very, very upset.
Right. You didn't say, I don't know what he was doing. You said he was very, very upset.
At the time when I questioned him on the patio, he and his son was talking. But at the time, he was not crying. He was still in that, I believe, as I stated, a daze.
Okay, well, let's look at page 2 of 119. Your second report. You have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and near the bottom there, you described going out to this back terrace. And what you say was that, again, I tried to get info from husband. He was still too upset and appeared to me to be dazed.
Yes, sir.
And that he stated that she was 47 years old.
Yes, sir.
That was the information he gave you.
Yes, sir.
I think yesterday you made some comment that you couldn't tell whether Michael Peterson was unable or unwilling to provide you information.
Again, I wouldn't know if he was choosing not to speak with me or he was just too upset to talk with me.
When you saw him sobbing and crying, that was some
Yes, sir.
indication he was too upset.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you wrote 2 reports, all of which described him as being too upset,
That is correct.
and never wrote in the report that you suspected he was just unwilling.
No, sir.
Now let's look at the information that he wasn't able to provide. If you've got 106, I think you talked some about this yesterday.
Yes, sir.
and your handwriting is like mine, so I won't criticize it, but it's hard to read. I take it the kind of U/A meant unavailable
or unable to
or
obtain.
unable. Okay, and those are the various types of information you were trying to get that you weren't able to get.
Correct.
Now let's pull up the first page of 106. Now, for example, up here, you got the age, it was 47, right?
That's correct.
But he wasn't able to give you the date of birth.
No, sir.
And you're not telling this jury that you thought Michael Peterson was intentionally refusing to provide you with his wife's date of birth.
No, sir.
Same with the family doctor. He wasn't intentionally unable to give you the name of the family doctor.
I wouldn't assume so, sir.
Or the social security number.
No.
Now, you in fact asked him, let's go down here a little bit. Sorry, can you go down? Farther right-hand corner. There, yeah, okay, fine. Here it says past medical, HX means history.
Yes, sir.
And you asked about Kathleen's past medical history.
Yes, sir, I did.
And he wasn't able to give you any of it. And what that says is unable. Now, for example, he didn't say to you, well, you know, she had ocular migraines and vision loss, and maybe that contributed to a fall. He didn't say that to you, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't suggest any medical condition that might have helped show that this was a fall.
No, sir.
In fact, he didn't try to convince you it was a fall at all.
No, sir.
And down here, you asked about medications. And once again, he wasn't able to provide you information.
That's correct.
He didn't say, oh, you should know she was taking Valium or something else that might have helped explain why she fell.
That's correct.
He didn't say, you know, we've been out drinking. Maybe that helped explain her fall.
No, sir.
Now, if we could turn to the second page of that document. And what you actually wrote in this document, down where you see the word note right here, down a little bit more. Okay. There. Right here. Note, husband was too upset to talk with us. That was what you wrote in the report.
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you a bit more about this statement you gave on the 9th. I think you testified yesterday that Michael Peterson told you that he'd gone out just to turn off pool lights and came back in?
Yes, sir.
Well, on the 9th, you wrote exhibit, is it 118? Let me approach if I can.
I don't believe so.
119, okay. And if we could pull the first page of that document up. Exhibit 119. This is that's your handwriting, by the way, isn't it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and anywhere in that document, do you say that Michael Peterson claimed that he'd just gone out to turn off pool lights?
No, sir.
And in fact, at the very bottom there, if we could blow up the last, say, third there. What you said was the father/husband was too upset to provide any information on patient.
Yes, sir.
So there's nothing in here about either dried blood or Michael Peterson claiming he just stepped out to turn off pool lights.
That's correct.
Now, you ended up at some point giving a second statement. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's exhibit 118, I believe it is. And how often had you ever been asked in the past to come in and give a second statement?
Never.
So in all your years of experience, this was the first time the police said, we want you to come in and give another statement.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask why?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were you told?
I was told that that they needed a second statement, that they usually obtain a second statement after several days to clarify, to let the person actually have time to think about the situation. And that's all I was advised.
And didn't they tell you they needed more information than what you had first said?
No, sir.
Well, sir, if you had said everything that on the 9th, there'd be no need to talk to you again on the 12th.
Objection.
In your mind?
Is that a question?
Yes, in his mind.
Overruled.
Like I said, the investigating officer just asked if I could be more detailed in my script about what I saw and heard and what I'd done for the patient.
And did they tell you it was important that you mentioned that the blood appeared to be dry?
The investigator was not that specific.
But they did suggest to you that they wanted more information.
They would like to see in more detail.
So this statement on the 9th wasn't apparently good enough for the police.
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Well, they told you they wanted you to come in and give more information.
A more detail.
Now, you never talked to Michael Peterson, on that blood on that front door. You never asked him whether he'd gone to the front door, checking for you or for any other reason after finding his wife's body.
It's not my job.
Right. You're not an investigator.
Correct.
And I think you may have said something in a statement about noticing that Todd Peterson's shirt was damp.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you didn't talk to Todd about where he'd been that evening.
No, sir.
Didn't know, for example, whether he'd been at a party for several hours dancing.
No, sir.
Didn't know whether that's maybe why his shirt was damp.
No, sir.
That's not his role.
You commented on the amount of blood at the scene, but you never lifted Kathleen Peterson's head to see where the injuries actually were.
Again, once we deemed that she was non-viable and deemed that the scene was suspicious, we did not move the body.
Right. So you had
No
no
part of
idea how many lacerations or injuries there were on her.
Did I
No,
hear
sir.
the word?
But it wouldn't surprise you that
Hear the word?
scalp lacerations can bleed a fair amount.
Did I hear it?
Yes, sir. It can.
Did I hear the word suspicious? Did I hear the word? Did I hear it? I think I heard it.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom, ze dikke stem is op! Kom eruit! Ze dikke stem is op! Ze dikke stem is op!
There's a high vascularity or some other term in the scalp area that causes a great deal of bleeding from a scalp laceration.
That is correct.
Now, I think you said yesterday that after you got there to the body that nobody got into the stairwell.
That is correct.
So are you telling us here that nobody got, other than the two of you were there, nobody was able to get in and change anything in the stairwell or move anything?
I believe Todd Peterson reached in and retrieved the cordless phone.
Okay, so when you told the jury yesterday that nobody got in a stairway, you didn't mean them to think that the scene hadn't been changed by somebody like Todd.
Like I said, he actually never stepped, he never crossed the body. He actually went around, retrieved the phone and went back
He
around.
actually reached into that stairway and took something out of there, didn't he?
I don't believe it was in the stairway. I believe it was on the lower part.
Let's see what you said previously. On second page of your 12th statement of the 12th, don't you, and you're welcome to turn to it, say that the phone was on the landing of the steps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I may approach. Let me start off with Exhibit 8. With your permission, if I can stand here for a moment to orient the witness. You recognize this picture as showing an area of the stairs near where Kathleen Peterson's body was?
That was where the stair made the turn to
Right,
go
you
back
can
up.
see the angles here, and you see glasses.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there were glasses near where Kathleen Peterson's body was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Exhibit 9, that appear to be, in essence, this first straight stair after the curve, the angled stairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with your honest permission, move the introduction of 8 and 9. Now, sir, we can pull up. This is Exhibit 8. Looking here, this is where I referred to glasses being found.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and up here, sir, where you can see this outline of blood, that's where the phone was, wasn't it?
I wouldn't be able to recall without seeing a picture of
Well, I mean, it was in that area that Todd Peterson actually reached in and picked something up.
the general area. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and if we could pull up the next picture. And turn that the other way. Thank you. And doesn't this, in fact, resemble the outline of the phone, the cordless phone that he got?
I would assume.
And you're familiar, sir, that when something has wet blood on
Doesn't
it,
look like an
or
outline
it's
of a
put
phone
into
to
some wet
me.
blood, and the blood begins to dry, that blood may adhere or stick to the surface of the
Through an
object.
area.
Yes, sir.
And so then if you pick it up, it will take the blood that might have been on a stair, for example, with it.
I would have to assume. Yes, sir.
So for example, if there was a phone put on some damp blood that was then lifted up, you could end up with an outline like that.
Yes, sir.
Drew a line
And you
around
didn't check that
state
phone before
that looked
Todd
like a
Peterson
phone.
walked off with it.
No, sir.
Don't know where he went with it.
No, sir.
Don't know where it was put.
No, sir.
Okay, so just by Todd Peterson taking a phone that may have had blood on it and walking around the scene may have been changed from when you first appeared.
Yes, sir.
And if a bloody phone was put on a kitchen counter or put somewhere else, that blood could have been transferred.
I would assume so. Yes, sir.
Sir, do you remember when you got there whether the only light that was actually on in the stairway was a light up at the top landing, the top of the stairs?
I don't recall. I mean, I
Okay,
didn't
you
put that
recall
together.
that down where you first got there, it was generally dark, but you don't know whether the specific light that was on was at the top of the stairway.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, just a few. Can I have a witness step down and let me?
Mike.
Yes.
Speak into your mic.
Now, if you would, I want to make sure that we're all clear on exactly where you were located when you realized that Todd Peterson was in your area. Respect to what's marked as Exhibit D2.
When I initially realized he was in the area, it was in the front walkway.
Okay. And go ahead and use your finger and describe how you came in that area and where he was in relation to you.
When we entered through the door,
You need to speak up some.
when we entered through the front door, when we made the turn, Todd pretty much stayed behind us until we got up to where the patient was.
Okay. So exactly where were you when you told him that you'd have to go the other way?
I'd already went around by the wall and was standing on the right-hand side of the patient.
Okay. And where was Mr. Page?
Mr. Page was on the left-hand side of the patient.
Okay. And where was Todd Peterson?
Mr. Peterson was behind Ron, I believe, up by the corner when the fire department also come in.
Okay. And so Todd Peterson didn't come down into this area at all?
When he retrieved the phone, he was standing at the very corner and just reached around and got the phone.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you were looking at some photographs and you were asked whether you specifically remembered where the phone was located.
That's correct.
Where was it? Do you remember?
I do not remember where the phone was located at.
So it may or may not have been located in the position that Mr. Maher described to you.
That was correct.
Okay. You just know that it was somewhere in this area.
It was somewhere in this area.
Now, when you came in the area, did you or do you know whether anyone else turned on any lights so that you could see to get down into the subject area?
No, sir.
Okay, just based on your recollection, was there sufficient light for you to do what you needed to do?
Yes, sir. It was one after.
Okay, go ahead and describe what the scene looked like as it related to the lighting conditions that you recall.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, when we all left, turned down the front hall, it was this yellow area right here that was dark. The lights from this area of the house, it lit the area well enough for us to be able to assess the patient.
All right, what about with respect to the stairwell in here? Could you determine whether the lights running in there?
I would think that it was some type of light in there because we could see the stairs pretty good.
Were you able to see into the stairwell well enough to see what you needed to do as it related to your observations of the scene in this piece?
Yes, sir.
Now, exactly where were you in relation to Todd Peterson when he indicates to you or to his father that, Dad, she's dead, the paramedics are here, or something to that effect? Exactly where were y'all located?
Again, I was to the right side of the patient. Ron was to the left side of the patient.
Okay. And this is after he'd gone around behind the back area to get to her from the kitchen, or to his father from the kitchen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point, had you begun your assessment of Miss Peterson?
Yes, sir. We had started our assessment. Yes.
But you hadn't completed it?
We had not completed our
About how
assessment.
long had you been assessing her when that statement was made to you by Todd Peterson?
45 seconds to a minute.
Okay. Now, with respect to your observations of the scene and based upon your experience and training as a paramedic, do you have an opinion as to how long Miss Peterson would have been dead when you arrived?
Objection.
Overruled.
As I said, due to my experience, I would say anywhere between 30 and 45 minutes.
Okay. Now, a moment ago during your examination with Mr. Maher, you'd indicated that you had only had one other fatal fall case that you responded to in your 15-year career.
Yes, sir.
And was that actually inside the home?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what were the nature of the injuries of that person?
He ended up having a cervical spine fracture in 3 places. Small cuts and bruises on the arms and legs. Nothing that appeared to be very traumatic. No major gashes or bones sticking through the skin. Just like I said, just scrapes and bruises and a broken neck.
Okay. And about how old was that particular patient?
I believe that patient was in the 60s, 70s, somewhere around there.
Based on your training and your education and the experience that you've had, do you have an opinion as to how long there will be electrical activity in the heart after a patient dies?
Objection. Now, can we be heard on this?
Yes.
Paramedic can.
All right, Mr. Deputy, there's a matter we'll have to take care of outside the presence of the
I don't
jury.
think a paramedic can say.
Since it's
I
close
wouldn't
to
be
their
able to say
break
the
time.
nurse.
Why don't we let them take a break until 11 o'clock, and if they will return to the jury pool room, if we're finished, we'll send for them from there.
I object to that. There's already been
Mike,
elicited about time of death.
use your mic.
And I would be entitled, as we should have been before the opinion was elicited, to get into his training about that. We asked for a Daubert hearing yesterday. The court, based on the DA's representation, denied us that hearing. And then we had this elicited, and I'm asking for a Daubert hearing now to get into the opinion that he's already gotten before the jury.
A Daubert
You believe that
hearing with
opinion
the
is what?
paramedic?
Time of death. Testified that she had been dead 30 to 45 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
A Daubert hearing with the paramedic.
Mr. Rose, I think you've testified already that you're not trained in forensic pathology, correct?
That is correct.
You've not taken any courses in forensic pathology.
That is correct.
You've not taken any courses in determining time of death.
No, sir.
You've not taken any courses in causes of death as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Nothing more than based on my experience.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about courses.
No, sir.
Now, when you said earlier that, in your opinion, she had been dead 30 to 45 minutes, tell us what that was based on.
That was based on 15 years of experience of seeing such cases as
No,
that.
what physical evidence were you relying on?
The patient's pupils.
Yes, sir.
Is one indicator.
Yes, sir.
The other would be the patient's skin color.
Well, what was the color?
It was very pale at the
Yes,
time.
sir. How long? Let me ask you this: how long does it take
I
for
think
skin
he
to
was
turn
pale
pale?
to begin with.
I wouldn't be able to give a precise number.
Well, let me ask you this: if someone bleeds out, what happens to their skin color?
The skin is the first thing that the body shunts the blood away from.
Let me ask you the question again: if a person bleeds out, what happens to their skin color?
Oh, it turns pale, sir. And that's the reason why the blood shunts away from the skin.
Right. So, can you tell us how many minutes she was dead from her skin color?
No.
No, sir. Not precisely, no.
Okay. Can you tell me how many minutes she was dead based on her pupils?
We can pretty much get a rough idea about that, about the minutes.
Tell us how you do that.
Well, the brain survives for about 6 to 8 minutes without oxygen, and then deprivation starts after that.
Well, what happens if, for example, she's bleeding out and her blood pressure drops to such an extent that she's not getting adequate blood to her brain or oxygen to her brain? Do her pupils then start dilating while she's still alive?
Yes, sir, they can.
Yes, sir. So you can't tell us from the size of the dilation how long she had been alive while her eyes were dilating, can you?
That would be correct.
And so you can't tell us from the size of the dilation how long she had been dead, can you?
No, sir.
Okay, so what else did you rely on?
Like I said, just 15 years of experience of seeing
No.
that.
What other physical? Well, I'm asking a specific question. What other physical evidence did you rely on besides the color of the skin and the dilation of the pupils?
Just the appearance of the actual scene, how much blood had been bled out, the enormous amount of blood. It takes a little bit of time to get that kind of blood in the area.
Well, someone doesn't have to be dead while they're bleeding out, do they?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, it takes a good deal of time for someone to bleed out and then die, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
So tell us what you gathered from the amount of blood in terms of how long she was dead versus how long she had been bleeding out.
Well, it's like I stated before, the blood had already coagulated, and that takes some period of time for that. But again, I'm not a specialist. I'm speaking merely on my experience.
Well, how long does it take for blood to coagulate?
It's been my experience from what I've seen over 15 years is it takes a little bit of time in that amount.
Well,
I mean, if it's just a splatter or two, it dries pretty quickly.
What is a little bit of time, sir?
Anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes, I would guess. I mean, and that's all I have to go off of, sir, is my experience.
So you're guessing.
I'm going off my experience, sir.
And what you're doing off your experience is guessing, right?
An educated guess, yes,
An
sir.
educated guess. And by the way, the blood starts coagulating as soon as it's out of the body, doesn't it?
Again, that depends on how much it is.
Yes, sir. Blood starts coagulating. You don't have to be dead to have your blood start coagulating on your body, do you?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. That's how it clots and stops.
Yes, sir. So what else?
Again, just as I so stated, just a general
Right,
appearance of
right, dude,
the way we
come
found the
on.
patient, and that the heart was at a complete standstill.
Oh, let's talk about that. How long does it take for electrical activity to stop?
That you would have to ask a specialist on.
Excuse me?
That you would have to ask a specialist. Usually, we've seen. I've run the whole gamut from as soon as we get there, they're doing CPR. They said they just saw the patient and they were in asystole. So I wouldn't have a precise time frame to put that in.
Well, doesn't sometimes heart activity go from a little bit of heart activity to just a flat line like that?
Usually it's a progressive state.
Yeah.
Very.
But at the very end, it goes from a little bit to flatline like that, right?
It's not a cut and dry moment that happens. It just winds down the electrical activity.
And then at some point it just stops.
That's correct.
And once it's stopped, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you walk in a room and someone's flatlined, you can't tell whether they died a minute before or 2 minutes before or an hour before from the flatline, can you?
No, sir.
By the way, when you go up to assess a patient's breathing, do you have a stethoscope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Why is that?
So we can listen for air movement in the lung fields.
Well, why don't you just listen with your ear?
You need an instrument to do that with.
Because sometimes when you listen with your ear, you may think somebody's breathing and they're not, right?
Yes, sir, I guess.
Or think they're not breathing and they are, right?
I would assume.
And Mr. Peterson didn't have a stethoscope, did he?
No, sir.
He was doing the best he could, finding his wife lying there to give the operator information about whether he thought she was breathing or not, right?
I'd have to assume so.
Yeah. That's all I have.
Mr. Hart. Yes, sir. Mr. Rose, when you get your first call and are dispatched by EMS, you're told that the patient is still breathing and unconscious. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, sir.
Okay. And at that point, it's roughly 2:41 in the morning, and you all arrive at something after 2:48 in the morning. Is that right?
State again. I want to make sure I get that right.
You are dispatched at roughly 2:41
Yes, sir.
and arrive at the scene at 2:48.
Yes, sir.
And during that time period, you are also informed that the situation has been upgraded and that there's a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that's what you're going into the scene thinking when you approach the area. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's already in your mindset when you're looking at the scene and at the patient and assessing the patient.
That is correct.
And you've indicated here that you based your opinion on the time that she'd been dead based upon skin color,
Dauber
pupils,
hearings were
and no
for
electrical
experts.
activity in the heart as it related specifically to her.
He's not an
Or were there
expert.
other physical signs around her body other than the blood being dry that you saw that caused you to have the opinion that she'd been dead approximately 35 minutes before you all got there?
Again, like I was stating for him, nothing more other than my experience and just the way that the whole scene had presented itself.
Okay, no other questions, John?
I have nothing further, Judge, but based on, actually, I'd like to have the witness excused while I make my argument.
He said he was outside by the pool when she fell.
Because I don't think he's entitled to hear what my argument is as part of him being able to continue testifying. I think I'm entitled to make my argument with him out of the room so that he's not educated about what my argument is.
Well, is he going to be testifying further from the state? Or?
Well, I have a request that I have to make. Yes, sir.
All right. Take the witness to the deliberation.
They even recorded someone yelling for help and they put it in the stairwell and went outside to see if it could be heard.
Yes.
What we just heard was that he had zero basis in terms of physical facts to give the opinion that this district attorney elicited in front of this jury. Zero. We asked for a Daubert hearing yesterday, and we didn't get one because he said he wasn't going to use him as an expert. And then on redirect, after Mr. Maher didn't get into time of death at all, he brings that out and sandbags Mr. Maher when his witness had zero basis. My request right now is twofold. Number one, I want the jury instructed to completely disregard his opinion as to time of death on the grounds that this court has now found that he was not qualified to give that opinion and had no basis in physical fact to give the opinion. And number two, I'd like this jury to, after we have a chance to get the transcript prepared, to hear the transcript of my cross-examination of him so that they will understand how outrageous his opinion was. I'm making both of those requests, and I'm going to also, in the alternative, renew my motion for a mistrial.
A mistrial?
Mr. Hart.
Your Honor, as indicated at the bench, I did not attempt to qualify him as a medical expert in a specific field, but he clearly has some medical
You shouldn't ask that
expertise
question.
as it relates to his career
But
as a
I don't think
paramedic
it's
for
cause
15
for a
years.
mistrial.
He has described
I heard her dropping crap.
4 physical variables that he considered when he gave that opinion. He gave physical descriptions of the scene that caused him to have that belief. He is entitled to give that opinion based on all those variables, and I believe it was appropriate, and he can certainly talk about what he has seen in his career and based on his training, expertise, and education in all of the years that he's worked in this field. He can talk about the period of time that he thinks that someone has been dead based on those variable things. And it doesn't have to go out, does not have to go outside of that to render that type of opinion. That's the type of opinion that a lay witness could give. And he's obviously more qualified than a lay witness, but he's entitled to give an opinion based upon all of his experience, training, and education.
Judge, with all due respect, there is no way that any lay witness could get up on a witness stand and answer the question, how long did you think John Smith was dead when you found his body? As a matter of fact, forensic pathologists will tell you that they have problems determining time of death with any kind of precision. And what this witness he testified about paleness. Of course, she was bleeding out, and that would cause paleness. Yeah, he testified her pupils were dilated, but they would start dilating while she was bleeding out. He eventually was very clear that he couldn't tell based on any of those physical characteristics how long she had been dying versus how long she was dead. And that's what he asked her. How long was she dead? Again, I'm going to renew my request for you to strike that testimony, instruct the jury specifically why you've struck it, and allow us to put into evidence, as soon as the court reporter has prepared it, the transcript of my cross-examination.
All right, your motion to strike the testimony is allowed. I will instruct the jury that the witnesses testified that Ms. Peterson had been dead for 30 to 45 minutes. The jury is ordered to disregard this testimony as the court has determined that the witness is not qualified to give such an opinion. In the court's discretion, your second request that the court play back your cross-examination of the voir dire is denied, and your motion for mistrial at this point is denied.
That's fine. I may ask the court, and I don't usually do this, but I want to talk to Mr. Maher about whether or not we want to cross-examine him then in the presence of the jury about this topic. And I just like 5 minutes to talk to Mr. Maher about
you discussed that with Mr. Maher, but when you ask the court to request the jury to disregard something, the presumption is that the jury disregards it.
Yes, sir.
It wouldn't make much sense to the
I
court
understand.
if you allowed them to cross-examine about something that they should disregard.
Yes, sir. I understand.
But y'all think about that. You might have more time to think about it because if there's going to be further examination of the witness, we probably ought to do it before lunch, which is 11:30. It's not going. I'm not saying you're going to complete any examination, but either that or we bring the jury back to let them go. Yeah.
That's fine, Judge. As long as you're going to instruct the jury, that's fine.
All right. All right, then they are upstairs. Yeah, okay. I'll get it right. I do that all the time. I think they're upstairs. I know it's on the 5th. You can bring them back. Members of the jury, this witness has testified that Mrs. Peterson had been dead for 30 to 45 minutes. The jury is ordered to disregard this testimony. The court has determined that this witness is not qualified to give such an opinion. Questions?
Briefly. I think Mr. Harden asked you on redirect that you just weren't sure where that telephone had been that Todd Peterson had picked up. Now, on the 12th of December, you told the police about Todd picking up that telephone. It was in your written statement. They didn't show you any pictures and say, well, can you remember where that phone was?
No, sir.
They didn't ask you to give any specific information about what had happened to the phone.
No, sir.
Didn't follow up in any way about where that phone had been, whether you could remember back in December of 2001 where that phone had been.
No, sir.
You also said, I think, that you were not sure of the lighting.
That's also correct.
I mean, you could see what you needed to do, and that's what you were focused on.
Yes, sir.
And so what you knew is you had enough light to listen for breath from Kathleen Peterson.
Yes, sir.
And there was light coming from the kitchen behind you.
Yes, sir.
And you weren't focused on whether there were lights on at the bottom of the stairway or the top of the stairway.
That's correct.
In fact, you weren't focused on what Todd Peterson was doing.
No, sir.
When he first walked through, you thought he was a fireman.
That's correct.
And what you were focused on was quickly assessing Kathleen Peterson.
That is correct.
Now, when you listen for breath, you're not just using your ears, are you?
No, sir.
Use a stethoscope
Yes, sir.
to make sure you get it right.
Yes, sir.
Make sure that you don't think somebody's breathing when they're not, or think they're not breathing when they are.
That's correct.
And in fact, you brought in the equipment you needed when you came in.
Yes, sir.
And so you had to put equipment down in various places around Kathleen Peterson's body.
Yes, sir.
And you weren't documenting where you put equipment.
No, sir. We did try not to put our equipment in the blood, though.
Right. But you were, what was important was assessing Kathleen Peterson quickly.
Exactly.
No further questions.
Further questions? I just have a couple based on what we just heard. With respect to your equipment, your person, your clothing, your shoes, was there any blood transferred to any of those items?
No, sir.
Did you look to determine that after you had completed your assessment of Kathleen Peterson and left the area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions?
Other than having you visually look at it, did the police inspect your equipment anyway?
No, sir.
They didn't test it to see if there was any blood on it?
No, sir.
No luminol or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
No further questions.
No further questions.
All right, you can come down, sir.
I'm a paramedic.
If you will, please take a moment and describe for the jury what your education has been with respect to your profession as a paramedic and what your experience has been and the length of time that you've worked in various jobs, if you would, please.
Well, I started my emergency service experience in 1986 as a volunteer for for Winston-Salem East Winston Rescue Squad. East Winston Volunteer Rescue Squad. I received my EMT there. I received all my training there as far as a first responder, responding to different situations as house calls, extricating patients from vehicles and such like that. I stayed there for some years, up to 1998. I stayed as a volunteer with them. From there, I went to a local community college from 94 to 96, where I received my education as a paramedic. I worked some with Forsyth County EMS from the period of 97 into 98, which when I came here to work in Durham County EMS. So I guess I have experience with emergency service for probably approximately about 17 years since I've been exposed to working in emergency service.
And you say you've been here in Durham for 2?
No, I've been in Durham for 5.
Okay, excuse me.
Since 98.
And during that entire period, have you worked exclusively as a paramedic in Durham County?
Yes, I have.
Now, if you would please take a moment and describe generally what you do as a paramedic for Durham County.
Well, generally what I do is we get a call to the 911 center, whatever the nature of the call may be. We respond to different scenes on the scene, as far as highways, people, residents. We go there and we acknowledge whatever the complaint they have, and we treat their complaint. If they're sick or having a heart attack, we take care of them pretty much.
And when you are responding, you are dispatched by the 911 Emergency Service Center?
Yes.
And how does that happen? And with respect to that dispatch, what do you all do as paramedics?
Well, the first thing we do is it comes across the radio that we got a call, and we acknowledge the call, and we get en route to the call. We would go routine traffic by the nature of the call, or we go emergency traffic by the nature of the call. So the night we responded, of course, it was emergency traffic that we went to the Peterson residence.
Okay. Now, with respect to your profession as a paramedic here in Durham County, I believe that Mr. Rose, whom you're familiar with, has already testified that you and he have been partners for some period of time. How long were you and he partnered together?
How long were we partners?
Partnered together, yes.
I mean, pertaining to that night of just his employment at Durham County at that time. I think he probably was employed at Durham County, I don't know, maybe 6 months, maybe close to a year at that time that he was with us, that we responded to the call.
All right. Now, specifically directing your attention to December the 9th of 2001 at approximately 2:40 in the morning, were you working as a paramedic for Durham County?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall receiving a dispatch as it related to a need for service at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes.
If you would, please go ahead and describe for the jury what you did with respect to the information regarding that dispatch.
Well, we got the call, which was about 2 o'clock in the morning, that got an injured person that fell down some steps. I think it was like 15 stairs. We responded to the location. While we was en route to the location, we got a call back from dispatch that the patient is not breathing and the patient is deceased. We arrived on Cedarwood. Initially, we had a little bit difficult locating the residence because of the poor lighting, and I believe that the address was kind of covered up by some bushes, but we did locate it very quickly. We parked. I was driving that night. I got out the truck, went around, helped to retrieve some of the equipment out of the truck, which I believe I took the Thomas pack, and I had the life pack to monitor.
Now, what's a Thomas pack?
The Thomas pack is a bag that we use to keep all our equipment in, all our medications, all our Band-Aids, pads, whatever we might need to treat a patient.
And did you say a life support
A life
kit?
pack.
Okay.
Yeah, we also carry a life pack, which is a Zoll monitor. This helps us to place this on a patient to give us some idea of what's going on with their heart, as far as how their heart is beating and what type of electrical activity is occurring in the heart.
Okay. And Mr. Rose described generally how that worked.
Mm-hmm.
From your education and experience, how does that life pack work exactly?
Well, the way it works is that we put it on your skin, and your heart produces electrical current that travels that helps your heart beat. And this monitor is able to detect that current that's going through your heart onto the monitor. So it gives us an idea in which type of activity that your heart is beating. Now, also that electrical current can be traveling through your heart without the heart beating also. But basically, it just shows us the electrical current that's traveling through your heart, but not the mechanic that your heart is taking place. Otherwise, it don't show you that your heart is beating, but it does show you that your heart does have electrical current.
Okay. Now, with respect to your responding specifically to that call, go ahead and describe what you did after you got out of your vehicle and located the equipment that you needed to make the call.
Well, once I got out of the vehicle, we entered the front of the residence through the door, which the door was already widely open already. I made a left turn, which at that time I saw Mr. Peterson and I saw Mrs. Peterson, which she was lying on the floor and he was standing over her at that time, crying. It seemed to be kind of posturing like he was, attempting to try to help her. I began to approach them. At that time, I adjusted to Mr. Peterson what happened, several times, but I got no response. And at that time, I gave my attention to the patient, began to assess her and determine was she alive or not.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness, please? Now, let me show you a series of photographs, please, if I may. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P1, P5, P14, P26, P43, P75, P29, and P74. Have you look at those, please. What does that series of photographs show? First of all, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What does that series of photographs show?
It shows a patient that is lying on the stairway and that is deceased.
Okay.
Yes.
With respect to these photographs, do they depict what you saw that evening when you entered the residence and responded to that call?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, may I have the witness step down and illustrate to the jury what he did with respect to these photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to take these so that everybody can see. We're going to do this in groups. So
Okay.
This group and talk about your testimony with each photograph. Thank you. Go ahead and describe what you see here and what's marked as State's Exhibit P1.
This is the front of the Peterson residence that where we enter the doorway. It's just right here.
You need to speak up just a little bit. So, yeah.
This is the front of the residence, and we entered this doorway right here to the Peterson residence. That's where we enter the residence.
You all able to see? Okay. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P5 and describe what you saw there.
This is pretty much the walkway that's leading to the front door.
Where is that in relation to what's marked as State's Exhibit P1?
Right here.
Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P14 and go ahead and describe what you see there.
This is pretty much the hallway where we entered through inside the residence.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P26.
This is the position that we saw and found the body. And I was positioned to the body, to this area right here in the process of checking for life.
Okay, move down here. You will see this. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P43. What does this depict?
This is another picture of a different angle of the deceased lying there.
Okay, and go ahead.
Yes, and this is as far as blood matter in this area right here.
And what's marked as State's Exhibit P75?
Okay, this is another picture of Mrs. Peterson, and this is blood and different types of towel. Eyeglasses and towel that's pictured in this picture right here that was that way when we arrived on scene.
And what's marked as State's Exhibit P29?
Okay, this is the area right here that I stood during my examination of
And
Mrs.
exactly where
Peterson.
were you?
I was right here.
Okay.
You can actually see one of the electrode pads that I took off to place on to determine how her heart was doing, or as it was beating at all, or do anything. And I stood here and I checked the patient at this position right over here.
All right. And then this final one, what's marked as State's Exhibit P74?
Okay, this is just another picture. This is leading upstairs, and this right here is where she's lying right here. And like I said, I was just on the other side of that picture, checking her neck from this position right here to see that she have a pulse.
I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D3. You've seen this before, haven't you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
And what does it depict?
It depicts the residence of Mr. and Mr. Peterson.
Okay.
Inside of the residence. The hallway, this is the door, we came through this way. We came down this way. And this is why I stood right here, why I assessed the patient and checked.
And where was Mr. Rose at this point?
Mr. Rose stood here, and the other first responders that responded with us stood back in this area right here too.
All right. Now, I think you had indicated that Mr. Peterson's son came in with you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and describe what actions you saw him take.
Well, like I said, I felt his presence to my left when I entered the residence. I walked down this way, and my attention was focused on the patient and what was going on with the patient. As Mrs. Peterson's son, he kind of came around me, what I could recall, and said, Mom is dead, Dad, you need to step aside. The paramedics is here.
At that point, had you begun your assessment of her?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And exactly where was he located when you noticed his presence about Ms. Peterson?
Like I said, I walked up here. The first time I tried to talk to Ms. Peterson, but he came around and got him out the way when I was, trying to say something to him. I just remember him being to my left.
Okay.
I didn't really pay too much attention of what his whereabouts was. I just remember feeling him on my left and hearing him from my left.
Did you ever see him cross this way and go toward the kitchen on the hall?
No.
Okay. So after you felt his presence, do you know where he went?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now go ahead and describe what you and Mr. Rose did as related to attending to Ms. Peterson.
Well, the first thing we do, anytime I walk up to a patient, it was her, whatever it may be, I try to get an initial impression of what's going on with them. So the first thing I did is inspect her body, the way she was lying. I noticed the blood. I noticed everything. I mean, it gave me the impression that, the way her eyes looked, the way her face looked, my first impression is that she was deceased. So the first thing I did is to check, which is a large artery in the neck called the carotid artery, to check to see that she have a pulse. I felt no pulse at that time. At that time, I assumed that she was deceased, so I put the monitor on her just to confirm what I already suspected by not able to get a pulse. And also, I looked at her skin. Her skin was what some people say. We say in the medical field, cyanotic. It was pale or it was blue, in the way her lips and the way her skin looked. So I placed the monitor on her. The monitor showed no activity at all, no life in her heart at all. So at that time, my partner, he done some further assessments on her just to confirm that, that she was deceased. And at that time, we determined that that the patient was deceased, and there's nothing that we could have done for her.
Okay. And as you entered the area and began your assessments, did you have to turn on any lights in the building?
No.
Based on your recollection, was there sufficient light in the area for you to conduct your examination of Ms. Peterson?
Yes, it was.
Can you describe, John, what the lighting conditions were?
Well, I mean, we got some lighting from the hallway area, which helped us out, and also this area of the living room, I guess the kitchen, was also illuminated some, so it gave us a good, good view of the patient. We was able to see just fine enough. I don't think the hallway light wasn't on, but I mean, just the light from the hall, from this area here, from the stairway, and also coming from this way, was sufficient lighting enough for us to do our assessment.
Okay, now you talked about what Todd Peterson did in the presence. Go ahead and describe exactly what, and I cut you off, describe exactly what Mr. Peterson was doing when you first encountered him with Ms. Peterson.
Well, like I said, I walked in the residence. Like I said, when you walk to the door, you got to turn to your left. I really saw Mr. Peterson was standing over his wife like this, crying. And, you know, at the time, he just seemed like he was like, you know, I don't know if he was trying to help or what, but he disappeared. It seemed like he was just standing over her crying. Came towards Mr. Peterson. I tried to talk to him at that time, but he didn't respond. And then that's when Mr. Peterson's son came around and kind of got Mr. Peterson out the way for us to do what we needed to do.
Describe what his physical appearance was, please.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
He had blood about him, you know, about his hands, his clothes, and everything like that. Like I said, he was crying. And that's pretty much all I really kind of got, you know, from him. That he was covered in blood, and he was sitting up there and he was crying.
And you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please identify him?
This gentleman right there.
Okay, please take your seat. Now, once you made your assessment of Ms. Peterson, what did you do?
Well, once we determined that she was deceased, at that time, I backed out of that area, back towards the front door, and I stood like in that area. And of course, my partner Jay Rose, he attempted to try to gather some more information about Mrs. Peterson, you know, for his report, since he was the primary on this call.
When you say primary, what do you mean?
Primary is that when we went to the call, that he was responsible to generate a written trip ticket about the events that took place.
And let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 106, if I may. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Durham County Emergency Service trip report. It's what we use to write our reports of incidents that we encounter and patient information.
And who filled this out?
Jay Rose.
Okay.
Yes.
And you say he was the primary?
Yes.
Describe what the primary paramedic's responsibilities are when you call.
Well, his responsibilities, a lot of times, you know, me being a secondary, that I'm going to try to gather information from him. Like, you know, sometimes I try to gather patient information. I might assist by getting blood pressure and doing other things. His job is to manage all patient care. If Mr. Peterson would have been a situation that we would have, you know, attempt to resuscitate it, he would have been responsible of saying, okay, let's secure the airway, let's put on the monitor, let's do this, let's start an IV, let's push these drugs, let's do this. He pretty much is responsible for the whole scene. I just pretty much support, you know, whatever he's doing as secondary.
Okay. Now, with respect to your observations of the scene, I think you described the location of Ms. Peterson and how you all entered the area. Please, if you would, describe what you saw on the floor and the walls.
Well, like I said, when we entered, I saw blood, you know, about Mr. Peterson. Also, Mrs. Peterson had blood over her. She had blood in her hair. It was blood about the walls, the floor. I mean, it was pretty much all over in that area where her body was found.
What was the condition of the blood on the floor?
From what I could see, the blood appeared to be dry.
What was the condition of the blood on the walls, if you know?
It appeared to be dry.
What was the condition of the blood on Ms. Peterson's head and in her hair?
It appeared to be dry.
What about her clothing?
Also dry.
With respect to the blood that appeared on Mr. Peterson in various locations, did you ever
also
touch him?
No, I didn't touch Mr. Peterson at all. But you know, just visually looking at him, he appeared to have dry blood, you know, on his hands and also on his shirt.
Okay. Now,
It was dry if you didn't touch him.
you had indicated that
you know it was
your
dry.
partner was trying to ask questions to gather information about filling out the trip ticket here from Mr. Peterson. Were you involved in that entire series of questions or not?
No, I was not involved in that. Like I said, initially when we came through, I tried to gather some information from him when he was standing over her to try to figure out what happened, when did it happen. But
And exactly what did he say?
he didn't say anything.
Okay. Now, when you gathered up your equipment, did you check to see whether any blood had transferred onto the things that you brought in to the building?
Yes, anytime we're on a scene, may it be a trauma, when blood is involved, we always check the equipment thoroughly for contamination. So, I mean, I found no blood was on the monitor, no blood was on our Thomas pack.
Okay. And did you, with respect, I mean, you said that you put the leads on Miss Peterson?
Yes.
And exactly where'd you put those on her?
I put one right here, which just goes right here. And also one of the leads go here, and one goes to the left side.
Did you gather those up and take those with you when you left?
I believe that I just took the cables off, but I don't think I remember removing the electrodes. Those are little sticky things, round electrodes that sticks on people. I don't think I removed those from the street.
Now, as you were putting the leads on or removing the cables from the leads, did you have the occasion to feel Miss Peterson so that you could determine what her temperature was?
No, I didn't feel at any time to determine what her temperature was. I mean, she was just, in my, I guess, lack of a better word, very dead. So I didn't take the time to establish what her body temperature was.
Okay. At that point, there was no need.
There's no need. A lot of times in medical cardiac arrest, where a patient died of a heart attack or something, you try to determine body temperature. You try to determine certain things because it's a medical arrest. But a lot of time, a cardiac arrest due to trauma, I mean, you pretty much know that's what it is. That's caused the death.
Okay. Now, you'd indicated that you did try to speak with Mr. Peterson, and you've seen him in the courtroom and identified him. Did you know him before that evening?
No.
Okay. Now, after you left the area, gathered up your equipment, you and your partner went about your business. What did you do as it related to this case?
Well, at that time, we had to stick around the scene to give statements to the police department as far as what we saw. I know we kept people from traveling down that area towards the body. So, like I said, I pretty much stayed towards the front door until we was advised to, to exit the residence and stand outside.
John, may I approach the witness, please? Yes. With respect to that, going out with your finger, where you positioned yourself to prevent people from coming into the area?
This area right here until the police arrived. We stood in this area right here. Anybody that entered the residence, we advised them to go to this way right here, around the hall. I think it's around this area. Yeah.
Okay. And where was Mr. Rose positioned, if you know?
Us and the firefighters, we all stood and generally in this area down towards the front door.
Okay. And there were firefighters with you, sir?
Yes.
And how many of those were there at the scene with you?
3.
Okay. And what was their primary purpose in being there, if you know?
Well, their primary purpose is to help us. If in a situation, like I said, if she needed to be resuscitated, they could have drove the unit to the hospital for us. They could have helped us with something. They could have helped us with CPR. They pretty much designed to back us up and give us that extra hand that we need on some calls. That's serious.
Okay. And exactly where were they located in relation to this diagram?
Like I said, when we first entered, before we assessed her, they stood in this area. Just the whole time, we stood in this area. And as we backed out of the scene, we stood back in towards the door. And then we eventually migrated outside front of the house.
While you were standing in this area right here, did you see any activity down here toward the landing into the kitchen?
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
Now, were you there when the police actually arrived?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's when you gave it there?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 120 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a written statement I gave at the scene to the police department.
Okay, and it's in your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
At this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 120. Now, after you gave this statement to the police department, did you have any other involvement with this case on that evening?
Excuse me, I didn't understand what you
After
said.
you gave the police department, a member of the police department, this statement,
Mhm.
did you have any other involvement with this case on that evening?
No.
Can I have just a moment, please? No, we have no questions on this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me begin with what you just testified to. I think you were asked whether you had any other involvement with this case on that evening. Have you had any other involvement in this case at all?
Of the environment. Like what? I don't understand.
Well, have you been interviewed by
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been interviewed.
by police officers?
By the DA.
Okay, and were you interviewed on the 9th? You wrote out a statement, which is Exhibit 120.
Mhm.
After that, did any other police officer come and interview you and take another statement from you?
No.
Okay, so if somebody wrote a report indicating that you had given a second statement on December 14th, that would be not true.
Objection. Witness has no knowledge.
I'm asking that if,
Well, he knows whether he made a second statement or not.
right, that's what I'm asking.
Overruled.
No, I did not give a second statement.
So it would be untrue if somebody reported that you had given a second statement.
Yes.
Now, you initially went to the scene because of a report of an accidental fall, correct?
Yes.
And your job as an EMT is to get to a scene quickly, if you can,
Yes.
and quickly assess the patient's situation, if you can, and determine whether or what medical treatment needs to be given.
Yes.
Now, in this case, it took just under 8 minutes for you to actually get to the house.
Yes, which is a very good time.
Okay, but it was at least somewhat slower because the address was blocked by a wreath and there was poor lighting in that area.
Yes.
Okay, and when you got there, you and your partner were the first responders to actually arrive at the house.
Yes.
The fire department arrived shortly after you arrived, or at some point.
Seemed like we arrived pretty much the same time. Yes.
Okay. But the two of you actually went into the house first.
Yes, and they followed us. Yes.
And the door was already open.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got into the house, by the way, you and your partner work as a team.
Yes.
Make plans ahead of time as to who's going to do what.
Well, sometimes you just kind of, feed off each other and you kind of know what direction to go.
Okay. Well,
Sometimes.
here, did you all make plans ahead of time as to who would check?
Well, I had the monitor in my hand. So, I mean, it's just known up front that I would be the one that would be placing the monitor and I'll be the one that would be checking the pulse.
Okay. And as a team, it's important you all communicate while you're doing your work.
Yes, it is.
So if you found a pulse, you would tell
Mhm.
Mr. Rose. And if you didn't find a pulse, you would tell him.
Yes.
Okay. And if he found something like breathing, he would tell you.
Yes.
So the two of you were talking back and forth about what you're finding.
Pretty much. I mean, I checked her out and I pretty much, just wrote that, no, I don't have a pulse.
Mhm.
And I said, I'm going to put the monitor on her, to confirm that she didn't have a heartbeat or she didn't have any type of electrical, activity. And then from there, we confirmed that, she was deceased.
Okay. And when you first got into the house and you tried to turn left and go down this hallway, you could see the person you now know to be Michael Peterson kind of crouched where his wife's body was.
Yes.
And you could tell that he was crying.
Yes.
And he appeared to be in a position of trying to help his wife.
Yes.
In fact, there were towels under her head.
Yes, I do remember seeing that.
And it appeared that she'd had injuries to her head.
Yes.
So towels, it makes sense to put towels under to try to staunch the flow of blood.
Well, I can't testify why he put the towels there.
Okay, but they were where
it
the
was towels
injuries
there.
were.
Yeah.
Okay, and you all never picked her up and examined the back of her head.
No.
Never determined whether those wounds were still bleeding in the back of her head.
No.
Didn't pick up the towels.
No.
In fact, you never touched Michael Peterson.
No.
So while you could see there was blood on his clothes, you never went up and patted him and found whether they were damp or dry.
No, it just appeared to be dry, but I did not touch him.
And you never went into the stairway, the actual stairwell at the bottom of the stairs.
No, we tried to, keep down possibly contaminating the scene. We didn't go up in there.
touch any of the blood in there to see whether it was tacky to the touch or dry
No.
or wet. And in fact, let me talk a little bit about this. You've talked in detail about all this blood that appeared dry. Is this something that you're saying that struck you when you were there, that there was all this dry blood?
Well, I mean, I don't remember making that statement and it struck me. I just said, I'm making a statement that when I came there and I saw a body, and he asked me what I saw a body and I saw blood, lots of blood. To me, as far as me looking at the blood, it appeared dry. At no time did I touch the blood to see was the blood wet or whatever. It just appeared to be dry. And I've seen a lot of dry blood in my life, and it appeared to be dry.
Sir, and then on that morning, this was all happening in the early morning hours, you wrote out this statement that's Exhibit 120.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you described seeing blood in this statement.
Yes, and in my statement, I did not state that the blood was dry.
Did somebody tell you I was going to ask you that?
You guys awake?
No.
But you knew.
But because you just said that to me. I mean, I can tell by what you was going with it that you was going to say you didn't write in your statement that it was dry, and I know I didn't because I know my report.
Okay, and you know that nowhere in here does it say that any of the blood you saw was dry.
I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, my report was not very detailed. Okay. Yes, I agree.
Well, you describe the blood, don't you?
Yeah.
You just don't say or indicate that it was dry.
No, it doesn't.
You don't say that you felt Kathleen Peterson's shirt when you were putting on electrodes and felt that it was dry.
No, I didn't.
Didn't say that towels felt dry.
Mm-mm.
Nothing in this report that you wrote on the 9th indicates that that blood was dry.
Yeah.
And of course, if some of the blood was dry, all that tells you is that the bleeding had begun long enough for some of it to begin to dry.
Yes.
And a smear of blood on a wall, for example, wouldn't take very long to dry.
Objection.
I don't know. I don't know how long it would take to dry.
You have no idea of whether a smear on the wall would take, say, less time to dry than a pool of blood on the floor.
Objection.
If you don't.
I imagine a pool of blood on the floor should take longer to dry than a smear of blood on the wall.
And smear of blood, the thinner it is, the more quickly it's going to dry. That's just common sense, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And
that appeared to like smear blood.
Now, while you were all coming in, a person you now know to be Todd Peterson also came in the house.
Yes.
And I think you said that you weren't focused on what Todd Peterson was doing.
No, I wasn't.
You were focused on assessing Kathleen Peterson.
Yes.
But you could tell he was at some point to your left.
Yes, it seemed like he was to my left. It seemed like I heard his voice to my left.
Okay, but you weren't watching him or seeing what he was doing.
No.
But what you did know was that, of course, Mr. Peterson was very upset.
Yes.
He was crying over his wife.
Yes, that's what I saw.
And you repeatedly tried to talk to Mr. Peterson and couldn't get any answers.
No.
He wasn't saying, oh, she fell. Was he?
No.
Wasn't trying to convince you that this was an accident?
He didn't say anything.
And at some point, Todd had actually had to come around past where you were to where his father was. And
yes, he did take his father. He did remove his father.
And had to physically remove his father.
Like I said, I've heard him say that, no, step aside, move the paramedics here. Like that, like I said.
By the way, what he said in your report, I think, is step aside, mom is dead.
Yeah, it seemed like that's what I remember.
He referred to her as mom, didn't he?
I think so, yes. I wrote that in my report. That's probably what I heard at night.
And at that point, you all hadn't attempted any CPR?
No, we haven't. At the time he said it, I haven't even made patient contact when he made that statement.
Sir, at that point, he was removing his father.
I believe so, yes.
So he was around on the other side.
I don't know what side he entered. I just know that at some time he was there.
And what I'm saying is to physically remove his father, he had to have gotten around past where you were.
Yes, to get to his father, yes.
Yeah, and you didn't pay attention to how he got there.
No.
I mean, you couldn't say he hadn't had to walk all the way around through those other rooms and come through the kitchen.
I don't know exactly how he got in that position.
Okay, and now, were you there when Todd then came back and reached in and took a phone?
I don't remember that. No.
Okay, so that wasn't something you were. If it happened in your presence, you just weren't paying attention to that.
Yeah, it wasn't.
You would have
Did
been
not see
focused on what was going on with Kathleen.
Yes.
By the way, I think you said that, from your experience looking at her, she appeared before you even checked the pulse to be dead.
Yes.
But of course, you will go ahead and try to check the pulse.
Yes.
And her skin color, for example, that would be due potentially to the blood loss.
Yes.
Somebody who bleeds a lot is going to have a reduction in their change in the
It could
skin
be
color.
it could be the blood loss. It could be the lack of oxygen in the body, in the blood.
Okay, and of course, she'd obviously bled a great deal.
Yes.
And it can take a period of time for somebody to bleed that much, depending upon the wounds they've suffered.
It depends on the wounds. Yes.
Okay, now, you never heard Michael Peterson give any statement about what he'd been doing before he found Kathleen Peterson at the foot of those stairs.
No.
At some point after you determined that there was nothing more you could do for Kathleen Peterson, you went back to the front door?
Yes.
And while you talked about keeping people from going down that hallway, you didn't keep people from entering the house.
No.
And at the time you're at the front door, were there already a number of responders from the fire department present?
The time I was at the front door?
Yeah, when you went back to the front door, the fire department personnel were already in the house?
Yeah, they was already with us, yes, in the house.
And some police had already arrived?
About that time, I don't know exactly what time the police came, but eventually police did arrive.
Okay. And some other civilians arrived?
Yes.
In fact, you recall a couple showing up, a man and a woman, and the woman explaining that she was a doctor or something?
Yes.
Okay. And they were able to get into the house?
Yes, it did.
And to at least walk back towards wherever they walked?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you didn't monitor where they went?
No.
Nobody kind of signed them in or checked where they were going?
I mean, it's not, as far as not my job to monitor. I mean, once the police is there, I mean, that's their job, security scene. Once they arrived on the scene, I mean, that's all. I mean, it's not my job to try to follow people, see where they go, whatever. So no, I didn't try to do that.
Okay. And at some point, did you talk to, and I think it was Officer McDowell?
Did I talk to him?
Yeah, or one of the police officers at the scene, and say that you all believed that the victim had fallen and had gotten up and walked to the area where she was found?
No.
Did you ever hear anybody say that?
No.
Okay. Did you notice that, in fact, Kathleen Peterson had blood on the bottom of her feet?
Did I notice that when initially?
When you were there?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't something that caught your attention in terms of where the blood was.
Well, it was a lot of blood. I don't recall looking at her feet going, she got blood on the bottom of her feet.
Okay. Now, on the lighting, what concerned your concern, of course, was to be able to assess Kathleen Peterson.
Yes.
And there was light coming from behind in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And there was some kind of light, maybe up the stairs.
Yes.
You didn't pay specific attention to which light was on in the stairs?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And in fact, down the hallway from where you'd come in, it was actually kind of dark coming down there.
I remember no light being on in the hallway.
Okay. And of course, it doesn't take a whole bunch of light to feel for pulse.
No, we was able to see her face pretty good from the light in the hallway, coming from the stairway.
Now, one moment, Your Honor. After you went back to that front door, you didn't see Michael Peterson again?
Back to the front door.
I don't want to confuse you. You indicated that after you determined there was nothing more you could do with Kathleen, you went back to the front door area.
Yes.
And you didn't see Michael Peterson again.
Well, it seemed like I remember seeing him from a distance, as far as from standing in that doorway and seeing him like a distance, like across the living room. So like I remember seeing him before I left that area. It's like I remember seeing him like maybe like in a, I don't know, it was a closet or a small room somewhere across the living room. And then, I seem like I remember seeing just a brief, excuse me? So like I remember seeing this, this brief sightings of him from the doorway in the living room area.
Okay, but you didn't have any other contact with him from that
No.
time? No further questions.
Redirect. If blood had been wet in the areas where you were standing or placing your equipment, would you have expected it to transfer onto your clothing or shoes or equipment?
Yes, I would have. I mean, I've always make sure not to try to get myself contaminated on my equipment. So, if I would have looked at any blood that was in the area where I set my equipment or even stepped at, and I thought it was wet by appearance, I wouldn't have never stepped there. I set my equipment in that area.
Okay. But with respect to any of that, had it been wet, if you put your equipment in the area, would you expected it to transfer onto your equipment?
Yes.
And why do you have so much concern about whether there's blood on your equipment or on your person?
Well, as everybody knows, it's a lot of diseases out there and different things you can get from, just from body fluids and everything. We are taught, to keep everything as sterile as possible. So that was the big concern, that we did not want to contaminate the equipment with blood.
Okay. And with respect to when you touched Ms. Peterson, had the blood on her body been wet, would you have expected it to transfer onto you in some manner as you were going about your assessment of her?
Yes.
Now, with respect to other persons you've identified at the scene, I think you'd indicated that you positioned yourself down near the front door area at the beginning of that hall. And I want to make sure I'm clear. I think I heard you say that you never saw anyone go down into the hall or come back into the hall from the other direction. Is that right?
That's correct.
I take it in 17 years, you've had the occasion to be dispatched to all types of scenes, everything from very minor routine things to horrific scenes where there's a great deal of injury and harm. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
When you go to scenes, whether you're dealing with a person that's a family member or just a passerby that might happen to see something, do you always ask them what happened as you were attempting to make your assessment of the patient?
Yes, I do.
With respect to that, do you typically receive information from them so that you can make your assessment, even if it's a family member who's looking at a traumatic situation with someone very close and dear to him?
Yes.
Can you answer the question, or do you remember it? Should I repeat it?
Please repeat it.
Okay. I'd asked you whether you had been to scenes where you had seen or had to deal with family members that had seen a horrific event or injuries to a loved one, and whether they were able to provide information to you to help you assess the patient.
Yes, I have.
Now, based on what you saw on that evening, was Mr. Peterson's conduct genuine in the context of what you had seen in other similar situations?
Objection or reproach?
The same.
No further questions.
Let me just follow up briefly. As I understand it, you received a fair amount of training about the importance of avoiding getting your equipment contaminated with blood or, I presume, other bodily fluids.
Yes.
So one of the things you're trying to do is not put your equipment into what would appear to be blood.
Yes.
And so your equipment, you, to the best you could, would have put someplace where there wasn't any
Yes.
blood. So you wouldn't expect to get blood on equipment that was placed where no blood was.
No, because I would, yes.
Now, did you notice whether Todd Peterson had any blood on him?
No.
Now, One moment. No further questions.
If I could have a witness step down. Let me show you again what's marked as State's Exhibit P26. Can you use that to demonstrate where you were positioned exactly again?
I was positioned right here in this area. If you can see the two stairs right here, I stood right here, to which would be her right side.
We have the record reflect that where he's pointing to is this top step leading down into the kitchen. Sorry.
Yes, that's my stood.
And based on your recollections and the depictions in this picture, there's blood in that area, right?
Yes.
You had to step in blood.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Describe your actions as it relates to your movement around Kathleen Peterson in relation to where the blood is on the floor.
Well, I mean, I pretty much stepped over her
Okay.
to get to this area right here.
Did you have to step in blood on the floor in order to get to her?
Leading question two.
Yes, I guess I have. There's blood in that area, and I did step over that area.
Okay. And again, did you check your equipment, check your clothing, check your shoes to determine whether there was blood on those articles?
Yes.
And was there?
No.
Thank you. Please take your seat. Now, wasn't sure I understood the response that you gave with respect to whether you noticed blood on Todd Peterson. Did you notice it, or do you not recall?
I didn't really pay him that much attention to that detail to notice any blood on him.
All right. No other questions of the witness, Your Honor?
Very briefly. I take it from what you said when you say, I guess I stepped in areas of blood when you're looking at that picture. You don't really remember where you specifically where you stepped.
Well, like I said, I tried to avoid blood, and I did step over into that area. And as far as I knew at that time, I did not step into any blood. But I'm showing me picture and blood being present in that area. Maybe I wasn't as careful as I thought I was.
Okay, but you were doing your best to avoid any visible blood.
Yes.
And say you checked your equipment. Did you check the soles of your shoes?
No.
So you never looked at the bottom of your shoes where you were walking?
No, I didn't.
You have no idea whether there was any blood on those shoes?
That's correct.
Okay, it was just the equipment that you looked at.
Yes.
And what you did was you looked to see if there was any visible blood.
Yes.
No luminol or other testing determined.
Only visible blood.
For the love of Todd.
No further questions.
No further questions.
All right, so you can come down.
Yesterday, when I was watching the documentary, the female prosecutor, I was like, this woman reminds me of someone, and it was driving me crazy trying to figure out who she reminded me of. And finally it dawned on me. She reminds me of what's her name? Marsha Gay Harden, something like that. She was on For the Love of Todd. That lady. The female prosecutor sounds just like her. Well, when she talks with a thick Southern accent. Like she was on SVU as an undercover cop, and she talked with a really thick Southern accent when she was on SVU. So as soon as I heard this chick's voice, I was like, oh my God, she sounds just like her. Oh, I think we're done with this one. Oh, we are. We're done with this one.
For the record, please state your name.
Gary Pascal,
How are you employed, sir?
the city of Durham.
In what capacity are you employed with the city of Durham?
I'm a fire captain on Engine 5.
Fire department.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been a captain since 1990,
Okay.
but I've been with the city since 1985.
Okay. If you will, please take a moment and describe for the jury
I love the accent.
what your jobs have been with the city from 1985.
I was hired as a public safety officer,
And what's a public safety officer?
which is a dual role position where you are a police officer, work in the field, and then when a fire call comes in, you respond in your car, you drop your gun belt, put your turnout gear on, and now you're a fireman. In 1985, they did away with that program, and I came into the fire department.
So just as you were getting started, they changed
That's correct.
the game on you a little bit, right?
That's correct.
What's
Okay.
wrong with
And you
that?
say you became a
accent,
fireman?
Paul? There's nothing.
Then I was a fireman, and then went through the rank as a technician, which operates the vehicle, and then I was promoted to fire captain.
But up to the point where they changed over, you had basic training as a law enforcement officer.
I was a deputy sheriff before I came to the city.
Okay. And how long were you a deputy sheriff?
2 years.
Okay. In Durham County?
Orange County.
Okay. And once you became a fireman, then if you would please describe generally what the jobs you have had since 1985 coming forward.
Well, I was a fireman on the back of an engine, which the primary job of a fireman is firefighting, house fires, vehicle fires, investigations.
My accent is weird because my dad is from here and my mom is from Virginia, like up in the mountains where they talk really, really like pants or paints. Like, I don't even understand some of the things they say. So my mom, before I was born, because my dad was her second husband, they moved to the Keys. And mom, I don't know if people made fun of her accent or what, but she worked hard to lose the accent. So my mom didn't have an accent. So I've got the Virginia turned no accent plus my dad's North Florida accent. And North Florida accent, because we're like so close to the Georgia border, it's like South Georgia. So my accent is like weird. If I'm tired or not paying attention or just talking, I mean, I'm sure it comes out on here too. Like if I get excited or aggravated or sassy, but it does come out sometimes. I do have a little bit of a Southern accent, but when I'm thinking about what I'm saying, usually it doesn't come out because people say I don't have an accent, but mine's weird because of I've got hillbilly and Florida cracker. So
Then I was promoted to technician, which my job would have been to operate the fire engine, charge hands lines, and
I wondered about that.
overall safety of the firefighters. When I was promoted to a fire captain, I take the role as responsible for the whole unit. I supervise the fireground operations. While as that capacity, we started responding to first responder calls.
And when did that happen?
I'm not sure what year. Approximately 5 years ago, we went to the first responder program.
And exactly what is involved with the
first responder program is where we are cross-trained in providing emergency medical services, basic life support, first aid, and defibrillation. And that is what put us on this call. We went as a first responder.
All right.
And so with that dual training, we respond to EMS and fire calls.
Now, do you have firemen that are also paramedics as well?
We do not.
Okay.
The Durham Fire Department has people who are intermediates.
All right.
And they respond on squad units. And what we have is right now we have 3 squad units, and they try to take the fire call load off of the fire engines, so we're not tied up on EMS calls.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated that you've been a captain since about 1990.
Mm-hmm.
If you would please describe what your responsibilities are as a captain of a fire team.
My responsibility is for the everyday routine maintenance of the station, maintenance of the truck, training, and responsible when we go on calls to make sure the men are safe, that we perform our duties as we're trained to do.
All right. Now, let me direct your attention to December the 9th of 2001 and ask whether you were working as a captain with the Durham Fire Department on that date.
I was.
Let me further direct your attention to 2:40 in the morning on that date, approximately, and ask whether you were involved in a 911 call to 1810 Cedar Street.
We were dispatched to an injury from a fall at that location.
Okay. And once you received that information from that dispatch, what did you do? And who was with you?
Engine 5 responded. My driver is Andrew Johnson, and my firefighter was Jason Crank. And we did respond to, at first, an injury from a fall.
Okay. And that would have been information you received through the 911 dispatcher? All right. Go ahead and describe what you did.
Engine 5 responded. Engine Station 5 is a little bit unique. The EMS program was designed to put first responders on the scene to render care until advanced life support could get there, and that would be your paramedic or intermediate. Station 5 is unique because we have a medic truck that is operated by Duke or Durham County EMS in our station. So when we responded, we had the medic with us, okay, which in most cases in this city, it may be that the fire unit would be on scene before the medic, but in this case, we responded basically at the same time.
Okay.
And they actually got in the driveway because our trucks are large. When we pulled by, we didn't see the address. So when we pulled past, they just pulled in behind us. The guy had to exit our vehicle, back us up, and we pulled in 30 seconds behind them. But
now, do you know the folks that were actually on that truck, on the medic truck?
yes.
Okay. And how do you know them?
Well, they work in the station with us. Now, they may not be there 2 times in a year, but they rotate around. Okay. We don't, but they do.
All right. Now, if you would please go ahead and describe what your team did when you approached the area and got to that location.
Well, when we arrived on scene, we pulled up behind the medic. They exited their vehicles and went in the door. We followed behind them and followed in behind them up the sidewalk into the door. And as soon as we got in the door, we turned left and found the victim, patient, a female lying on the floor.
Go ahead and describe what you did and what you saw, please.
Basically, Engine 5 approached the area and stood to the side while the 2 medics tended to the patient. They are a higher level, so we were there to assist them if they need a piece of equipment or anything like that. We were there to help them, but they are the higher trained level. So we just stand there and basically we did no care.
Okay. You want to make approach witness, please?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's marked in State's Exhibit D2 and ask if you recognize what's depicted in this diagram.
I do.
If you would please use this diagram and describe exactly how you all entered and where everybody was located, if you would. Can you do that? Would it be easier if you step in?
Is this the driveway here?
Yep. So everybody can see.
The vehicles were parked here. Engine 5 was behind the medic. We went up the hallway, up the sidewalk, went into the door to the left, and basically stood right to the side.
Okay. And where were you located exactly?
Standing short of the patient,
Okay.
to the right side of the patient.
And describe, if you would, what activity you saw around this Peterson.
Well, I saw the 2 medics over the patient, doing patient assessments. I'm really not sure when the police officers arrived, but I really don't remember a time when I didn't see one. There was a police officer at the front door, and I saw the chairlift and down the steps in the upright position.
Now, with respect to the communications over 911, If you would please describe what you heard after the initial call, if anything.
We responded to an injury from a fall. We were in bed, got up, suited up, got in the truck. En route to the call was upgraded to a possible code 5. And the code 5 would be a cardiac arrest.
Now, while you're listening to any radio traffic, did you hear any dispatch of the police department?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
And not necessarily would I hear that because they're not dispatched on our channel.
But you say that you don't recall a point where they're not in the area.
Not really. I know they were there quickly. I'm really not sure at what time, but I know after shortly after assessment, the looking at the area, there was one at the door. I really don't know what time, what point that came.
Now, for what period of time did you stay in this area of Ms. Peterson?
Exactly, I do not know.
In terms of the activity that you saw, describe what you saw and then what caused you to leave the area.
I saw the medics assessing, advised that the patient was deceased.
Who did they tell that to?
It was amongst us. And the reason I say that is because we are a team. At any point that they were going to try any resuscitation, it would involve us.
Turn around just a little bit so these folks can hear you.
At any time, if there was any resuscitation, we would be involved, meaning help set a line, help to monitor or anything.
You say set a line, what do you think?
Or hang a line on an IV.
Okay, sorry. Now, go ahead and describe then what you saw after you saw them assessing the patient. You say they talked to you all about what they had, which was deceased person. What'd y'all do after that?
At that point, we determined that it would probably be a good idea, because we're not investigators, that we should try to secure the area. Engine 5's crew stood and basically in the same position. At that point, we saw activity and actually people coming in the door.
Which door was that?
The door that we came in. And there was a female. I can't really advise who it was.
Right.
So for decency for the patient, we sort of used our bodies as a shield.
All right.
And they just passed through. I don't know where they went, and I don't know where they ended up.
Where were you positioned when you saw this activity?
We were here. That's the lift here. Is that the lift?
Ms. Peterson's right here.
That's the lift. That's where the lift was. We were probably standing in this area right here.
Did you let anybody come down into this area?
No one. We actually stood 3 abreast here, given some type of block.
Okay.
Not knowing who was coming through.
All right.
Not knowing if it's family, friend, or investigators. I really don't know.
All right. Now, when you realized that someone was coming in the door, what did y'all do?
I went to the police officer at the door and advised them until we determined if this was a crime scene or not, we need to shut this down and then stopping the traffic.
All right. And why did you decide that there was a need for that?
It basically is a standard operating procedure that we try. We're not investigators.
All right.
And we try to keep the scene secure until we can advise that it's not.
What did you see that caused you to believe that it was important to do that?
We saw a large amount of blood on the floor, and I saw blood on the bottom of the patient's feet.
Okay. Was there blood anywhere else that you recall?
I saw it on the front door and a large area around it.
All right. Any other areas in the general area where she was located? Did you see the blood?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, if you'll take a seat, please, Mr. Pascal. Now, you indicate that you're 3 abreast at the top of the hall, and you're not letting anybody come down into that area. Were you looking both ways down the hall or into the foyer while you were positioned in that area?
I would say so. I mean,
Okay.
trying to be observant.
At any time, did you see anyone come from the other direction down into the hall where you all were?
The area between the patient and station or engine 5's crew, no one entered. I did see Mr. Peterson on the other side of the patient in the next room.
Okay.
I could see him off in the distance.
Off in the distance. Okay. Were you able to see him well enough so that you could see how he looked?
As
In terms of what his physical appearance was.
I saw that he had a large amount of blood on his cloak.
Okay. What was he doing when you observed him?
He appeared to be upset.
Okay. Did you see anybody else in that area?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, you indicate that police officers arrived and you tried to secure that area because of the things that you saw there. Go ahead and describe, if you would, what happened when the police officers got there based upon your observations.
After we got there, we made the shield. At this point, the Durham Fire Department job is complete.
Okay.
If there was a patient there that needed our care, we would give it. If not, we are really not needed. So I go, by your diagram, I go into the big main foyer area and go into the kitchen where there's an officer and advise him that we're going to be clearing.
Okay.
And after that, I went back to my two guys and we exited the building and left.
Okay. Now, let me back up a little bit. I want you to describe, if you would, what the lighting conditions were when you entered the home. Were lights on?
I don't really remember, but I don't remember it being dark. But I really can't say.
And when you looked down the hall, could you see from where you were for some distance down that area?
I could.
Okay. Exactly where, and it may be easier if I use this diagram. Could I approach the witness again? Yes. How far could you see down into the home from where you were positioned?
I would say I saw Mr. Peterson standing here.
Okay. I mean, in terms of what observation, how far down into this area could you see? Could you see everything?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now, when you were here, did you move down into this area at all?
No.
Okay. When you were here, did you see any activity in this area?
The only person that I remember is Peterson. I don't remember if he was with anyone. I just remember him.
Okay. Now, did you know Mr. Peterson before this?
Not.
You see him in this courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Would you point him out, please? All right. Now, with respect to this area right here, if you would, did you actually look into the series of steps before you turned to go up the main stairway?
I did not.
Okay.
The way the patient was lying, it encroached into the blood, the patient's configuration. I felt like I was being invasive to the scene.
Okay. Now, with respect to all the blood that you saw, and I think you indicated that was one of the reasons you thought that it was appropriate to secure the area, could you describe how it looked to you?
Object is vague.
How did the blood look to you?
Object to that question is calling for speculation and a vague response. How did the blood look to you? Red, are we talking about color? Or are we talking about?
I don't know what he's talking.
Objection.
How did the blood look to you?
It looked like a large amount of blood that was dry.
Okay. With respect to the blood that was on Ms. Peterson, how did that look to you?
Dark.
And what does that mean in your opinion?
It was dark as if it had started to dry.
Okay. Thank you, Daisy. Now, when you went into the scene, did you take any equipment or anything with you?
No,
Okay. Did any member of your team take any equipment in?
no. If we were first on scene, we would carry our equipment in. If they were on scene, we would assist them and use theirs.
When you left the area, did you check to determine whether you had any blood about your person?
I did not check, but typically if we handle or move anything, we will have it on our hands.
Okay.
If we do, we look to make sure we don't, I should say.
Well, did you put your hands in anywhere that you thought blood was present?
I did not.
Okay. To your knowledge, did any member of your team?
I do not think so.
Okay. Now, after you'd indicated, I think, to the police officers that were present that you were going to be clearing from the scene, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
We returned to the station and not sure the time, approximately an hour later, an investigator came by the station and wanted to take statements
Okay.
and to follow up on the case.
John, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 122 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yeah.
That's the statement of the ninth.
Yeah, that's mine.
You're going to have to speak up so that the court.
That is my statement.
And how do you recognize it?
My writing, my signature,
And who did you provide that to?
to the police officer.
And did you do that actually at the station, or were you still on scene when you did that?
At the station.
Okay. And with respect to that, did you have an opportunity to prepare another statement as well?
I did.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 123. Yes. And ask whether you can identify that.
That is my secondary statement.
Okay. And when was that prepared?
It was prepared at a later date at the police headquarters.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 122 and 123, please.
Judge, with regard to 123, I object beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Excuse me? Yes, sir. We're back at, I'm sorry, I apologize. We're back at the point where you're talking about your recognition of what's marked as State's Exhibit 123. Now, when did you do this?
That morning.
No. This is,
It was at the secondary one.
yeah, that's the second statement.
I'm not sure of the date.
No.
12/13.
Okay. And do you remember to whom you gave this?
So the police, I'm really not sure the police officer's name.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom?
I believe it was Mr. Holland. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
I do not see him.
And did you prepare this with the intent that it reflect essentially what you've described here in your testimony?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 123. Now, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 121 and ask if you can identify that.
It is a fire report.
And what's a fire report?
It's a report that we enter when we return to the station.
And why do you cause a report to be generated on a call?
We actually have two types of reports. We have a fire report and an EMS report.
Right.
And this would be an EMS report that's documentation of what we did and general information on the call.
And does this generally reflect what you've just described here in your direct testimony?
Yes, it does.
No, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 121.
121.
Now, after you completed your report at the station, that being the EMS report, and you prepared another statement on the 9th at the fire station, and then the second statement on the 13th of December, did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
Your Honor, we have no other questions of the witness.
All right, you approach the bench just briefly. You don't have to. All right, cross-examine.
Captain Pascal, my name is Dave Rudolph, and I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Peterson. We haven't actually met before today, have we?
That's correct.
I want to start, we've got some fancy stuff here that I want to try to use a little bit of. Can we put that up there? I think you said that when you came in the house, you came in this front door here, right?
That's correct.
And you walked to the left, right?
That's correct.
And you ended up, I think you said somewhere in, say, that vicinity right there?
Not quite that far.
All right. Hold on, I can actually erase this. All right. So maybe like here. Further back?
No further than that.
Okay, so maybe a little bit further back, right? Like there? Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And of course, Miss Peterson's body was in that vicinity, right?
That's correct.
And then the two EMS people would have been there and there, roughly? Ballpark?
The one on the left, I don't remember being that far around.
All right, he would have been up higher?
The dots side by side would be
All right.
close.
All right. Like around there? Okay.
Fair.
All right. Now, after they got there, you were simply standing by to assist, right?
That's correct.
And the notion was that obviously you want to get the person assessed as quickly as possible, right?
Correct.
And if you can hear any breathing sounds, you want to start getting that airway open as quickly as possible. If you find a pulse, you may want to start doing some sort of CPR as quickly as possible, right?
Correct.
And as I understand it, what would happen then is Rose and Paige would get over the body, and one of them would be checking pulse and the other would be checking breathing, and they'd be communicating with each other, right?
Correct.
And you could hear them. In other words, you could hear Rose say to Paige, for example, "I'm not getting any breath sounds," right?
I don't know that I heard that. I mean, usually, or sometimes you can.
Right. Or Paige saying to Rose, "I'm not getting any electrical activity," or "I'm not getting any pulse," or something like that, right?
Possible. The only thing that I remember is the patient has passed.
Right. And you didn't know when they were over there working on that patient and communicating with each other about whether or not there was any breath sounds or any pulse, you didn't know where Todd Peterson was at that moment in time, did you?
No, I did not.
Because you were focused on the patient.
That's correct.
And you don't know what he might have heard in terms of whether they were picking up any breath sounds or pulse, right?
That's correct.
In other words, you don't have to hear a medic say, "She's gone." If you hear that there's no pulse and no breathing, you sort of know the person's probably dead, right?
That's a possibility.
Okay. In any event, at some point, you saw Mr. Peterson over in this area.
That's correct.
And I think you already said that he was very upset. Correct?
Correct.
Your words.
Correct.
And
I think I'm fixing to have a storm, y'all.
you did see blood on the bottom of Kathleen Peterson's feet, right?
I disappear, that's
And it wasn't just little drops of blood, right?
No.
It was sort of covered in blood. That's why you noticed it.
Correct.
As though she had stepped at some point into a wet pool of blood, right?
That's what it appeared.
Yes, sir. I understand. And not just 1 foot, but both feet, right?
I saw it on a foot, and it may have maybe looking at both feet, but
Okay. Now, when you first got, let me just back up for a second. When you first got to this door where that red X is, that door was wide open, right?
the medics entered before I did, so I really can't say.
And I mean, when you got there,
Yes, it was standing up.
it was standing open.
Yes,
No one had, and it wasn't swinging back. It's just standing there, right?
that's correct.
No one had to hold that door open for you guys.
No,
You just went in.
the best I can remember, it was standing open.
All right. And by the way, you mentioned seeing a chairlift.
Yes.
Do we have a picture of the chairlift? Have a moment, Your Honor. What you're referring to while we're looking for that picture is sort of a metal lift that runs along a track going up the stairs, right?
Correct.
For someone, for example, who might be an invalid or just unable to walk up the stairs.
That's correct.
And indeed, initially, you weren't even sure whether that was something that Kathleen Peterson used or whether it was just there in the house, right?
That is correct.
And it was made out of metal,
That's correct.
and it was all the way down at the bottom, right?
That's correct.
So it was in a position where if someone had fallen, that thing would have been in the range of area where they could have fallen onto it, right?
That's correct.
And it had some sharp edges, didn't it?
I can't advise. I didn't really look that closely at it.
Okay.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 10 and ask you to take a look at that. You recognize that?
Yes, that looks like the chair lift that I saw.
All right. Put that up for a second.
We'd move Exhibit 10 into evidence, Your Honor. And this area right here, is that where that chairlift is?
It was in the down position. And it was down the steps and against the wall, like that picture is showing.
Thank you. That's all I need. Thank you. Now, I think, can you go back to the diagram, please? I think you said that after, oh, I'm sorry. Let me show you a little bit better close-up if I could.
There's a little clearer picture, I think. Is that better?
That's a lot better.
You recognize that?
Yes, I
Is
do.
that the chairlift?
That is.
Can we put that one up? Move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Exhibit 11. Can you zoom in on that a little bit, please? One more time. So that right there, oh, geez, I'm sorry. Can you zoom in a little? That right there, that's the chairlift we're talking about,
That's correct.
and it's black metal. Right?
It appears to be.
All right, and the track, you see the track goes all the way down to that bottom landing area there,
Yes, I do.
right in that area right there? And that's where it was down when you saw it.
That's correct.
We go back to the diagram, please. Can you zoom in on it, please? Now, I think you said after
it was determined that you all couldn't do anything for Ms. Peterson at that point, that you set up a position somewhere in the neighborhood of right here, right? By that door to that TV room?
I really don't remember the door. I just remembered somewhere in that vicinity is where we set up.
All right.
I'm glad
And-
you're
and
home safe.
That's where the hallway sort of narrowed, right?
That's correct.
And there were two, I think you said there were three of you there?
That is correct.
And the purpose of doing that was to prevent people from walking through and contaminating the scene, right?
That is correct. We typically are not necessarily used as body shields, but we are there.
I understand.
And we say, well, we're here. We're going to try to obstruct the view of anyone coming in and to keep anyone coming through.
All right. Now, you actually had to go to the police officer at the door at some point and instruct the police officer at the door not to let people in?
I did do that. That is correct. I wasn't sure who these people were, and I don't know to this day, but
Yes,
I saw appeared to be a middle-aged lady come through, and then I saw a young couple come through. And somewhere between their entrance, I went to that police officer and look, be advised this could be a crime scene and that we need to secure it.
And the reason you did that was because he should have known on his own not to let people. May I finish my question? The reason you did that was because he should have known on his own, you know, from based on your basic law enforcement training, to keep those people out of the scene, right?
Objection to what someone else knew.
No, I said what he should have known, not what he knew.
Well, you asked him why he did it.
How would a
Yes, sir.
firefighter know what
Is
a
that-
policeman's supposed to know?
Is that why you did it?
I would think so.
I mean, you hadn't been a police officer at that point for 16 years, but you knew you keep people from wandering through that scene, right?
That's correct.
And I think you said that the people didn't walk down that hallway where you three were, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't know where they went.
That's correct.
Did one of them say they were a doctor? Did the lady say she was a doctor?
The gentleman with her kept saying, out of the way. She's a doctor. She may be able to help her.
Right. And do you know, by the way, there's an entrance. If you go around this way,
Yeah, I think a branch.
you can get to this area right here, right?
Because the power
That is
keeps
correct.
fluctuating.
And do you know whether or not that
So we
couple
might
went
do
around
it.
there?
I do not.
Do you know whether that
Here.
middle-aged lady went around there?
I do not.
Bye.
Do you have any idea whether any of those people ended up in that stairway area?
I
I'm
can't
nowhere
say.
near Coco, but still.
But you can say, of course, that if they did, that wouldn't have been a good thing, right?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, you yourself didn't want to step into that stairway. I think he's talked about it because it would be too invasive into the scene, right?
That's correct.
You would be afraid of contaminating or altering what was there, right?
That's correct.
And the problem with that, of course, is once it's altered, it can be misleading to the officers who come in after you, right?
Poor.
Possibly.
Oh,
By the way, to your knowledge, did either officer,
it is storming here. I'm nowhere near Coco, but the power keeps fluctuating. I think a branch is being blown against the power lines or something. So if I just go poof, bye. I'm gonna say bye now because I might just go poof. We need the rain though because we're in a water shortage in Florida and there's a burn ban but poor spring breakers because it's spring break. They're getting rained out.
did either Mr. Crank or Mr. Johnson get any closer to that stairway than you did?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And did you ever check the bottoms of your shoes at all that evening?
I can't say that I did.
Did you see anybody else check the bottoms of their shoes that evening?
I can't say.
Let me talk with you briefly about these exhibits that Mr. Harden marked, 121, 122, and 123. I noticed 121, that's the typed version, makes a reference at the end to E5's personnel having given a written statement. You see that?
Yes.
So that would tend to indicate that 121 would have been prepared sometime after
I thought it was
122 and 123, right? Or at least sometime after 122.
I'm not sure. I
Let me come, may I approach? I don't mean to be unclear. Oh, I thought you had them up there. I'm sorry.
I'm blacked out this week for Disney.
121 is the typed version, right? And the last sentence says that E5's personnel later gave written statement to DPD. That would be the police department.
That's correct.
So this would tend to indicate that 121, the typed version, was done sometime after 122, the written version, right?
I was at work that night.
Okay.
I really don't remember, but I think that I typed the report. And then before we got off, they came by and we gave a written statement. But they were within, we get off at 7. The call came in at 2:40. So, you're within an hour time frame.
Okay.
I really don't remember whether I went in and typed the report first or whether I met with the officer first.
Okay.
It may have a time on it. I'm really not sure.
All right. And the purpose of the written statement was to document, if you will, what you remembered of what you had seen.
That is correct.
And the way this was prepared is first, whoever the investigator was asked you a bunch of questions, right?
No.
Okay, what did he say? Did he just say, write down whatever you can remember that's important?
Basically, for documentation, write down anything that you did or what you saw.
Okay. And this Exhibit 121, that's supposed to be a joint report. Is that correct? In other words, it's supposed to cover all the personnel?
It's a general statement of the company. I do one copy for everyone.
Okay, so in other words, it's supposed to incorporate what everyone may have seen.
That's right.
122 was your personal statement, right?
That's correct.
And you understood at that point that it was important to try to get the details accurately in here, correct?
The best that I could, my ability.
And of course, that was right there within a couple of hours of you having been at the house, right?
That's right.
And nowhere in that report that you filled out on December 9th before 7 a.m., the handwritten notes, did you say anything about the blood being dry, did you?
Not that I recall.
Let me just give it to you because take a look at it.
Okay. If,
That's all I have.
that is correct. I did not.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Hart.
Yes, sir. Captain Pascal, if some of the other members of the team there had checked their clothing or the equipment that they had to determine whether there was blood on it, you wouldn't necessarily know that, would you?